Hey everyone, just letting you all know that this is merely a compilation of all the Persona videos I've done throughout the past few years, from the original 1996 Persona all the way to Persona 5 Strikers. It's being ordered by that video's release as opposed to when each game came out, so that's why it's a bit jumbled. At some point, I also want to do an updated Persona 3 video since there are things in it I failed to mention, and I'm overall a bit nicer to Persona 3 than I was back then. I still have my issues with it, but I'm a little more appreciative towards it than I used to be. I'm gonna wait until a potential PC port or whatever though, so that I have more motivation to re-record the game. We won't be including the animes either, since those will eventually be in a separate video. And bear in mind as well, if watching my original Extended Thoughts video for Vanilla Persona 5, that some of my opinions have changed come the Royal Extended Thoughts video, which I do mention. Hope you guys enjoy this mega long collection of reviews anyway, and see you for the next Persona game.
Yes, before we return to a JRPG series with Kingdom Hearts 358 Days Over 2, we're going to be taking a look at another JRPG. A very different one, sure, but a JRPG nonetheless. Now, like a lot of people, Persona 5 is the very first game that I've played in the series' 20-year career, and that's mostly because, believe it or not, this is the first game to come out on console since the PS2 days.
For those unaware, the Persona games started as spin-offs for the Shin Megami Tensei series, both created by Atlus, but Persona became so popular that it removed the Shin Megami Tensei name and formed its own franchise. But despite that claim, I never knew anybody who played Persona. I think it was more of a series that had a small but purely dedicated fan base. That was until the 5th main entry came out in 2017, where the series' popularity completely skyrocketed. Probably similar to what Final Fantasy VII did for that series. This isn't my first rodeo with Atlus though. Early last year I took a look at their cult classic Catherine, hint hint, and gave a pretty positive review for its solid puzzle gameplay and well-written story. By the way, I'm really looking forward to the remastered version coming out titled Full Body, which will also contain more content. I'll definitely be doing a looking back at video for that. As for Persona, I was willing to try out the newest game since the graphics and the focus on story looked remarkably similar to Catherine, but I held off on it because I was worried there'd be a massive information overload like in some other RPGs, and for the fact that even to this day it's still quite expensive. In fact, I only managed to get my copy as a Christmas gift from my parents. I knew absolutely nothing about the Persona games until this latest one, but from what I understand, they're half turn-based RPG action battling against demons and monsters, while the other half is a Japanese high school life simulator where you need to socialize with your friends to gain new abilities for combat. All of that sounds pretty cliche on paper, at least that's what I thought at first, but Persona 5 convinced me that there's much more to it than that. And I'll say now that Persona 5 is a fantastic starting point for anybody new to the series such as myself. It's got its own story and an entirely different cast of characters, so researching beforehand won't be required. There are plenty of simple, albeit rather plentiful tutorials spread throughout the first few hours of the game to get you into the swing of things, and you slowly take in what's going on in the story so that your brain's not totally overloaded. This would be the point where I'd give a full plot summary of the game, but in this case, I really don't want to because Persona 5's story is that good. It's exactly the same as how I felt when talking about Catherine, and Atlus seemed to be really good at it. I'll try and not give away too much, but I'd like to give you a general idea of what the ultimate goal is. We start off in a large casino and see our main protagonist committing what looks like to be a robbery, but after escaping, he gets caught in an ambush by the police and they proceed to capture and question him. It's here we can name the protagonist whatever you want, but according to the anime and Dancing Star Night, Persona 5's upcoming rhythm tie-in game, this guy's canonical name is Ren Amamiya. The prosecutor, called Sae Nijima, comes into the interrogation room to find out why and how Ren is doing what he is, and a large portion of the game at this point is told via flashback. We see that Ren defended a young woman from being potentially abused by a severely drunken man, but he instead ends up being falsely accused of assaulting and injuring the man. So now he's under a year-long probation and gets expelled from his school, meaning he'll have to move to a new town and a new school under the shelter of a cafe owner. Obviously, being a high school, word spreads around very quickly about Ren's supposed crime and make it extremely difficult for him to fit in. But that's just the beginning of his bad first day, as Ren and his new buddy Ryuji also notice that the school has kinda turned into a giant castle, and yeah, something ain't right about that. After getting thrown into the castle's dungeon, they find out that the ruler is their gym teacher named Kamoshida. At near death, Ren sporadically awakens to the spirit that helps remove the guards holding him and Ryuji hostage, allowing them to escape, and to also change into cooler clothing because I guess he hates school uniforms. On their way out though, they meet with this talking cat named Morgana. Because if Japanese media has taught me anything, there always has to be a talking cat. But after freeing Morgana, he proceeds to tell Ren and Ryuji what exactly is going on here. Kamoshida's castle is what he calls a palace, where the distorted desires of any human beings take shape in the world known as the metaverse. The metaverse is accessed by using a mobile app and saying the right keywords, and the palace's rulers are merely shadows and not the real thing. In the case for Kamoshida, he views the high school as his castle and him as the king, while the students of the school are mindless slaves that he continuously tortures. And he even forces one of the students named An into a sexual relationship with him. This becomes even more apparent when some of the kids in the real world are covered in bruises and bandages and keep getting called into Kamoshida's office, so it's no secret at this point that the bastard's up to no good. To make him pay for his crimes, Ren, Ryuji, Morgana, and the newly recruited An need to locate and steal Kamoshida's so-called treasure within his palace. Once it's taken to the real world, then supposedly Kamoshida will have a change of heart and confess everything he's done, branding our new group of heroes as the Phantom Thieves of Hearts. All of this happens within the first few hours of the game. It may seem like I'm spoiling a lot, but trust me, this is only a small sample of what's to come. Kamoshida is not the only crooked adult out there, and the story can get pretty dark sometimes. There's attempted suicide, denial, blackmail, slavery. This is a messed up world these people live in, and many of the rotten adults committing these crimes appear to have palaces of their own. The palaces have a big theme on the 7 deadly sins. There are 7 main ones you go through in the game, each representing a different sin, like lust, greed, or pride, and all of them are very conveniently found in one single area in the whole of Tokyo. But the Phantom Thieves aren't going to let any of it carry on, and along the way you gain more members for your team, each with their own personal motives for taking down a particular criminal, and make it their mission to cause a change of heart to all warped minds. They're like the superheroes that Japan desperately needs, but not everyone's in agreement with that. There aren't only those out there who think that the Phantom Thieves shouldn't force people to change the way they are, but we've also got the police trying to catch them because they're considered dangerous. The story unravels all sorts of plot twists and new details as it goes, and first-timers will take 80 to 90 hours to finish it, a little over 70 if you know what you're doing. But because of how engrossing it is both in gameplay and story, it never felt as long as it actually was. It's very easy to lose track of time in Persona 5. There's no such thing as playing for a short while. Your ass is practically glued to your seat almost the entire time, and man, I got lost in this game's world so often, I'm always shocked to see how much I'd really been playing. And I'll tell you why this game is such a blast. Let's cover the combat first, since that's one of the more, I guess, traditional aspects of Persona 5. It's all turn-based, which isn't unusual for a JRPG, but it does put a bit of a new spin on it. All of the battles take place inside of a person's palace and basically act as the game's dungeons, but after clearing the first palace, you also have access to mementos, which is basically the distorted views of the general public, though not nearly as drastic as some of the palaces. Mementos contains randomly generated maze rooms that you drive Morgana around because they wanted to reference My Neighbor Totoro.
No, really, that's the reason he turns into a car.
The only justification to access mementos at all is to fill in requests for the Phantom Thieves completely unrelated to the story. They're pretty much this game's side quests and a good way to get a fair bit of experience points earlier than intended, and it's also the only way to improve your friendship with this kid named Mishima so that you can increase the amount of experience points everyone earns, including backup members. Speaking of battling, you have standard melee attacks that do an okay amount of damage, but to get the best results, you'll need to take advantage of your party's different personas. Remember the spirit that Ren awakened to earlier? That was his first persona, named Arsene. Personas are essentially physical representations of your true nature, but during battles, they let the party cast all sorts of elemental and hard-hitting melee attacks. Each character's persona is specialized in one particular element, so for example with An, her magic is fire-based, and with Haru, she concentrates on psychokinetic abilities. But Ren, on the other hand, who I'll just call Joker from now on since that's his Phantom Thieves codename, is the only one able to wield multiple personas with many different attacks. Once per turn, Joker can switch and use another persona in case the one you've got currently selected isn't ideal for that particular fight. And not only that, Joker's able to obtain more personas if the party downs all the enemies by exploiting their weaknesses or dealing critical hits. Afterwards, you can talk to a certain enemy and try to convince them to aid you. Alternatively, you can choose to bribe enemies for money and items in exchange for their retreat, or you can be a total savage and use the spectacularly flashy all-out attacks, which provide an incredible amount of damage to all of the enemies and 9 times out of 10 will instantly kill them. Guns are also available for each character, but they're not nearly as useful since ammo is extremely limited and don't hurt enough to be worth it. The only time you'll really need to use them are for enemies weak to guns. You are able to buy stronger ones in town and even customize them if your bond with the shopkeepers high enough, but I think melee weapons should take higher priority over the guns. They're a lot more reliable and don't cost anything to use. But the weapons in general should mainly be used if you can get away with it, otherwise you're way better off just summoning your personas. Saying that though, you really don't want to run out of SP, or skill points for short, which is what's needed for your personas to cast magic in the first place. Without any SP to spare, the game suddenly gets much much harder. There's only so much melee attacks can do, especially against those assholes that repel them. Now, some personas do carry heavy physical and gun attacks which cost a bit of health instead of SP, but most party members only have the rare few to earn as they level up, with the exception of Ryuji and Yusuke, who are sort of half and half on physical and magical attacks. Personas will also eventually be able to cast buffs on party members, which will most likely be needed during boss fights, so the lesson here is use your personas, but not too much. You still need them to help, but you also want to save them. Abuse them to hell and back, but also use them sparingly. Yeah, I think that's it. The only way you can restore SP is by using consumable items in the palaces, or by leaving the palace entirely and coming back to it another day. And you are going to need to do that occasionally because palaces are pretty huge and almost impossible to finish on one journey. But thankfully, they're all very interesting and unique in design, and none of them feel alike to one another. Not all of them are fun to travel through. I personally didn't like the space station, and the giant bank could get pretty annoying sometimes. But the palaces that are interesting outshine the bad ones. And of course, being the Phantom Thieves, you also need to be sneaky, because if you get caught, then this percentage meter gradually fills up. If it reaches the top, then you're forced to leave the palace and try again next time. Don't worry though, stealth isn't as complicated as something like Metal Gear. Enemies will only spot you if you're directly in front of them, and if they happen to be in your way, you can just hide in a corner somewhere and ambush them there and then. Ambushing enemies is incredibly easy to do, and not once have I ever had to leave the palace because I got caught too many times. Going back to the battles, you'll sort of go through a repeated process. You try everything you've got to search for the enemy's weakness, you find the weakness and down the enemy while also being given a 1 more, which lets you attack again after pinning a foe. When all the enemies are down, you choose what you want to do between negotiating or an all-out attack, then the cycle starts over. It's this rock, paper, scissors mechanic that makes Persona 5 so much fun, and with the life simulator mechanic, by socializing and increasing your confidant ranks with certain people, you gain more abilities to make the battles more interesting. For example, with Hifumi, this shogi player you meet in the church, the very first ability she gives you at rank 1 is being able to switch party members during Joker's turn, which believe me, you're gonna need to get as soon as you can. That has saved my life on a number of occasions. One of my other favorite skills comes from a party member named Futaba, where upon increasing the confidant rank to 4, there's a chance that she'll use her persona to immediately down all enemies and you already get to choose what you want to do with them. That's pretty cool, but sadly I couldn't talk to Futaba at first until I had the right social stats. Yes, there are some people that won't even give you the time of day unless you have the required level on a particular social stat, like kindness or knowledge or proficiency. How you increase them depends on what kind of daily activities you do, such as studying for an exam, getting really good at video games, or putting your arteries on the verge of exploding. Occasionally, your friends will also want to hang out and do something together, like going to see a movie or admiring the fine arts, which not only increases the bond with your friends, but also increases your social stats, so it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You're not just improving your friendships for the sake of making the palaces less stressful either, you actually take the time to learn more about each of the characters. There's the few that aren't all that interesting, gotta be honest, but a heavy majority of them experience some kind of dilemma, and as their friend, you help them through it. This is also where dialogue options have the most effects. In typical RPG fashion, Joker is the silent protagonist that's supposed to portray as the player, but unlike Link from the Zelda series, he does actually say the odd phrase here and there and even has a few badass lines. However, hearing him speak and be a little expressive on the rare occasion doesn't make me personally think of Joker as a representation of myself, but more of a completely separate character, with the dialogue choices letting me shape him how I want to. You get to choose what to say throughout the entire game, but outside of social interactions, they don't have much effect on the story. When you're hanging out with friends, however, choosing the right phrase could give you more points towards your confidant, and when enough is earned, you can move on to the next rank in a future meeting and find out what else happens with their situation. This makes you feel like you're a huge part of a group, and it's really awesome seeing all these characters come together to tackle the metaverse or just simply hanging out. They don't feel like party members, they feel like actual friends, people I wouldn't mind hanging out with in real life. And if you get the confidant rank to max level, you not only upgrade that party member's persona to make it stronger and more resistant to their weaknesses, you also have the option to be in a romantic relationship with any of the female characters. You can even date your teacher if you wanted to. I certainly wouldn't. I mean, if you're into that, then great, but that's just a bit too weird for me. Being in a relationship doesn't necessarily benefit you apart from earning a couple of items at the very end of the story to use a New Game Plus, but the extra scenes you can get by taking them out somewhere and spending time with them during the holidays or special occasions is just precious. Some of these interactions are so cute that I'll be surprised if I have any masculinity left. Kinda wish Joker would emote a little more during these moments. moments, but at least I can choose what I want him to say and make his girlfriend redder than a tomato. As you can likely tell, my personal choice was Makoto. She's the student council president at the school, and when you first meet her, she's a snarky goody two-shoes, but as I learned more about her and the kind of person she really is, I really warmed up to Makoto. You show her how to loosen up a bit more and see that she really does care about others and wants to help out as much as she can, even the ones that are completely oblivious to how horribly they're actually being treated. She's a total badass during combat too, only using brass knuckles and kicks to beat enemies to death, and her persona's a freaking motorcycle that fires nuclear attacks. Makoto's generally a pretty tough gal, but when you take her out on a date, she reveals her slightly more girly side and gets very affectionate towards Joker. Oh, she's so adorable! You're also able to date multiple girls if that's the kind of person you are, but I wouldn't really recommend that. Now you may be thinking, well, no shit, genius, everyone knows it's wrong. But not only does Joker get punished for having more than one girlfriend, it also gets completely retconned when you reach the game's ending. Like, imagine if as well as Makoto I started going out with An. Both of the girls would find out I cheated on them and make a big dramatic scene, but by the ending, oh look, they're both waiting for Joker like nothing ever happened. It's just inconsistent, you know? So battling different monsters and spending time with your friends is great and all, but there is one major catch to it all that I've been failing to mention up until now. You're kind of on a time limit. Each moment you tackle a palace, there's a story reason that you need to get to the end and take the treasure within a certain amount of in-game days. It's sort of like Majora's Mask in a way, only not quite as stressful, as there's no ticking clock to keep you on your toes, and it only costs a whole day to travel in the metaverse. Completing the palace itself isn't really the issue, since the time you're given to do so is quite reasonable, but this is also the best time to increase your confidence. Pre-palaces, not every day is available to do as you please, as a number of them are already booked to further progress in the story, or just because Morgana never lets you stay past your bedtime and do anything else. I appreciate you care about my health, Morgana, but you're not my freaking mother. So you have to carefully decide how you're going to spend your day and figure out what will give you the best benefits. Additionally, this means you can't always access the Velvet Room to fuse multiple personas and create a brand new one with transferred skills. This is the reason Joker's able to wield many different personas. He was given that power by the ruler of the Velvet Room, Igor, and his twin wardens, Caroline and Justine, in the hopes that he will one day prevent the inevitable ruin. There's not really a rhyme or reason as to why Igor and the Velvet Room exists though. He only contacts Joker every so often in his dreams and constantly informs him on the progress of his quote-unquote rehabilitation. I think in a way he's supposed to be this game's depiction of God, and Joker's meant to be the angel from heaven to set things right, but he's in a prison cell? Okay, that part I don't understand, but fusing personas is useful and you can make some rather awesome ones if you know the right combinations, especially if you get friendly with the wardens and unlock even more features. You're unfortunately not given a recipe list of some kind, which I thought would have been helpful, but there are plenty of links on the internet that can tell you what makes what, and the amount of persona needed to fill the compendium is frankly absurd. Some of these designs are just flat out weird too. There's a persona incredibly late in the game that's literally a giant penis with tentacles. That's the kind of game you're playing, folks. I'm not even sure if I'm supposed to put a censor bar over it.
So I've been going on and on about how utterly amazing Persona 5 is, but I bet you're wondering if I have any major gripes with it. As much as I hate to admit it, I do have a few pet peeves. Nothing game-breaking, but a few things that I thought could have been dealt with better.
I'll start with the minor stuff. As much as I adore this story and its characters, it slows down to a crawl around the middle, more specifically as you're trying to get to the 5th palace. I won't say what happens, but I knew this plot detail was likely to come up at some point, and it's not at all necessary and does nothing but pad out the story by another couple of hours. Padding also happens when the game cuts back to the interrogation room from time to time, and to be fair, these moments are less than 30 seconds long, but it still gets a bit annoying because it happens every time you unlock a new confidant, which there are a lot of, by the way, and the questions Sae asks about some of them can be utterly laughable. Say, Ren, you seem to be pretty good with a gun. Who taught you to play video games? It's sort of along those lines. Impressively, though, a heavy majority of the game's cutscenes are fully voiced, and with the main cast, there's a damn amazing effort put into each of their performances, especially considering how huge this game is. Smaller characters, however, particularly the extras, don't sound nearly as natural as the leads. Their inflections feel off a lot of the time, and it's a real shame because otherwise I would have said most of the actors do a great job. Although even with the good actors, some of the battle quotes are often repeated, and yeah, it can get annoying, but after playing long enough, they sort of go through one ear and out the other. Mementos is also definitely the weakest part of the game. It's visually uninteresting, the music's quite boring, and it's just repetitious despite the rooms being randomly generated. And what's even worse is that it goes down to at least 60 floors, and you'll need to clear all of them if you want to finish the game. You'll find tons of treasure that you can sell, which is great, but you'll likely feel a bit burned out once you reach a checkpoint. God help you, be it in Mementos or in a palace, if you come across groups of enemies that get to do more than one attack per turn for presumably no goddamn reason. Kanashiro's bank is chock full of these guys, and I've had way too many close calls to count. There was one moment though where a blue moon must have occurred and all the planets aligned because all of my party members managed to avoid a rather devastating attack, and it was so satisfying.
Whoa! Phantom Thief's doing.
The best way to get through this place is to use Ryuji's headbutt skill, which has a medium chance of causing the forget status on the targeted enemy, meaning they can't use any special attacks of their own until the status wears off. You could probably try and focus on a particular confidant as well, but a couple of them may not actually be worth doing. For example, I didn't think this news journalist named Oya was especially helpful. Her rewards just include softening the penalty if you get caught in the palaces, which like I mentioned earlier is really not that hard to prevent, so Oya ends up being kinda useless for me. Persona 5's passage of time can also be a bit strange. For instance, you can fast travel between areas by train without any time passing at all, but if you do something like make a tiny lockpick or do your laundry, that apparently takes the whole damn evening. Granted, you can eventually pay your personal maid to do those things for you if you raise her confidant high enough so that you can do something else with your time, but for one thing, she's a little expensive to hire and it gradually builds up as you play the game, and secondly, because of this bizarre passage of time, there's no way in hell you're gonna maximize all confidants by the end of the game, unless maybe you're looking at a strategy guide the entire time. But either way, you're gonna need to do as much as you can, because if at any point Joker falls in battle, that's an instant game over. And no, it doesn't matter if there are 3 other party members that are perfectly capable of reviving Joker. And you are gonna die somewhere, I guarantee it, and it'll completely come out of the blue. Like, what the hell was that? The enemy cast a spare on my party and followed with an attack that killed me straight away. That's not freaking fair. And now I've gotta restart from the last save room and do all that traveling again. This is the most bullshit part of the game, and it doesn't help that some of the later palaces can get a bit stingy with save rooms. You could be playing for maybe 30 minutes to a whole hour and not come across a single save room. It's only not so much of a problem when you get to the bosses, because if Joker dies there, you can simply restart the battle. I get it's to add challenge and tension and all that, but come on, you could at the very least let us save more frequently. It is frustrating like nothing else when that kind of stuff happens, but I guess to be fair, I haven't experienced it too often, and it's the sort of frustrating that you look at the game and think to yourself, alright, come on, one more round, I'm not letting you win this time. But none of those things stop me from heavily enjoying Persona 5. I still love the story, I still love the characters, the gameplay's fun as hell, and it's absolutely drenched with style that's totally in your face and it looks awesome through and through. This even applies to the menus, for crying out loud. Look how fancy this all is. Persona 5 is a very cool looking game, and the anime cutscenes especially bring it on home. Like with Catherine, there aren't that many of them, but when they do appear, they're consistently well animated, and I'm just a huge sucker for them in video games. I thought it was nice as well that the game takes place in a more realistic setting for an RPG instead of making it conventional fantasy. Now, I have no problem with a fantasy setting. Some of the best games of all time have fantasy elements, but I thought it was a breath of fresh air to be in a setting a bit more relatable to me personally. And the music, my god, the music. This is such an incredible soundtrack. Whether you're roaming around the streets of Shibuya or battling the forces of evil, there is a great song to accompany you. Last Surprise, Life Will Change, Beneath the Mask, Blooming Villain, Rivers in the Desert, it's all damn good stuff. And oh man, the ending. Never have I felt so satisfied finishing a game while giving me all sorts of warm and fuzzy feelings. This game is so good I immediately went to New Game Plus after completing it because I didn't want to say goodbye to my virtual pals just yet. And it's a good thing I did too, because it turned out there was a secret boss fight with Caroline and Justine only available in New Game Plus. They were kicking my ass, but it was cool to see that playing the game again gave you something a little extra. I got pretty close to killing the Reaper in Mementos as well, which isn't New Game Plus exclusive, but around halfway through we kept spamming this bless attack that instantaneously killed my party members almost every single time. And Ryuji and An were my best fighters at this point in the game, so I wanted to keep them alive, but the Reaper just wasn't having it. Someday I will beat it, maybe in New Game Plus when I collect more Personas.
You know, I'm really tempted to call this my favorite game of all time. I just love it so very much. Yeah, screw it. This is the best game I've ever played. I haven't experienced anything else like it, and I don't always binge through a single game, let alone a JRPG. Persona 5 is simply a masterpiece, and I believe that anyone with a PS3, or even better, a PS4, should really consider trying it out.
I dare say I'll be playing through Persona 5 many more times for years to come, and so far I'm even enjoying the anime that started a while ago. Okay, the fight scenes can be kinda lame, but the characterization's still there and the story is how it should be. If I ever start doing streaming for Twitch or something, I definitely want Persona 5 to be my first playthrough. Maybe I could try Merciless Mode, the game's hardest difficulty. That would certainly be something. Perhaps I could play through the whole thing with the different costumes you can download. I got everyone feeling festive at the final area, and of course I had to get the Catherine outfits, it suits the game so well. The costumes each come with their own battle themes too, in case you get sick of Last Surprise playing for the 200th time. I'd be interested to try out some of the other Personas as well. I hear Persona 4 Golden is one of the more highly enjoyed ones if Persona 5 wasn't already the first pick. I understand that this kind of game won't appeal to absolutely everyone. There is a certain mindset to be had if you want the most enjoyment out of Persona 5, but if you think you've got that mindset and you've got the cash to spare or a copy you can borrow, then go and play this game. I'll wait.
Hey, how's it going, folks? So if you've clicked on this video, then you've probably saw the initial Persona 5 review, which I hope you've all enjoyed a lot, and you want to know what I thought of like certain moments in the story, or if there was anything else I couldn't cover in the review, because I wanted to keep it as spoiler-free as possible, which I hope I have done okay at. I realized I did spoil a fair bit with Kamoshida and all that. But yeah, that was just to give you a general idea of what the ultimate goal is. Alright, so without further ado, I'll give you my extended thoughts on Persona 5. So the first thing I want to cover is the confidants. The initial idea of the confidants is to expand the characters' arcs a little more, and just to give you a general idea of this kind of person they are, and you see them grow as you increase your rank. But the thing that I actually kind of agree with on with Super Butterbuns for, and because she had a special guest that made a really good point about some of the confidants, is that there are a couple that sort of focus on random people in the confidant rather than, you know, the actual person you're hanging out with. So with Makoto as an example, the focus on her confidant is this girl named Eiko, who's being emotionally manipulated by her pimp boyfriend, who looks a lot older, and he starts owing money to some shady people. And then there's An's confidant, which focuses on this bitchy rival model named Mika. So the focus on them and, you know, the quarrels between the confidants, it's not quite as impressive as some of the other confidants, because like that you watch those characters grow. You do see characters like Makoto and An grow, but it's not as prevalent there as someone like Yusuke, whose main confidant story is just trying to get out of his slump. But I will say that was better than someone like Chihaya or Oya, because I mean, I can only assume anyway, because I didn't really bother with them, because their rewards were just not particularly useful to me. Oya more so than Chihaya, as I looked at Chihaya's confidant ranks, like abilities that you gain, and a couple of them looked kind of useful, but I never got to use them in the end because I had other confidants I cared more about. For Oya, on the other hand, she was just entirely useless because the sneaking around is just far too easy to do. As I said in the initial review, I've never gotten the little alert meter to 100%, so I never got to see what happens if you reach there. I can only assume that you get kicked out of the palace, and then you have to go back another day. And just with Oya, all that she does is just soften the penalty. She makes it a bit easier for you not to get caught so easily, and she'll like make the alert level not so drastic. It's just not particularly useful. But I did also like that even though the characters are in pretty dire situations, that they are still able to crack jokes and, you know, be witty and funny. You know, their lives are practically on the line when someone like Sae or Shido are threatening them, and they can still be a little upbeat about it, and they are a bit concerned about the time limit, but you assure them pretty easily that, you know, you got plenty of time and you can complete the palaces and you can still have time to hang out. That was cool. I really liked that. Yeah, the only character I didn't really like was Morgana, this like little toy cat-looking thing, or the monster cat, as a few of the Phantom Thieves like put it. I just really don't like him. He's a narcissistic, pompous asshole that just he thinks that he's the core of the Phantom Thieves. He even says that at one point in the game, and that really pissed me off, because no, you know, he's not the core of the Phantom Thieves. He just happened to be there while Joker and Ryuji were just trying to escape Kamoshida's castle. But because of that, because he taught them the basic maneuvers and all that, he thinks he's the sole reason the Phantom Thieves exist. And unfortunately, all the other characters think that way too, which made that whole ending scene where he's floating away, like, that just, it didn't seem deserved. It's like, it didn't seem like Morgana deserved all that attention. It's like he didn't really do much. And yeah, frankly, I think Ryuji is right. Like around the middle of the game, it's a bit early to talk about this, but around the middle of the game, Ryuji sort of pisses Morgana off by saying that he's useless and Futaba is great. And yeah, he's kind of right. It's like Futaba is a hacker who can sort of manipulate the palaces and the information on absolutely anyone, whereas Morgana, yeah, he's just there. So he didn't really do much. I mean, he can still fight okay, which I will give him credit for that, because the one thing Futaba can't do is actual combat, whereas Morgana does. And he is a good healer at the very beginning, but then once you start getting healing abilities with other party members, like Makoto, who's able to do almost the exact same healing powers that Morgana does, yeah, I rarely used him. So I rarely used him. Maybe on the occasional boss fight, well, not even then. I think I only used him on the Shido boss fight and on my first playthrough, maybe at the final boss, but yeah, he just was not useful to me. Yeah, I really didn't want to harp on him like this too much, but he just really did piss me off. And that whole middle where he's pissed, he's angry, and he's leaving the Phantom Thieves temporarily, that was completely not needed. It just padded the story out by a couple of hours, which was already padded as it was with the Hawaii break, which was nice. It was a nice little distraction from, exploring 4 palaces beforehand, but that part went on a little too long. Just that whole middle was just not necessary at all. And the whole thing with Haru getting into the metaverse is never explained. It's never explained how she got there, or how she got the app in the first place. Presumably Igor gave it at some point without anyone knowing. That just seemed to rely too much on fate at that point. And while on the subject of Haru, I didn't find her to be a particularly interesting character. So she was, aside from Morgana, she was my least favorite of the Phantom Thieves. Yeah, she was just kind of a dull, pretty girl. Essentially, she's just there. She's a lot better at combat. I do really like her in combat. She kicks a lot of ass with her axe and the grenade launcher. While I didn't use it that much, it does pack a lot of heat. But her character herself was just not very interesting. The backstory she has, where she's put into this forced political marriage, that was quite intriguing, but after that, she was just kind of boring. The only thing I liked about Haru was her musketeer outfit, which I thought looked pretty cool, and she has this badass deadly gaze when she awakens to her persona. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. Although she does have a very funny line, which unfortunately you can't even see unless you date multiple girls. So if you make Haru your girlfriend and someone else, then when it comes to Valentine's Day at the end of the game, and she sees that you've cheated on her, and she just angrily gives you her Valentine's chocolate, the line she says is, "Yeah, please take my chocolate before I crush it." That was funny. That was really funny. I liked that. So I wanted more lines like that for Haru. So I thought that was really good. But there just wasn't enough, or if at all, in the main story. And I think Haru's character was just lacking somewhat. I think the issue was probably because of how late she came into the game. It's she doesn't come until around the 5th palace, which is, by that point, you're already over halfway through the game. And then you've got 2 main palaces left before you get to Mementos in the end. And yeah, she just came in far too late. But not so much with Akechi, but I'll come back to him in a moment. Now, when you actually get Haru, it's in the biggest pain-in-the-ass palace in the game, in my opinion anyway. I mean, Kanashiro's bank was pretty annoying with the enemies like constant attacking. Then they get like more than one attack per turn. It's like that got really annoying after a while. But the space station just really pissed me off because of the repelling against attacks and just the Arabakis, I think they're called. Those enemies were just so prevalent and persistent. They just made the palace completely fall apart gameplay wise. Like they were just such a pain to deal with. And not to mention all the enemies in that palace were robots, which wasn't as creative or exciting as the number of demons or monsters that we found in the palaces prior. I don't know, just the whole thing just seemed kind of boring. It's like even traveling through the palace wasn't particularly that interesting. The conveyor belt thing got a little old after a while, where you have to keep setting like different lunch breaks and you have to get to the next platform before it starts moving again. It just took a long while, and that space puzzle where you get sucked through various vacuums and you have to transport yourself. That on my first playthrough, that took me an hour to do. It was so confusing. At the start, it wasn't so bad, but then when the locks kept gradually changing every time you moved, it got really frustrating because I just could not figure out what I was doing. I managed to do it okay on my second playthrough, but I think that was more on luck than actual, thinking. Yeah, so the next palace was Sae's Casino, which I was a bit peeved I couldn't show off in the initial review because just because of that message in the top right corner that says, "You steal Sae Nijima's heart." Just that one spoiler alone would have ruined it. That would have completely destroyed some of the story, which was a bit of a shame, but at least I could show off the battles. The casino was actually one of my favorite palaces in the game. I thought it was very visually interesting, and some of the monsters could be pretty cool, although the only thing I hated about it was the dark room, where you're surrounded by a bunch of Rongdas and other very tough monsters that could instantly kill you. And in fact, it actually happened at one point after I came out of the dark room. Someone cast Despair on me, and they did another attack that instantly killed me because I had the Despair status. I showed this off in the initial review, but I just wanted to further emphasize how irritating that was and how bullshit that all was. Yeah, so I had to keep going back through the dark room multiple times because I kept dying by various means. It just got so annoying. But other than that, the palace itself was pretty interesting. And after that palace is completed, this introduces us to Akechi's betrayal. And now, everybody who has played this game has pointed this out in one way or another. But yeah, the betrayal of Kechi was completely freaking obvious. It was that you could see it coming a mile away, and yeah, that was just no surprise at all, because he's quite shifty when you first meet him, and at the start he says that he hates the not that he hates the Phantom Thieves, but he disagrees with them. He fully disagrees with the Phantom Thieves' way of justice. In a way, he's sort of like Yagami in a way from Death Note. He enacts on justice in his own murderous, dark way, because it turns out he's the Black Mask that's been using the metaverse for evil. At the end, when he's revealed and you fight him, he goes completely psychotic, much like Yagami does at the end of Death Note. Spoilers for those who haven't seen it. But yeah, this was... Yeah, it was not surprising at all. But I mean, the fight itself was pretty cool, and it was kind of cool to have some sort of traitor in the mix, but it was just kind of obvious. And then this leads up to this super complicated plan that the team have to come up with to break Joker out of jail. And what they basically did was that they had to give Akechi's phone to Sae so that Futaba could hack into the phone and activate the metaverse, so that Sae can go into the metaverse when she heads back into the interrogation room, where she then finds a Phantom Joker or Shadow Joker, whatever you want to call it, and they somehow managed to find this perfect copy of him in order to kill off. I'm not sure how he feels about being shot in the head by Akechi, but it doesn't matter, he's a shadow, so yeah, whatever. and when I first played this, it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I mean, I followed the plan itself okay, but I had a few questions. But then the more I thought about it after playing the game a second time and watching my brother go through it, things started to make a little more sense. But there was one tiny detail that I couldn't understand, and that was why couldn't Sae still understand Morgana? Yeah, that never gets addressed, because anybody that goes into the metaverse can understand Morgana. He speaks in English, otherwise you would just hear meowing. But even though Sae technically went inside the metaverse, she still heard meowing. So why was that? Why could she still not understand Morgana? It's not entirely important in the end, because Sae is not really that major of a character. I mean, she does help him out, but she's one of the lesser important characters. But I don't know, that was the only thing I noticed that was wrong with that plan. But it still manages to work in the end, because they managed to break Joker out of jail and fool Akechi. But yeah, going back to his betrayal as well, that was something else that if you've been paying attention, you might actually be able to catch early on, is that when you first meet Akechi in the TV studio, and everyone beforehand is talking about where they want to go after the field trip. But Morgana mentions something about a pancake restaurant, and then when Akechi comes in, he's like, "Oh, are you guys going out for pancakes?" So yeah, instantly you can tell he was up to something, because he shouldn't have been able to understand Morgana at that point. But anyway, after the breakout, we go into Shido's palace, and by the end of it, this leads us to easily the best scene in the game. It's his calling card. I mean, it was somewhat obvious that they were going to perform a grand spectacle in some way, like towards the end of the game with a particularly big target, but it was still really badass. I love seeing all the Phantom Thieves come together on this giant jumbo screen, and they're in this badass silhouette, and then Joker starts coming in and saying like maybe a total of 9 words that we've never heard him say otherwise. But it was still really, really cool, and I look forward to that scene every single time, and I keep replaying it as well. It was just so cool. And the fight itself, I actually found the fight against Shido to be harder than the final boss, because he has multiple phases, and he's just pretty persistent to kill you. Some of the designs were pretty neat, although his actual costume was a bit silly, and the muscles were even sillier, because they sort of reminded me of Senator Armstrong from Metal Gear Rising, where he's all super jacked up, and I'm surprised he didn't say like Nanomachine Son or anything like that. It was still a cool fight, regardless of how silly it was. And the music that plays, Rivers in the Desert, that was a really cool boss battle music. It's the first time you hear it in the game, and it just really set the tone very well. And then after you defeat Shido, you're kind of forced to go into Mementos after a certain amount of days. This I wasn't a big fan of, because not only is it required to complete all 60 or so floors of the game in order to finish the story, but you also don't get a warning of some kind, so you're not prompted to complete all confidants or do whatever you need to before you head in. So I would have liked that. I would have liked a little bit of a warning beforehand, so that way I could mentally prepare myself and prepare myself with the characters, get all the equipment I need. I mean, you can go into the pawn shop and go see Dr. Takami for medical supplies and healing items that you need, but those are the only 2 places you can go at that certain point in the game. You can't upgrade any of your confidants' ranks at all, so if you got anybody to rank 9 and you were just on the verge to rank 10, then yeah, sorry to say, you missed your chance. You're not getting it to rank 10. And I had that happen when I was trying to rank out Futaba. I got her to rank 9, and I was ready to get her to rank 10 the next time I met her, but unfortunately I ran out of days and I couldn't get her to rank 10 and see what her upgraded persona was. So I don't know, maybe in New Game Plus I'll be able to, but that was kind of a shame. The final area itself, though, after clearing Mementos, that was kind of creepy, but also quite eerie, and it was just kind of a neat area. I liked that it was focusing on the general public rather than one particular person's distorted desire. I thought that was a nice little change of pace, and it was quite disturbing as well, especially seeing the people in cages and past people that you've confronted against, like Kamoshida, Kaneshiro, and Madarame. The only thing I wasn't crazy about was the moment afterwards where you have to get everyone back and have them escape the Velvet Room. This is where we find out that Morgana was actually created by Igor. In a way, it was his purpose to form the Phantom Thieves and to stop the inevitable ruin, aka Yaldabaoth, or the fake Igor. That's eventually revealed. And the final boss itself was kind of a cliche, because you know, in every RPG, you just fight some almighty god that's there to ruin the world and just be a massive dick about everything. But the fight itself was kind of cool, and my god, Ann's Blazing Hell ability just completely destroyed it. And on top of that, there was also Ryuji's God Hand ability, and if you chose to have them, the Concentrate abilities and the other one for physical attacks, I can't quite remember the name of it, Charge, that was it. And that on top of Ryuji's God Hand ability was super powerful, but not as much as Ann's Blazing Hell ability. You have to be level 75 in order to get it, but once you do, yeah, it was super powerful and very helpful. It tore the boss apart like tissue paper. And luckily there was a spot I could grind to do so, because they gave like 10,000 experience. It was in the room right before the final boss. There were these really powerful enemies guarding chests. Yeah, they really helped a lot. I had to do it. I had to keep fighting them a few times to get to level 75, but it was pretty damn useful once I eventually got there. That was one thing I wasn't crazy about either, was that as soon as you get past level 75 or so, you've pretty much got every character's abilities. There wasn't any sort of motivation to get to level 99 apart from increasing your health and your SP, which was kind of a shame. You don't get like a super duper powerful ability that completely breaks the game, but I guess it's not too much of a loss. I mean, there's not really much reason to get to level 99 anyway, because you can probably defeat the super bosses pretty easily at that point, or at least you can manage a bit. But anyway, that was the final boss, and then we get the ending. Man, good lord, I had all sorts of like warm and fuzzy feelings with this one. I had not been so satisfied clearing a game, and it got a little sad at some points as well, because I had to say goodbye to all of these people I have come to know for the past 70 to 90 hours. And it was just kind of, it's kind of heartbreaking a little bit. And I loved the ending scene where they take Joker to a completely different area. I mean, it could be seen as kind of kidnapping, I guess, but yeah, it was just nice to see them hang out just one last time before Joker heads home, presumably anyway. We never actually see him go back. But the ending in general was just really great. I loved that it forced the player to just say goodbye to all these people. Well, I mean, it didn't necessarily force you to. You could just be a total douche and just go straight to Sojiro and say, yeah, I'm ready to leave. But yeah, they do give you some New Game Plus items if you get them to rank 10, and that I haven't gotten a chance to use them yet, but I will do at some point while I'm going through New Game Plus. And the only thing that was particularly weird about it was when you visit Lavenza at the end of the game, and when you get to Caroline and Justine to rank 10, yeah, she confesses her love for you, which was a little strange, but yeah, because she's like a child, but presumably anyway, she could be maybe thousands of years old, but who knows? We're never told, but it still came across as a little weird. And so I think that's pretty much everything I have to say about Persona 5, with the extended thoughts on top of that.
Yeah, I think it's about that time we looked at another Persona game. We're going backwards in a series for once. Last year I talked extensively about Persona 5 and how wonderful it is, claiming it as my favorite game of all time, as you can probably tell. And I loved it so much that almost immediately after I reviewed it, I went ahead and got Persona 4. Back then, this was the be-all and end-all for Persona games. There was nothing else like it, and it couldn't be topped. Ever since its first appearance in 2008 for the PlayStation 2, this was on many lists for some of the greatest RPGs of all time, and was a great introduction for anybody new to the series, creating an abundance of fresh fans. And yeah, I'd agree. I was a little worried that since Persona 4 was an older game, I wouldn't be sucked in as much as I was with Persona 5, but it didn't take long for me to get used to the different feel, and Persona 4 has plenty of merits to make it worth its reputation. However, as I'm sure a lot of you are aware, whenever anyone talks about Persona 4, they're not immediately referring to the PS2 original. They'll be talking about Persona 4 Golden, a 2012 re-release of the game with brand new features such as more personas, added dialogue, different voice actors for Chie and Teddy, a new character to the story named Marie who assists you in the Velvet Room, an additional chapter exclusive to Golden with its own optional dungeon, and a bunch of minor stuff that would take up an entire video to go through. This is what many consider to be the definitive version of Persona 4, and it was also the first time Persona left the Shin Megami Tensei name and became its own series. But there was one major problem. It came out for, at the time, the new PlayStation Vita. I can only assume that this was supposed to be one of the biggest selling points for the handheld, but it wasn't enough to convince a lot of gamers to buy a Vita simply for Persona 4 Golden. It's a crying shame too, because the Vita itself isn't actually that bad, but the library of games just could not compete to the 3DS. And recently, Sony discontinued sales for the Vita, now making it even harder for people to play Persona 4. This game is desperate for a Switch release. We've got classic Final Fantasies on the thing, so come on Atlas, this needs to happen. Now's a good time as any to do one, given how many more fans there are after Persona 5.
Physical and digital copies of Persona 4 Golden are actually really cheap for what it is, only around $20 or so, but the real major investment was for the Vita itself, which not a lot of people were willing to commit to. Some of you may also be wondering how I intend to record Vita footage, since I've stated in the past that I can't record 3DS games given the more strict hardware. Well, that's where this little doohickey comes in.
This is the PlayStation TV, which came out a couple of years after the Vita's launch. Simply put, it's the Vita, but you can play it on your TV if you don't like the idea of using a smaller screen. It was also advertised as a more convenient way to carry around your PS3 and PS4, but all it really does is copy the Vita, where it uses a Wi-Fi connection to turn your consoles on and run it at a lower quality with mostly an unstable frame rate and delays. An ambitious idea for its time, to say the least, but it never took off nor perfected it like the Nintendo Switch did. The other downside is only certain games are compatible with the PlayStation TV, since some Vita games like to utilize the camera and touchscreen features, so no Tearaway or Uncharted Golden Abyss. Touchscreen mechanics are perfectly doable with the DualShock 4's touchpad, but there was no way around the camera, however meaningless the feature was to begin with. Luckily, Persona 4 Golden is compatible with the PlayStation TV, so if you don't want to invest in a Vita but still want to play the game, then rejoice! It's a slightly cheaper option anyway. Right, enough of the technical jargon, let's see if Persona 4 is actually worth all of that money you just spent. This is where I'll be explaining the story for the game, but like with Persona 5, I won't spoil everything that happens because part of the enjoyment is to expect the unexpected. Similar to what I did last time, I'll be making an entirely separate video with my extended thoughts on the plot, so keep a lookout for that if you're interested. Once again, you can name the protagonist however you want to, but if you want to stay canon, then his real name is Yu Narakami. Yu is transferring to the small town of Inaba for a whole year due to his parents working abroad, and will be staying with his uncle Ryotaro Dojima and his cousin Nanako while he's there. Almost immediately after he arrives though, it's reported that a TV announcer was found dead, with her body hanging from an antenna. The next day, Yu enters his new school and makes friends with his classmates Chie, Yosuke, and Yukiko, as they inform him about the rumors that have spread around for something called the Midnight Channel, where if you watch your TV on a rainy night at the stroke of 12, you'll see your destined partner. They all decide to try it out to see if it works, and it sort of does, but the image is too blurry to make out who it is. To make things weirder, Yu also discovers that he can actually put himself into the TV, which he tries to explain to Yosuke and Chie the following morning, but they of course don't believe him, until they find a bigger TV in Yosuke's dad's store and accidentally put their whole bodies in. Turns out there's an entirely new world inside every television filled with incredibly dense fog and vicious shadows made from people and their restrained emotions. The only resident the three of them find is Teddy, this bear mascot looking thing that can help the gang travel between the real world and the TV world in exchange for helping him find out who's been tossing people into the TV. It seems this is how that TV announcer from earlier was murdered, and as the story goes on, there could be more potential victims. At any point when there's foggy weather in the real world, the shadows in the TV world start turning aggressive, so that means if anyone's inside during that time, they'll be killed by the shadows and their bodies will be thrown back into the real world. The rumored Midnight Channel is also revealed to not be a way of showing who your love for life is, but instead who's currently in the TV world and could possibly die. With you and the others not trusting that the police would ever believe them, they decide to form the investigation team and solve this murder mystery. story. They come equipped for battling against shadows, including the trademark glasses made by Teddy to see past the fog, but while coming across their first group of shadows, Yu awakens to his first persona, Izanagi, to have a better chance of winning, with Yosuke and Chie obtaining their own personas from their shadows once they've accepted their true selves. The rest of the story is just making sure to rescue anyone kidnapped and put into the TV world, while also slowly piecing together who the killer could be, on top of helping the victims come to terms with their shadows and become part of the investigation team. That's the basic gist of the premise, but there's of course a lot of twists and turns and personal motives for wanting to find the killer, and there are also times in the story where the characters take a short break and go on a school trip or a night out and become closer friends. I use that term somewhat loosely though, because there is way more bickering than the Phantom Thieves ever had, mostly between Chie and Yosuke. It's amazing these two are still friends after all the rash comments and crap they put each other through. Persona 4 also has some pretty slow pacing at the start. You don't properly explore the first dungeon until 3 hours into the game, with very little battling beforehand, and the story in general does love to throw a lot at you. It could either be receiving new information about the killer or anything happening in the characters' school lives, and it sort of feels like the game's just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks, which to be fair it mostly does. But just take a look at how much goes on with these guys. So you've got the murder mystery plot, okay, that's fine and dandy. How about after a couple of dungeons we'll have the kids go on an overnight school trip where they pick up trash and camp out? Alright, I guess that's fine. Enough of that. Now we're gonna visit the Persona 3 high school and get drunk off our asses. Wait, what? Bored now let's have everyone form a band and take precisely 2 days to write a song and save Yosuke's store. I don't really see how that works, but I guess I'm open to it. Nah, scratch that. Now let's get the girls to do a beauty pageant with some bullshit rules on signing up and have the boys do a cross-dressing pageant on the exact same day. Okay, you're getting a little carried away there. Bah, that's lame. Now we're gonna spend the night at Yukiko's Inn. No, go to a festival. No, go to a fireworks display. No, hang out with your friends on New Year's, or maybe. Oh my god, take a breath, Persona 4. Chill. On the one hand, yeah, this is the sort of thing I'd expect to see in a high school life simulator, creating a more realistic world that further fleshes out the characters. For as much as I love Persona 5, there weren't a lot of moments like these, and you could argue that something like the beach and Hawaii segments were too similar to each other, which would be fair enough. On the other hand, because of how often the activities in Persona 4 appear, it does make the story lose its focus on a few occasions. Not by much, mind you, but it is somewhat noticeable. I can see why Persona 5 didn't have a lot of activities, because Persona 4 used them all up. And don't get me wrong, these are all very entertaining and very humorous interactions, but sometimes it does feel like there's a little too much going on, especially during those times when there's such a huge gap between story and dungeons. It is a lot to take in, but in the game's defense, it does allow enough time for you to process everything. And when Persona 4 does get going with its gameplay, Atlus has made sure to put as much attention to that as well. Same as before, you'll spend half of your time doing whatever's available to you in Inaba, such as raising your social stats by various means and hanging out with your friends to raise their confidant levels, or social links as Persona 3 and 4 call it, while during the other half of the game you're dungeon crawling in the TV world battling against a bunch of different shadows. These enemies aren't like the ones in Persona 5 though, where they were basically evil personas that you could recruit. These were designed from the ground up to be just normal enemies, so that means no negotiating this time, but I don't think it's a huge loss. Improving social links is also just as important as it was last time, as your party members will gain new abilities as the rank goes higher, but unlike Persona 5, this only applies to your team, and even then the abilities you earn are specific to that character rather than the entire party. The only exceptions being Risei's abilities and the occasional follow-up attack a character contributes to after exploiting an enemy's weakness. And there's a lot of social links in Persona 4. It's actually kind of overwhelming. Even on New Game Plus, it's pretty much impossible to max out every single social link by the time you finish the story. There's a bit too many to look out for, and honestly, some of these side characters are just not that interesting. I'm not gonna act like every side character in Persona 5 was great, because a few of them weren't, but I think what made most of them work was their involvement in the story, no matter how small. You don't really get anything like that in Persona 4, you just sort of meet these guys out of the blue. I feel for someone like Shu, who's constantly under pressure from trying to be perfect, and Ko, who turns out to be from a foster home and looking for his real parents, but I can't stand someone like Yumi or Ai who are just flat out horrible people. There was even a moment where I called out Ai's bitchiness towards someone asking her out, but that apparently stalls my friendship with her from growing until I make amends. I thought that was only a thing in Persona 3, but turns out I was wrong. I know that she and Yumi are supposed to learn their lessons by the end, but their shitty attitudes really did start to grate on me. All for some extra experience points when fusing personas of that arcana and nothing else. I'm sorry, I'm complaining far too early. Pushing away the side characters, I do really like the main cast. Kanji's a lot of fun no matter which scene he's in, and Troy Baker does a fantastic job voicing him. Yukiko's an absolute sweetheart, and her laughing fits are difficult not to smile at. Risei's got a cool design to her, and I like her bubbly demeanor as well. Plus, Laura Bailey is a great fit for her voice, despite being a little distracting that I was hearing Catherine C. C. Chie was okay, but her voice actress needed to dial it back a bit. Naoto I was a bit meh with at first, but I eventually grew to enjoy. The only ones I didn't really care for were Teddy and Yosuke. Teddy's voice really started to irritate me in a short time, and his moves on the girls were just creepy. And Yosuke ain't no Ryuji, that's for sure. In fact, he's kind of a dick to the girls most of the time. The way he talks to them can be really detestable. But you know what, even with the weaker characters, the dialogue exchanges all flow very nicely between them. The humor is on point, and there's hardly ever a dull moment with these guys, which for a 70-hour RPG is quite impressive. Back to the gameplay side of things, just like Persona 5, the investigation team has a time limit to rescue those that have been kidnapped before the fog covers Inaba, meaning you have to keep checking the weather channels to see how long you have left. The key to battling, minus the gameplay, also again comes down to finding the enemy's weakness to knock them over, then delivering the coup de grace with an all-out attack once every enemy in the battle is on the floor. However, instead of getting the advantage in battles by sneaking like the Phantom Thieves did, this time you have to get closer to the shadow and strike their backs to get the first move. Clearing battles may also occasionally give you access to shuffle time. No, this doesn't involve dancing. Oh. Instead, these are different tarot cards that you may take only one of, but that chosen card could provide either a positive or negative effect. So for example, there are cards that increase your money and experience points, but there are also cards that take away money and experience points in exchange for being able to grab more cards in that hand. And if all of the cards in that hand are gone, you'll earn a sweep bonus that lets you grab more cards at the start of the next shuffle time, meaning if you come across a good hand in that next battle, you'll be gaining more as a result. In addition, shuffle time is also the only way to earn Persona, so activate it when you can because it's pretty essential to completing Persona 4, and you can increase the chances of accessing it by hitting enemies with their weaknesses, as well as continuously doing all-out attacks. This is a brilliant risk versus reward system, and it's faster than chatting with the Personas over and over again to get what you want. I don't mind the negotiating in Persona 5 at all, but shuffle time keeps the pace going, and I like it more for that. Unfortunately, when fusing Personas, there's still no way to figure out what combinations make what without looking it up on the internet. Not a terribly big deal, but it's just as much of a nuisance fusing a persona with a very specific ability to raise the social link for Igor's new attendant Margaret as it was for the twins in Persona 5. I'm on and off with the dungeons themselves as well. They're now split into several floors, all randomly generated with different paths to take and treasure chests to find, with the goal in each one being to find the stairs and go to the next floor. Basically, just imagine Mementos if that was all the dungeon crawling was. Not every single floor is like this, but it's an interesting way to increase replayability. The downside, however, is that if you're like me and want to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible so that you can spend more time racing your social links, it can get tedious after a while. The backgrounds change with each dungeon, but you're still doing the same thing over and over again, and rarely does the dungeon throw a curveball at you, though even then it's usually just backtracking to a previous floor to collect something. The battles themselves are just as fun as before, but the dungeon layouts are kinda bland overall, only being saved by the cool looking aesthetics and the music. I much preferred how Persona 5 did it by properly constructing the dungeons and keeping the randomly generated stuff to Mementos, which as you may remember, I said was the weakest part of that game. Backup party members don't level up along with your 4 chosen characters either, so unless you don't care about a certain one, that means you'll have to keep rearranging your party to make sure they don't fall behind. These rare hand enemies can help alleviate that time by gaining tons of experience points after killing them, but their evasion rate is so high that half the time you'll miss your attacks, and if you don't kill them quickly, then there's a chance that they'll flee from the battle, which sucks so damn hard after spending so much SP. Sadly, you also still get a game over if the protagonist dies, but this is where I actually think Persona 4 does a better job handling this than 5. If you died in Persona 5, you had to start from the last save room, and that could be infuriating in places like the second to last palace where they were so far between. Persona 4, however, simply puts you back at the start of the floor, which is still kind of a pain, but I find this to be much less punishing and rage-inducing, since most floors aren't especially big. I'll take that over how Persona 3 handles death penalties. Ugh, we'll talk about that game another day. Actually, speaking of Persona 3, it's a little annoying how the default tactic for each new party member is to be controlled by the AI like in that game, so you have to fiddle around in the menus until you have complete control over that character. Not a major issue in the grand scheme of things, but it was just a pet peeve I had. I also don't see what the point of this networking service was inside the dungeons. I guess other players will help you in the brink of battle, but I never felt the need to use it. It was more useful to me outside of the dungeons because it was the only way I could see who was available to socialize with on that day without having to wander around everywhere. everywhere. Contrast to Persona 5, where you could just check each location on the map and see who's willing to hang out, and even lets you know if their confidant's ready to level up. By the way, get Risei's social link to rank 10 ASAP, because her abilities rock. Futaba's a great character in Persona 5, but Risei is a much more practical navigator. On top of the occasional stat buffs to your party, shielding them from a painful attack and sometimes increasing the damage for an all-out attack, she'll eventually restore HP and SP after each battle, as well as very late in the game when she'll do a full enemy analysis to save experimenting for weaknesses, and she can revive the protagonist if he dies. But that just begs the question, why the hell wasn't this in Persona 5 as well? That could have saved me actually having to find a flaw with that game. Risei's also the one I chose to romance with for my first 2 playthroughs, though it was a very tough decision between her and Yukiko. However, during my second playthrough, Risei's jealousy towards other girls did start to raise some red flags for me, and she could just be a little too clingy for my liking. So I think next time I'll stick with Yukiko. I'll take Makoto from Persona 5 over either of these 2 girls, but as for Persona 4, yeah, Yukiko's best girl. Okay, returning to one paragraph ago, you may have networking features to save you going back and forth around Inaba, but that doesn't mean it still won't be required for story purposes. About half of the dungeons in Persona 4 ask that you search everywhere you can possibly go and talk to every single NPC until you get a clue about what the victim was like, because for some reason that'll help Teddy and Risei find them. It's most likely as well that the right person to talk to isn't around on that particular day, and since you can't socialize with your party members until you figure out where to go, it's almost a complete waste of the day. These are easily the worst parts of the game, and I never look forward to them. I really don't understand why these needed to exist and how Atlus could possibly think they were fine. They don't take very long to do, all things considered, but it feels like so much longer. It kills all momentum the game had going for it, and it isn't necessary in the slightest. Okay, I realize that I've been complaining a lot about Persona 4, and I'm constantly comparing it to Persona 5, so you probably don't think I'm a very big fan of this game, but that couldn't be any farther from the truth. Persona 4 is a fantastic game and worthy of being referred to as one of the greatest RPGs ever made. Some of the issues I mentioned are pretty minor anyway, and I'm not saying that Persona 5 is problem-free, because it isn't, as much as it pains me to say it. Then Persona 4 comes very close to meeting those same standards, but 5 just did that little bit more for me. Don't let my words tarnish Persona 4 as a game overall, because the amount of things it does right completely overshadows the problems I had with it. The spin on traditional RPG mechanics are still present here and are just as unique. There's still a fair amount of style to the game. Again, not as much as Persona 5, but we are talking about more limited hardware here. And the same goes for the graphics. They're a little more muddy and basic, but they somehow still have some charm to them, and once again, the anime cutscenes are enjoyable to watch, with a very heartwarming ending that got me close to shedding a tear, just like Persona 5. Musically, it's a bit different to Persona 5, mixing rock and J-pop as opposed to a more jazzy feel like last time, but all of them are pretty damn catchy. I can't recall a single track that I didn't like. Love this opening theme music, man. It's called Shadow World, and it took a while for it to really sink in, but now I can't get it out of my head. The boss music in the extra dungeon is also fantastic. In fact, I love that boss fight in general, one of my favorites in the series. I won't show what happens, and admittedly the dungeon holding it is rather annoying, but if you can persevere, I guarantee it'll be worth it. I am aware as well that you can fight Margaret during New Game Plus, but frustratingly, I didn't meet all the requirements before the end of a very strict time limit, meaning I have to go through the game for a 3rd time. One day I'll do it, but now's not that time. Oh well, at least I can now say I've defeated the Wardens from Persona 5, and the Reaper, as a matter of fact, so maybe next year I'll face Margaret. In the meantime, I can watch the Persona 4 anime series, which I can say without a single doubt is better than Persona 5's. This is a great anime. It keeps to the spirit of the game, the animation's clean and crisp, and the comedy and drama is well done throughout every episode. You can tell Atlus wanted to milk the Persona 4 property for all it's worth too. They knew how popular it was. There were not one but 2 fighting games made by the Blaze Blue crew. Then the year after that there was Persona Q Shadow of the Labyrinth, which was a crossover title between Persona 3 and 4 characters, as well as gameplay borrowed from Etrian Odyssey, and there's even a sequel coming out very soon starring the Persona 5 cast alongside 3 and 4's. Finally, in 2015, there was Dancing All Night, a rhythm game that nobody asked for but still managed to be surprisingly entertaining. I do own most of these games, so I'll definitely dedicate a review to each of them maybe after I talk about Persona 3. Persona 4 was held in a lot of people's hearts, and for a very good reason. If Persona 5 was the flame that made the series hot right now, Persona 4 was the spark that started it. I can't really say go try out this game if Persona 5 didn't already convince you, and as I said at the start of this video, it's a lot harder to invest in financially, but if perchance you still have a Vita, a PlayStation TV, or just curious after loving the hell out of Persona 5, then do what you can to play Persona 4. Hey everyone, welcome back to more Persona 4, and I hope you enjoyed the review I posted. Okay, so like last time with Persona 5, I'm just going to be putting together my extended thoughts on Persona 4, mostly talking about story spoilers that I couldn't cover in the actual review, and just anything else I can think of off the top of my head. I actually don't think I have quite as much to say about Persona 4 as I did with Persona 5, but I think I do still have plenty to talk about here. So without further ado, let's begin. Okay, so the first thing I want to talk about is kinda minor, and for some people it may not be that much of an issue, but strangely enough, when I was playing with my brother and we were going through the story together, he actually pointed out a very good point, and that was the lack of choice in the dialogue options because you don't have your social stats up to a certain level. And at first I didn't really think it was that big of a deal, you know, it's just a way to motivate you to play New Game Plus, but at the same time this also made the protagonist, Yu Narukami, seem very cold and distant, especially with moments like leaving Yosuke in the trash can and not spending time with Nanako, despite clearly knowing that Dojima is a deadbeat dad who's pretty much a workaholic. And yeah, that is kind of a flaw, especially when in Persona 5 you can clearly tell that Joker's quite caring, particularly in that moment where Ann's having a mental breakdown because of Kamoshida and Shiho being a victim. And to be fair, Yu does become more caring as the game goes on and you have more dialogue options available to you as you increase your social stats, but it was just a shame that Yu didn't have nearly as much character from the start as Joker did in Persona 5. You know, you've got Joker who you can tell is kinda cocky, but also knows when to take things a bit seriously, whereas Yu didn't really have much of a personality to start with, and as they say, actions speak louder than words, so just seeing him completely ditch Yosuke and not spend time with Nanako when she's clearly upset, that just made him seem kinda heartless. At the very least, I suppose, the anime does do a better job giving him a personality. Okay, so this next thing I was kinda debating between myself whether this could be technically a spoiler or not, but I chose to leave it out of the review anyway just in case, and that was Teddy becoming a human. So in the review I mentioned how I didn't care much for Teddy, mostly because of his voice. However, after a few dungeons it turns out he's been growing himself a human body, and weirdly his personality completely changes. He's almost like an entirely different character. But I actually do prefer Teddy as a human than I do as a bear. Teddy as a human kinda had more charm to him, as opposed to the bear where he just came across as creepy. I really don't know what it is, maybe it's the slightly deeper voice, but Teddy as a human didn't annoy me nearly as much as he did when he was a bear. That is more than I can say for Morgana in Persona 5, I still hate that little bastard. And having the dancing game under my belt as well, he has not gotten better over time. It is hinted in Persona 5 The Royal, which is an expansion of Persona 5, that Morgana will eventually turn human, so I'm hoping he'll get the same treatment as Teddy, but I'm not crossing my fingers. So moving on from that, I'm just gonna talk about arguably the biggest spoiler in the entire game, and that's Adachi as the killer. I loved Adachi as the villain. He was way more subtle than Akechi was in Persona 5, and you know, you could argue that maybe blabbering his mouth too much could have given it away, because he could have just been doing that on purpose. But even then, Adachi is still such a great villain because he's committing all these murders just for the hell of it. It's all a game to him. That's freaking twisted. When done right, that can make for some of the coolest villains. Like Kefka Palazzo in Final Fantasy VI. He just did it because he could as well. No reason, just wanted to cause destruction. That was awesome. And okay, yeah, Adachi does break down into a bumbling crybaby during his boss fight, but I overall thought that he was a much more intimidating villain than Akechi, so point goes to Persona 4 on that end. After Adachi is finally apprehended, we then get the ski trip, which is Golden exclusive, and that also contains the optional dungeon, where you have to rescue Marie because she's one of the gods that created the fog. So the dungeon wasn't especially hard, especially with Risei's abilities, but it was still kind of a pain in the ass because every time you clear a battle, your SP decreases by half. You do get plenty of SP recovery items, and there are also accessories that replenish your SP every single turn, but it still went on for far too long. Thankfully though, if you do manage to persevere through the dungeon, you do get what is in my opinion one of the coolest boss fights in Persona history against Marie and Kasumi no Okami. I think this is mostly thanks to the music. It's such a great remix of the boss fight, and it feels entirely epic. The first phase against Marie was okay, you just hit her a few times and then just watch story happen, but the Kasumi no Okami battle was a lot better. It required you to think outside of the box, and once you figure out how to beat her, it's not terribly hard, especially with Chie's Dragon Hustle ability, which increases everyone's stats for a few turns, but I still found this to be a very entertaining and fun boss fight. Now, if only I didn't feel uncomfortable watching the anime cutscene afterwards. So at this point, everything seems to be wrapping up okay, but then you get one last plot twist which comes completely out of nowhere, and you have to really search for it, because you have to finish talking to everybody and saying goodbye, but then when the game asks you if you want to go back, you have to say no and go straight to the Junes food court. This was just not obvious at all. I do wish there could have been more guidance on that, because that's a lot of content you're missing. They did this earlier in the game as well with Namatame and everyone thinking he was the killer, and you got to decide whether or not you could chuck him into the TV for all of his crimes, and that would would lead to a really depressing ending and a heartless goodbye if you chose the wrong option, but at least that was clear it wasn't the true ending. Not to mention when you find the plot twist, it's actually kinda lame because it turns out to be the gas attendant that you met at the very beginning of the game and probably don't remember. Then the gas attendant reveals to be the almighty god Izanami, who created the Midnight Channel. This did feel kinda last minute. I mean, it did give us one more dungeon to do before the curtain closes, but even then, the final boss against Izanami was pathetically easy. The music was really cool, well, in the first phase anyway, but there was just no challenge. And that's kind of a shame compared to Yaldabaoth for all of his yapping, at least did a lot more damage to you. And then just when you thought the game is finally over, there turns out to be an extended epilogue added to Golden. And it was a very nice epilogue, it was very heartwarming, but it was just like, Persona 4, go home, you're done. There were already like 2 different endings, just finish. I can kind of understand as well if there are some that think the extended epilogue shouldn't be there, cause the heartwarming goodbye was kinda all that was needed, but I think it's an okay addition. I don't think anything would have been lost if the epilogue wasn't there, but if it is gonna be there, at least it was entertaining. So yes, those are my extended thoughts on Persona 4. I hope you enjoyed it, and if you have any other thoughts on the story or the characters or any particular moments, then please leave a comment below. I'm not sure if I'll do an extended thoughts video on Persona 3 when I eventually get around to it, because there's not nearly as much story as 4 and 5, but I guess I'll see what happens when I do the review. Thank you all for watching anyway, and I hope to see you in the next video. Take care.
100 reviews. I cannot believe we are finally at this point, and I really can't thank you guys enough for supporting this channel. I recently asked you all what game you would like for me to dedicate the 100th review to, and after compiling the suggestions together, at least 50% of you wanted me to talk about Persona 3. I wasn't expecting it, but nevertheless, I am very grateful for every single one of your votes. It shocked me with how many I received, and it really touched my heart. Or stole my heart in this case.
Now then, let's discuss Persona 3, or should I say Shin Megami Tensei Persona 3. We're at a time where Persona wasn't quite its own series yet. This one certainly introduces a lot of firsts to the series. It was the first one to completely move to the 3rd dimension, it was the first one to have a fully voiced cast, it was the first one to bring in all-out attacks to expand the combat, and it changed how battles work to make it more streamlined compared to Persona 1 and 2. But most importantly, it was the first title to implement the social link system, where you had to socialize with your party members and various NPCs to allow more experience points when fusing personas, but you also learn more about that character in the process. It's thanks to Persona 3 that social links are such a huge part of the series that it's so difficult to imagine a Persona game without it. Hold your horses, we'll get there eventually. Western audiences didn't get the original version of Persona 3 for the PlayStation 2 until around 2007, but like Persona 4 Golden, 3 eventually got a re-release in 2008 called Persona 3 FES. The FES apparently coming from the word festival. Not sure what that has to do with anything, but it was an add-on disc that contained fixes and updates to the core game, as well as a brand new 20 to 30 hour epilogue to play called The Answer. I'll go more into that later. Then at around 2010 in North America and 2011 in Europe, Persona 3 got re-released again for the PSP and was called Persona 3 Portable, with some radically different changes. The most notable of these changes were being able to control all of the party members, yeah I know, I'll go over that too, as well as the battle system acting more like it does in Persona 4, and the world traveling now being reduced to this sort of point and click style, but the dungeon crawling was still in 3D. I can only guess that the PSP couldn't handle 3D for both the world traveling and dungeon crawling, so they had to simplify the world traveling for Persona 3's main location, Iwatodai, as well as simplify the cutscenes. You know, the world traveling I don't really mind that much personally. In some cases I actually find it a lot faster to go through the game this way, because the world of Persona 3 is honestly not one of my favorites so far from the entries I've played. It doesn't have the small town charm like Inaba did in Persona 4, nor does it have the lively atmosphere of Shibuya from Persona 5. Iwatodai just looks kinda bleak to me. The colors are rather dull, and aside from Polonia Mall, there aren't a lot of landmarks that really stick out, so stripping down the traveling to this style didn't bother me greatly. What did diminish the experience a little for me though was the way they handled cutscenes. Conversations between characters always amount to static backgrounds with the characters' expressive portraits in the foreground as if you're looking at a visual novel, and the anime cutscenes have been scrapped entirely, only showing still images with dialogue above it, and a couple of times they don't even do that, even during the more dramatic moments. It kinda ruins a lot of the comedic moments as well without the visuals to back it up, so it's more like you're being told what happens instead of being shown, and it's a shame because there's some rather funny writing here and there. there. The graphic novel style is not really a huge deal in the end, and some players may only find this a small sacrifice to pay, but I know there are some people who really can't put up with this style, which I can kind of understand. I do like that Vincent from Catherine makes a cameo in Portable though, and encourages you to play the game to learn more about his story before Catherine even came out. That's pretty neat. But arguably the most important change to Persona 3 Portable is the option to play as a female protagonist. There aren't any differences character-wise, she's exactly the same as the male protagonist, but playing as her gives you access to different cutscenes, including having a girls' night during the holidays, and visiting the Yamagi Inn from Persona 4 and meeting a younger Yukiko. The female also has different social links you can't access as the male, like Rio from the girls' sports team, as well as allowing you to date any of the guys you like, so that's good for series fangirls. To this day though, the female protagonist doesn't have an official name given by Atlus. She even recently made a comeback in Persona Q2 for the 3DS, but she still doesn't have a canonical name, and I don't know why this is. Also, why is she still the only female protagonist you can play as in this series? Atlus have so far not brought this gender feature back in later Persona games, and I really think they should. It's a great mechanic, and it gives you good reason to consider replaying it to see the different outcomes. The only other thing Persona 3 Portable doesn't have that FES does is the addition of the answer. All you have is the base game and nothing else. It's also way more expensive than FES for some reason, both physically and digitally, especially physically. On the PSN store, at least in the UK anyway, it costs about 3 times as much as FES does, and 3 times as much as Persona 4 Golden, which completely boggles my mind. I find it's better to buy the bundle that contains both P3P and Persona 2 Innocent Sin. With this in mind, as well as all of the changes in P3P that I just mentioned, this makes choosing a definitive version of Persona 3 extremely tricky. Do you prefer the faster gameplay at the cost of a much inferior presentation, or would you prefer your Persona games to look nice but not have the best turn-based gameplay?
For the 100th review, we have a lot to compare and contrast here, but the one thing that isn't different between them is the story. Just like my Persona 4 and 5 reviews, I'm not going to spoil the entire plot, but will still give you a general idea of what the goal is. I also want to thank my brother Jude for helping me record the entirety of the journey in Persona 3 FES, which is basically the main game. That saved me a lot of work while I've also been recording the answer and Persona 3 Portable, so thanks very much for that. Don't worry, I've completed the journey myself fairly recently. My experiences are still fresh in my head, and I've even gone through the game again to try and tackle the New Game Plus boss.
So as I said earlier, this story takes place in Iwatodai, where once again our protagonist has just moved there to accommodate to his new school life because his parents have simply died. Now that threw me off guard at first, I'll give Persona 3 that. It doesn't come into play much in the story, but at least that gives us an excuse as to why his parents don't ever call, unlike you and Ren's parents who never contacted them once. By the way, the kid's official name is Makoto Yuki, though I see most Persona fans call him Minato Yuki since that's what he's called in the manga. Not sure why that's considered better, but I'll stick with Minato anyway because having 2 Makotos would only get confusing. Since the female doesn't have a canon name by Atlus, you may have to rely on fan names given to her. One of them I found was Minako Yuki to serve as a feminine version of Minato, but the one I went with was Hamiko Arizato, Mr. Roboto. Moving on, so because Minato and Hamiko have lost their parents, that means they'll have to live in these dorms provided for them throughout the school year. This is where they meet Yukari and Mitsuru, who both go to the same school and will help show them the ropes. It's not long though before we find out that Yukari and Mitsuru are surveying our protagonist to see if they wield what they call the potential. And then the night after that, another student named Akihiko, who also lives in the same dorm, accidentally leads a shadow to their location, the shadows once again being the main enemies of the game. Yukari takes Minato and Hamiko up to the dorm's roof, but the shadows are there waiting for them, and this is where the protagonists find out they have the power to summon personas. But the way they do this is a bit different to Persona 4 and 5. Those who have the potential are able to call forth their personas, but to do that, you have to point this gun called an evoker up to your head and pull the trigger. It's not an actual gun, of course, but why the hell would anyone want to do that? I'd hate to see how the testing stages went. The protagonist, as expected, is the only one that's able to summon multiple personas, and he or she is assigned the leader of the Specialized Extracurricular Execution Squad, or Cs for short because they couldn't fit the full name on business cards. Cs are dedicated to exterminating every shadow during what's known as the Dark Hour, a hidden 25th hour in the day that only those with the potential can see, and most of the shadows seem to come from this giant tower known as Tartarus. Those who don't know about Tartarus and the Dark Hour all turn into coffins and awaken the next day, but if someone does discover the Dark Hour and have their minds eaten by the shadows, then they'll instead suffer from what Cs call apathy syndrome and become a part of the Lost, which are basically brain-dead zombies. This is the only real jeopardy of the Dark Hour, because without that, it doesn't doesn't really cause that much harm to others until near the end of the game. It is admittedly rather spooky and eerie to see more and more of the lost appear as the story goes on, but outside of C's, no one seems to care or do anything to fix the problem. Everyone just sort of leaves them standing in the same location, hoping the situation sorts itself out. Up until the climax, the main threat mostly comes from these special shadows that appear during every full moon. This is where the series' staple time limit mechanic comes into play for Persona 3. A full moon only appears once a month, and you'll need to spend that time raising your social links and climbing numerous blocks of Tartarus. I really love this idea Persona 3 has going for it with its story. An extra 25th hour in the day that very few people know of with a tower that's super high and super dangerous to climb is a very intriguing premise. But despite being a 60 to 70 hour game, that initial idea isn't expanded upon a great deal. You learn about the origins of Tartarus and the Dark Hour fairly early on, and you occasionally cross paths with this anti-Seas of sorts called Strega, whose leader looks like Alucard on crack. Also, like I said, there are some pretty serious stakes during the finale, but in between those moments, there's not a whole lot to be on the edge of your seat about. At least compared to Persona 4 and 5, I should stress. There aren't that many surprises or twists and turns, and the ones that are there you can see coming fairly easily. Like, imagine if in Persona 4 you didn't have the murder mystery plot in addition to the TV world. The TV world is strange and interesting, yes, but after a while you get used to it. The murder mystery acted as the main driving force for the story, because it not only affected the TV world, but also heavily affected the real world. Real people were being killed off, and the stakes were gradually raised as the plot carried on. I just think Persona 3's story needed that extra edge, and true, there is the matter of the lost, but it's so inconsequential to the game's world that it almost doesn't matter. If no one in Iwatodai cares about these people losing their humanity, why should I? The only saving grace to the story, aside from having a faster starting pace than Persona 4, only taking an hour or so to get going, are some of the characters and their interactions. I don't think C's have nearly the same spark as the investigation team and the Phantom Thieves, and they often feel more like co-workers than actual friends, but I like a few of these guys and gals. Mitsuru I thought I would get bored of pretty quickly with her all work no play attitude, but she does learn to loosen up a little and bring out some good quips here and there. She didn't click with me as much as Makoto did in Persona 5, but Mitsuru's still a pretty cool lady. Koromaru's another great character, not just because I'm a dog lover and he's so loyal that he protects his dead master's grave, but he actually becomes a party member after a couple of bosses. He carries a knife in his mouth to slice shadows, and he can summon a persona himself. That's just amazing. Fuka isn't a very good navigator for C's, and her voice actors can be pretty terrible most of the time, but I do really like her shy and reserved personality, and Aigis ended up being one of my favorite Persona characters of all time. I have the Figma figurine of her as a birthday present from my girlfriend Hannah. Thanks very much for that. It's looking pretty awesome next to my statues of Joker and the twins. Aigis' character arc isn't the most unique per se. She's a robot built as a weapon to destroy shadows, but she still has a conscience and wants to understand humans, hopefully becoming one herself. Some of Aigis' lines can be quite corny as well, but damn it, she's just so adorable. Whether it's misunderstanding certain human traits or when she's just happy to be with the group, it's really hard not to like her. That and her design is just awesome, and seeing her use guns instead of melee weapons makes her look incredibly badass. Akihiko has some good moments too, but his obsession with training got old really fast. Junpei as the best friend of the group is a little more respectful than Yosuke in Persona 4, but still not the greatest character of them all. Ken was just kinda there, I didn't love him, I didn't hate him, and Shinjiro didn't get much time for me to care about him at all. They do slightly improve this in Portable because he's an actual social link you can level up, but he's not my favorite C's member despite that. That awkward smile says it all, folks. But oh man, I never hated a main Persona character as much as Yukari. Jesus Christ, what a bitch. She's always smack-talking everyone and bringing them down, frequently jumping to conclusions way too quickly, is selfish beyond belief, and won't stop bringing up her deceased father, even at a couple of inappropriate times. I only keep her in my party to be the designated healer, and in the answer, Yukari's an even worse human being, which I didn't think was possible, but I'll save that for an extended thoughts video. Lastly, and I know he's not a party member, but I just have to mention the acting from Cease's chairman Akutsuki. Who the hell thought this was fine? Apparently it's the same guy who voices Igor in this game in Persona 4, so he can pull off eccentricity fine, but when he's asked to play as a normal, boring human with terrible puns, whew, man, he's awful.
You must be tired from all the excitement. You should go to bed early. As they say, the early bird catches the bookworm. Please forgive the pun.
So, okay, the members of C's are a little hit and miss. Putting that aside though, there's still a lot of potential for some fun gameplay using the concept of Tartarus. Perhaps some curveballs could be thrown in to make exploration a little more tricky, or maybe put in some puzzles to get the gears in your head turning. Unfortunately, this is another thing I feel that Persona 3 doesn't take advantage of. Tartarus and dungeon crawling doesn't get any more complicated than what it starts with, and most importantly, It's so damn hard.
Holy shit, this is one of the most frustratingly difficult RPGs I've ever played. Enemies hit way harder in Persona 3 than they've ever done in 4 and 5, and screwing up even one move, whether it's choosing the wrong attack or luck not being in your favor and causing you to miss, may likely ruin everything you've worked for. Part of that is because FES's battle mechanics don't work quite the same way as they do in Persona 4 and 5. The aim of the game is still to abuse an enemy's weakness to knock them over, blowing your brains out in the process, and perform an all-out attack once you've toppled them all over, but attacking acts a little differently. In Persona 4 and 5, knocking down an enemy with their weakness would initiate a 1 more, which lets you attack again. But in FES, you can only earn a 1 more by singularly toppling an enemy. If you try using a skill that affects multiple enemies and still knock one over, that doesn't count. Likewise, whenever your party or an enemy is knocked down, they will waste a turn getting back up, which can be handy in some cases, but if a toppled enemy gets hit again, they immediately spring back up, which doesn't help. Though again, the same can happen to you. That's all at least manageable, but what you can't rely on so much is your party being controlled by the AI. You only control the protagonist, and there is absolutely no way to manually control everybody else. And I don't care what anyone says, it is a freaking stupid idea. The AI is not downright terrible, but 95% of the time they're just incredibly inefficient. Take a typical battle setup as an example where every enemy has the exact same weakness. Normally, this is where you would use skills that hit multiple enemies like Mabufudyne or Magarudyne, and rarely does the AI think to do that, but they'll mostly decide to knock down each enemy one by one to ensure that they get a 1 more, which wastes a lot more skill points than they really need to. In Mitsuru's case, sometimes the AI won't even try to use spells or physical attacks, but instead use ailments that are almost completely unreliable because they miss so often. And other times, she won't think to just finish off an enemy that's low on health and end up performing Mind Charge or something to power up their next attack. Just kill them, don't waste SP and precious time. The closest you've got to any sort of control to your other party members is the tactics menu, where you give various orders to each character, like focusing on a particular enemy, knocking them down, or as for Aegis, activating Orgia mode where her attacks hit harder, but she'll overheat after a few turns and will need to step back to cool down a bit. I would also advise scanning every enemy as soon as you can because that'll help the AI think of a better strategy, though scanning for weaknesses in this game takes a little time to actually do so. To be fair, once the enemy is scanned, you're shown every one of their weaknesses and resistances, so you don't need to experiment that often. The only time this doesn't work is on the mini-bosses, but I'd still recommend doing so to make the AI think a bit more cleverly. I'm not sure which way I prefer scanning in my Persona games, but I guess they have their pros and cons. Now with Persona 3 Portable, you can still have the AI control the rest of your party if you want to, but one of the key new features added to it was the option to manually control them, which makes battles a hell of a lot less stressful. Not only that, but toppling enemies down acts just like it does in Persona 4, meaning you'll still get a 1 more no matter how you knock down an enemy, and you no longer have to worry about holding back on skills that cover multiple targets. Both versions of Persona 3 also have the debut of Shuffle Time, where upon clearing battles quickly and smoothly, you're presented a set of cards that affect you in different ways, like more experience and money, as well as capturing a certain persona. However, unlike Persona 4, instead of choosing which cards you want and which ones you don't, you actually have to watch the cards shuffle and try to land on the one you want. And there is no worse feeling than missing out on a bunch of experience points because you missed it by 1 card. Shuffle Time's not the only way to easily mess up in Persona 3, no matter which version of the game you're playing, and it's almost never your fault. Mini-bosses, for instance, are some of the worst I've seen in these games yet. The actual bosses during the full moon are surprisingly easy, only being a little harder to take down in Portable, but the mini-bosses? They hit like tanks and they sure take a beating. It's even more difficult when you've got 3 of them to deal with at a time, and if the protagonist perishes at any moment, that's game over. And unlike Persona 4, where you just restarted from the last floor you were on, once you die, you're back to your last save point, which is a freaking nightmare. Similar to Persona 4, climbing Tartarus involves you exploring randomly generated rooms where you need to find the stairs to let you go to the next floor, and after a certain amount of floors, you'll face a mini-boss. Totally, Tartarus has 264 floors with multiple sections for you to go through, but the end of each one will be blocked by a barrier until a specific day, so don't think you can clear the entire thing in one go. Once you enter Tartarus, there is absolutely no way to save your progress. The only save point you have is by the entrance, and you can only go back by finding these access points or waiting until you reach a teleporter just before the mini-boss that can take you to any floor. Fuka's able to bring you back at any time as well, but that's not until she's at a really high level. Until then, you may have access points to take you back, but if you do that, you'll still have to climb all of those floors again from the last checkpoint. So unless you're starving for SP, it's not really recommended. In Portable, however, you can continue from the last floor you were on just by clicking the door, which saves a lot more time and energy. On the other hand, unlike FES where your HP and SP are automatically restored once you're at the entrance, Portable asks that you pay a fee to do so, which can get pretty hefty very late in the game. But back to the save points, it's because of these consequences that I feel I have to rush through each floor of Tartarus. I'm always so scared of losing all of my progress, whether it's because I got a boatload of experience points that one time, or I found a chest that contained a rare item, or hundreds of thousands of yen. This is the first Persona game that's made me rage quit because a group of enemies might have gotten the advantage over me and used higher tiered spells that they somehow acquired way before I did. On top of that, after some time battling, you and your party will gradually get tired and can't perform as well, and will bail on you once you get back to the entrance. Hell, they'll sometimes try to bail on you in the middle of a battle. What kind of teammates are you? Now in Portable, this isn't so much of an issue. In fact, I don't know why they bothered adding it because no one ever got tired there. And as FES goes on, you all last a little bit longer each time. But at the start of the game, while you're at the bottom of Tartarus, it does not take long for everyone to get tired, so you'll have to schedule multiple visits. However, you'll also have to make sure everyone, including yourself, is in a stable condition, which can take a couple of days after going through Tartarus because of illness or something like that. It is a pain in the ass to keep up with all of this, and even going through Tartarus itself isn't all that exciting a lot of the time. It has the same problem that Persona 4 had, where despite the rooms being randomly generated, you're still doing the same thing over and over again. In Persona 3 though, I think it's even worse due to how many floors there are, and apart from the very few background changes, every floor looks identical to each other. Now you can speed things along by having the party split up to search for the stairs, kill some enemies, and pick up treasure chests as they find them, but this does leave you very vulnerable. Because of this, I don't tend to use it at all unless I know I can get away with it, because Fuka takes forever to let me know where the next checkpoint is. And man, I wish the music in Tartarus was better. I suppose I should mention the soundtrack in this game. It's okay, but I definitely prefer Persona 4 and 5's OST. I'm very indifferent to the addition of rapping by this guy named Lotus Juice who appears in several Persona spin-offs. I know that taste in music is extremely subjective, this is just how I felt personally. And it sucks that I can't keep listening to the extra tracks you can have Fuka play while in Tartarus because some of them are pretty catchy. But then every time I go into a battle, it's always baby, 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 baby. Just let me listen to my beats. The girl, on the other hand, has some really sweet jams. I think she has the much better soundtrack. Sure, the battle theme's not quite as well known as Mass Destruction from FES, but some of the classroom music makes me want to dance, and I love the mini-boss track called Danger Zone, don't even dare. The girl also has probably my favorite town track in all the Persona games I played called Way of Life. This is such a good song, I just wish I could hear more of it before continuing the day. You know what I'd also like more of? Fusion spells. Why have these never come back? Basically, with two specific personas in your arsenal, you can combine their powers to unleash a brand new skill that either affects yourself, your party, or the enemies. They do cost a lot of SP for their own good, and a little more damage would have been nice, but this was a clever idea. I'd love to see these return in future Persona games. A bit of tweaking here and there, and they could be quite useful. In Portable, you don't even need the personas on hand, as the fusion spells are items that the protagonist can use at any point, but they are very limited, so don't go crazy with them. Activating fusion spells for the first time are also some of the requests you can complete, provided by this game's Velvet Room assistant, Elizabeth, or Theodore if you're playing Portable. Elizabeth is without a doubt my favorite Velvet Room attendant in the entire series. Her misunderstandings of the real world are pretty humorous already, but I love how she has sort of a sadistic nature to her as well. I know Margaret from Persona 4 is usually the first pick for best Velvet Room attendant, and she does have an awesome design, but Elizabeth has the far better personality in my opinion. She's just outright hilarious at times.
One must first claw one's way to the top before relaxing in luxury.
Theodore isn't too different from Elizabeth in terms of behavior, but he's more gentlemanly and modest than Elizabeth is. He's not quite the lovable doofus that we'll come to know him as in the Persona Q games, but he's alright in P3P. Oh yeah, I was talking about requests, wasn't I? Anyway, the requests Elizabeth and Theo give you can vary greatly, like killing specific enemies and collecting a dropped item, reaching the end of a Tartarus section and collecting a document, or doing something in the real world such as feeding a stray cat or asking your party for a possession of theirs. The requests are all optional, and honestly I wouldn't blame you for skipping some of them. them because there's over 100 and they can be really tedious, but you are rewarded for each one you complete, and some of them even unlock more personas. This is also how you can hang out with Elizabeth and Theo after school, which somehow doesn't waste a day, but you can see their personalities shine through by doing so. These requests and a fair few other ones though are on a time limit for some reason, so you can't take too long to do those ones. And it sucks so hard when you're doing so well to keep up to date with the current list only to miss one of them because you didn't get a possession or something on a very specific day. They somehow don't have it afterwards, and thus your completion list is tarnished for the rest of the game. I also tried my very hardest to tackle the Elizabeth and Theodore fights, but even after going through New Game Plus, they still kick my ass. They're really made for the strongest persona in the game, Orpheus Telos, which requires you to max out every single social link, and that means several dozen more hours. Yeah, not right now, thank you. Portable doesn't have it much better with the added Vision quest where you meet up with Margaret and she challenges you with many tests. Half of these are just more difficult versions of the bosses you've faced, while the other half are more like puzzles and you're given a set party, personas, and levels. I hated these challenges. There was way too much trial and error to even be remotely fun. Bring up a guide for these ones because you'll be there forever trying to figure out the solution, trust me. And then once those are all done, you have the final challenge of beating Margaret in a fight, and Jesus Christ, she does not let up. It's easier to last longer in this fight than with Elizabeth and Theo, but I really don't like that you have a pseudo time limit before she completely nukes your ass. I know that was in Persona 5 as well, but I'm using some pretty high level personas here, and apparently that's still not enough. What do I have to do? And is there any way I can stop her from shouting? I've even been ranking up the side characters that you can also form social links with for some extra Persona XP. To the game's credit, they are better than Persona 4's. Not all of them, mind you, some of them can still be pretty boring or downright unlikable, and I'd still take Persona 5 side characters if I had the option. But Persona 3's got some good eggs here, mostly in Portable though. Yuko is such a sweet girl no matter if you play as a boy or a girl. Ryo doesn't dance on the sand and can be a little tough, but she means well and is pretty friendly. Maya's a great time when you play with her in this MMORPG, and Bebe is just so chill. His enthusiasm for Japan and sewing is utterly delightful. Meiko, as far as kid characters go, isn't that annoying, and you feel sorry for her suffering from her parents' divorce. But good lord, I felt even more sorry for Sayori. She's a really nice girl who gets asked out by a boy only to have the boy's girlfriend find out and have the whole school basically call her a slut, even by the teachers. Sayori then gets suspended after having those accusations printed all over the school magazine. Her parents are extremely disappointed in her and believe all the lies and rumors, and then she has to move schools because of her tarnished reputation. My god, all of that happened to one poor girl just because of a misunderstanding. High school sucks, don't ever go there, kids. The social links overall, just like Persona 4, despite some of them being interesting and relatable, there are still too many to keep up with in a short amount of time. Well, I say a short amount of time, but Persona 3 weirdly doesn't give you enough time, but also gives you too much time. Most of the social links are only available during the day, but you don't have that many at the start of the game, very slowly gaining more and more. During the night, there are only 2 social links you can access. Tanaka, who's another series staple and runs a commodities business, and Mutatsu, who's a Buddhist monk that goes out drinking. Portable at least gives you the option to hang out with Koromaru, Ken, and Shinjiro, but that's only if you're going the female route. 2 social links during the night does not last long in a 60-hour game, so all you have left to do after maxing them out is to go to the mall and raise your social stats, and when that's all maxed out, there is nothing else to do. You would think until you acquired more social links that you could hang out with your party members, and while you can do this in Portable with Yukari and Junpei, FES thinks it's a good idea to let you do this 30 hours into the game. Oh my god, that is way too late. If the game's all about building friendships to become more powerful, then shouldn't socializing with C's be pretty damn important? Even then, once you are able to do that, you can only hang out with Yukari and Fuka to start with. You never at any point socialize with Junpei or Akihiko, and you're not allowed to hang out with Mitsuru and Aigis until near the end of the game. What the hell? This is also where suddenly both versions of Persona 3 do not give you enough time to balance your social life. As soon as the final month arrives, you cannot waste a single day, because as soon as you're forced to step into Tartarus for the final time, that's it. You can't go back. And can we also talk about the relationship system for a second? This was definitely the first time Atlus started using it, because goddamn is it flawed. So normally in a Persona game, you have the option to say yes or no to go out with the girl you were talking to. But in Persona 3, you automatically start dating the girl after reaching a certain rank against your will. This means unless you don't want to earn extra experience points for your personas and stop hanging out with female characters entirely, you have to have multiple girlfriends. You can pick a girl to spend time with during special occasions like Christmas, but is that really a good thing? No, No, it isn't, and not surprisingly, you'll most likely find someone who's pissed off with you for hanging out with other girls, and thus you have to waste a whole freaking day trying to tell her you still love her. This does give you the opportunity to break up with the girl, but doing that also breaks the social link, and once it's broken, it can't be amended. It's completely permanent, and you can't level up that arcana ever again. So instead of Minato saying at any point, "I have a girlfriend, chill your beans," you have no choice but to keep up with this lie that you're still into that girl. I'm not usually one for dropping F-bombs in my reviews, but that is fucking disgusting. You have to use these girls for your own benefit, and no amount of cold showers could stop me feeling this dirty. This doesn't just apply to your girlfriends either. It can also happen to your other friends or girls that haven't become intimate with you yet. Social links can still be reversed if you say or do the wrong thing or take too long to raise their social links. And again, you'll have to waste a day fixing the problem. But even doing something like changing your plans to spend time with them on your days off can lead to the same result, because God forbid I actually have a life outside of these needy assholes. Chihiro, will you please stop calling me every single night? Take a hint and move on. Again, this is something Portable fixes. Here, they give you the choice to date the character, and saying no still lets you rank them up and accumulate more experience points for your personas, just like how it was in Persona 4. I ended up having Hamako date Akihiko since I find he's the only decent guy around, except for Bebe of course. But by that point, you don't really get any opportunities to do stuff with him aside from Christmas. So now with everything covered for the journey, let's talk about the answer real quick, which you can only get in Persona 3 FES. It is not accessible in Portable in any shape or form. You're not missing much though, honestly, unless you really want some closure on the journey's ambiguous ending. The answer takes place immediately after the end of the journey, where C's find themselves trapped in their dorm and the day of March 31st is on a constant repeat. Then a hole starts appearing in the dorm and out comes Metis, another anti-shadow weapon similar to Aegis and the only other one of her kind. Yeah, no she isn't. Metis attacks everyone from C's, nearly killing them, but Aegis stops her by summoning Orpheus, Minato's original persona. So now Aegis has the power of the wild card like he does, meaning she can wield several personas, and she demands that Metis gives her some answers. Metis turns out is from the near future and was actually trying to save Aegis, calling her sister, because according to Metis, C's will at one point try to eradicate Aegis. Below the dorm also holds the Abyss of Time that's causing the day to repeat itself. Wanting to find out what's going on here, Aegis and the other C's members investigate the Abyss of Time and have to go through several doors and many stairs to reach the bottom. The Abyss of Time is basically like an upside down Tartarus. Metis wants to come along as well to make sure Aegis is safe, and she agrees to do so, but orders Metis not to kill any of her friends. At this point, until near the end of the answer, there is very little story to break up the battles. The only other cutscenes you get are flashbacks at the end of each door in the Abyss of Time. It does show you the beginnings of C's through each member, and even a younger Akihiko and Mitsuru, but it's not until you reach the bottom of the final door where the story actually continues. The answer also doesn't have social links or extra activities whatsoever for you to engage yourself in, so all you're doing is just battling over and over again, and occasionally accessing a door to Polonia Mall to stock up on supplies. And oh lord, you're going to need as many as you can carry, because the answer somehow manages to be even harder than the journey. Structurally, it's the same as before. You explore randomly generated rooms and locate the stairs, except you're going down and you're controlling Aegis. I will say that because Aegis uses a gun, it's a lot easier to get the advantage over enemies. Beforehand, unless you're equipped with a bow, it's kind of a crapshoot whether or not you'll get the jump on the enemy. The timing is all over the place because heavier weapons have more windup, so you'll most likely be using the one-handed sword weapon since that's the fastest and easiest way to hit blobs of enemies and get the first turns in battle. Portable doesn't have it quite as bad since Hamako's only able to wield a naginata and she can swing it pretty quickly. One of the reasons the answer is so notoriously difficult though is that not only can even the most basic of enemies take out more than half of your health in a single hit, but a lot of battles love to throw in enemies with different weaknesses. This means you'll either have to have a specific set of personas until the next section, or you'll have to take specific party members until they're no longer needed. Some enemies and pretty much all the bosses also have evasion skills against their weaknesses, so even if you know what that enemy's weak to, there's a high chance your attack won't land anyway. I would also recommend trying very hard not to let a large group of enemies get the advantage over you, considering how much they hurt in the answer, because if they do, then you may as well reset the game. 9 times out of 10, that'll be an instant game over. This is where having the protagonist's death causing the game to end really starts taking the piss, and some of the boss battles are downright impossible to beat with these conditions, so grinding training is most likely needed. My tip to you if you ever decide to play this is to not immediately go towards the boss once you reach the save point before it. Just leave and loop around those same floors again and acquire more experience points. Also bring Metis with you as often as you can because you'll be stuck with her during the climax, and trust me, you don't want her to be underleveled. I am glad I played the answer overall, but I really don't think I'm gonna do it again for a long while. If you just want to know more about the story, I would suggest looking up the cutscenes on YouTube or something. I usually prefer experiencing the story as opposed to simply watching it, but you're going to need quite a bit of patience to get through the answer. My overall time was around 20 hours, but including deaths, I'd say it was around 25 or so.
Are we done? Are we finally done? Have I covered everything? Oh my god, I knew this video was going to be long, but I didn't expect it to be this long. Alright, so I really want to make it clear that even though I've been complaining about Persona 3 for the past 30 plus minutes, I don't dislike it by any means, including the answer. It is a lot older than Persona 4 and 5 as well, so I know not to expect as much depth, but I do think that Persona 3 has aged a fair bit compared to those games, which can really dampen it at times.
FES is not downright unplayable in any sense of the word, but I personally believe that Persona 3 Portable is the better version to play for first-timers. Yes, the visuals don't even come close to FES's, hell, that game's anime cutscenes aren't the best in the series either. They're not quite as detailed as Persona 4's despite being on the same console, but the gameplay in Portable is a lot more tolerable than FES's. I would still say play FES to have the best experience with the story, or I guess you could just watch the anime movies instead. Your call, but I suppose it doesn't really matter which one you play first. Each version has their own set of good things and bad things, but neither of them are what I would consider my favorite Persona games. The dungeon crawling can be a bit of a chore at times, and I really do wish that Tartarus and the Dark Hour was further enhanced because that's such a cool concept. Like, what if those people inside the coffins were actually those who were killed by shadows, or if someone the characters knew was stuck inside? How much more interesting and dark would that have been? As is, I'd say half of the game is fairly enjoyable, but the other half was a lot of missed potential. Even when I was having fun though, there was usually something that angered me shortly after and reminded me why I have such mixed feelings with Persona 3. Then again, I have completed the game twice on both versions and even took the time to beat the answers, so it's gotta be doing something right. I don't know, this is a hard one, folks. I've said this maybe 3 or 4 times in past reviews, but I think this is another one of those games you need to play for yourself to make a final decision. You'll either love it or you'll just think it's good but not great, and I kinda fall on the latter. If I was asked to play Persona 3 again, then I wouldn't really hesitate, but a part of me would likely wish to play Persona 4 and 5 instead. I think Persona 3 really needs another remake of sorts with all the best bits from FES and Portable, and also update the graphics to suit the new engine. I would buy that in a heartbeat. As I said, I don't dislike either version of Persona 3 at all, they can just be unbelievably frustrating at times. But I did have some fun with them, more so in Portable, which is also playable on the PlayStation TV. It's how I managed to get footage for it.
Praise Nix, it's finally over. Well, hopefully I haven't pissed off too many Persona 3 fans, and you'll stick around as I cover the spin-offs next, before moving on to Persona 1 and 2. That will be the arena games, the dancing games, the Persona Q games, and possibly Persona 5 Scramble if that comes out in time.
Hi everyone, welcome back to more Persona 3. I'm sorry for taking so long to do this video. I wanted to get the Yakuza Kiwami review done as soon as possible. And honestly, just like Persona 4, I actually don't have a whole lot more to say about Persona 3 aside from what I already said in the Trash or Treasure video, but I guess I do have a couple of things to mention, mostly in the answer, not so much in the journey. So I'll get the journey stuff done first, and then we'll talk about the answer. Obviously, this video will be full of major spoilers, so if you haven't finished Persona 3 yet, then turn this video off and come back to it later. So first things first, let's talk about Shinji's death around 3/4 into the game. I did think it was pretty ballsy of them to kill off a teenager that wasn't even a bad guy. It must have been quite a shock back in the late PS2, early PS3 era. I know this won't be the last time they kill off a teenager. Persona 4 and 5 do it as well, hell even Dancing All Night does it. But it's a shame I didn't really get to learn more about Shinji before he died, because as is, I don't really care much about him, unless I'm playing Portable where you can engage yourself in the social link. Next up is after you kill all 12 of those super shadows, the ones that appear every full moon, I don't actually know the name, and Akutsuki is revealed to be a bad guy who wants to use the shadows and the Dark Hour for his own evil purposes. I did see this plot detail coming, but it may be due to the fact that I played Persona 4 and 5 beforehand, because those games also had seemingly good characters turning traitorous, but I guess it doesn't really matter because Akutsuki's betrayal isn't expanded upon. He gets shot by Mitsuru's dad and falls off the tower, so we don't see anything else come out of it. The only other thing I really need to talk about with the journey is the final battle battle with Nyx. My god, who thought this boss up? I'll give Nyx credit that it's a little more interesting than the Izanami fight from Persona 4, but man did this fight go on for far too long. There's like 13 phases to it all. The first 12 aren't so bad because Nyx doesn't have that much health between phases, but it's the 13th and final Arcana that really starts dragging. Depending on what level your party is, this fight could go on for nearly an hour, and after going through the 12 Arcanas, you'll have already put in around 20 minutes into the fight. So to have this 13th Arcana go on for so long gets really exhausting. And of course, dying at any point in the fight means you have to start the whole thing again. You do not want to lose in this fight. It sucks big time, especially when you're so close to killing Nyx. Not the best final boss I've played, but certainly not the worst overall. Certainly better than Persona 4's. Yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about the journey, so let's move on to the answer. But bear in mind that I will be spoiling the entire plot for the answer, so if you finished the journey but not the answer yet, then please stop this video now and come back to it when you're done. If you're still here, let's move on. So right off the bat, I'm actually pretty surprised that they killed off the protagonist between the journey and the answer. It was already implied at the ending that he was pretty ill, but to kill off the main character like that was a complete shock to me. So because most of the answer doesn't have a whole lot of story, I won't be talking about the beginning or the middle of the game. Most of my thoughts come from the climax of the answer, where shit really starts hitting the fan at this point. So you see, near the end of the answer, C's have the ability to return to the final battle against Nyx, and everybody seems to have different opinions on what they should do. They can either take this key that they found to leave the dorm and prevent time from stopping, or they can reverse time to when they fought Nyx and they can try to save Minato this time. Yukari and Mitsuru want to go back and save Minato. Akihiko and Ken think they shouldn't mess with the past, while Junpei and Koromaru don't think anybody should have the key and want to try and find that middle ground. It's an interesting bit of conflict, but the real problem with this story thread is that everybody is willing to kill each other to get that key. Yeah, there's like this whole Coliseum area where C's can fight each other and everybody wants to grab the key. And I don't mean their bodies are left unconscious or anything like that. No, you see them disappear. They are willing to fight to the death for this key. And considering that C's are supposed to be really good friends at this point, this is a complete betrayal to their characters. None of C's would be willing to sacrifice their friends like that. And really, it's Yukari who starts this whole thing off, as she completely disrespects anybody else's opinions on what they should do with the key. And so this riles everyone up, causing them to want to fight each other. This ends up making Aigis confused as to who she should go with, but Yukari continues to put pressure on her. And since Aigis doesn't know what to do with the key, she and Metis have to engage in boss fights with all of her friends. And dude, I don't want to hurt Koromaru, look at him, he's in pain. Then, after winning the boss fights and earning the key fair and square, Yukari still tries to snatch it from Aigis so that she can go back. Just give it a rest, lady. You are not the voice of reason. This is a complicated situation. There is no right or wrong answer, but she just can't see that. Eventually, she snaps out of it after bitching and complaining for a bit, but this just made me hate Yukari even more than I already did in the journey. Anyway, afterwards we come to the final part of the game where we see our protagonist's fate. It seems that his soul or spirit or whatever it is being used to drive back people's need for Nyx to destroy the world, because I guess they've just had enough of it. I don't really have anything to say about that. I think it's an okay enough revelation, so I'll just move on to the answer's final boss, who wasn't as hard as Nyx, but also wasn't quite as memorable. I couldn't even tell you the name without looking it up. I did lose a fair few times to this guy because he hurts really hard, but again, like Nyx, I wouldn't say it's the worst final boss I've played. After the final boss, Metis reveals that she's a part of Aigis that doesn't want to let Minato go, which I also don't have much to comment on. I think it makes perfect sense, and it does explain why Metis doesn't appear in later Persona games. And yeah, the ending after that is perfectly fine. Akihiko and Mitsuru graduate, Aigis goes to live with Yukari, despite Yukari almost killing her a moment ago. What the hell was that about? And the rest of C's go their separate ways. Was it a perfect ending? No, not really, but I don't know how else it could have ended. Neither the answer or the journey contain any happy or tear-jerking moments like Persona 4 and 5 did, but it didn't feel completely empty either, so it's just kinda stuck in the middle somewhere. Yeah, I guess this is kind of an anticlimactic way to end things here. As I said, I don't really have a whole lot more to say about Persona 3, because there just wasn't quite as much story compared to Persona 4 and 5. I do enjoy Persona 3 overall, but it does have quite a lot of frustrations, both in regards to the story and to the gameplay. But I've already gone deep into that with the Trash or Treasure video.
Well, this is a new one for me. We're going to talk about a fighting game, 2 of them. Is it even appropriate to call it the Persona 4 Arena series, given that there are only 2 games? Anyway, welcome folks to part 1 of the Persona spin-off marathon. We've tackled the 3rd, 4th, and 5th main games, so now it's time to dive into the side projects Atlus have put out before we go into Persona 1 and 2. The spin-offs don't really seem to care about the 1st and 2nd games. I guess we'll find out why when we eventually get to them. For now, though, let's take a look at the first of the Persona spin-offs, based on games that were themselves spin-offs, Persona 4 Arena.
I'm not sure why I haven't reviewed a fighting game until now, but I suppose there's not usually a great deal to talk about. Most, if not all, fighting games basically play the same, but have their own different mechanics to stick out from the rest. Otherwise, the objective always involves pulling off various combos and button combinations with your favorite characters to unleash flashy moves that lower your opponent's health until they're down. I definitely have at least some experience with fighting games. I'm not absolutely hardcore with the genre, but sometimes I just want to blow off steam for a bit by punching some virtual stranger in the face before he knocks my lights out. Back when my first home console was the PS2, if it wasn't 3D platformers my family owned, it was most likely a fighting game. Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution, Soul Calibur 2, Tekken 5, and by the time we had an Xbox, there was Dead or Alive 2 Ultimate, which sadly isn't in our library anymore. I probably shouldn't have played it at 10 years old anyway, but I'm too busy knocking people into another part of the stage to care. God, that was cool. I didn't dabble into something like Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter until much later, where I would emulate Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat 2 for the Super Nintendo, which eventually led me to buying Street Fighter 4 for my PS4 and Mortal Kombat 9 for my PS3. As for the Persona 4 Arena games, I didn't know they existed until I was playing Persona 4 Golden back in 2018. Much like the Persona series in general, these were pretty under the radar for me, but nevertheless, I was intrigued. I could have Chie dragon kick Yosuke a bunch of times for disrespecting her cooking. I could find out who's the better Velvet Room attendant between Elizabeth and Margaret, and I can beat the crap out of Yukari for being such a horrible person. Atlus once again are the ones responsible for putting the Arena titles together, but this time they aren't the only ones developing them. Assisting Atlus is a little company known as Arc System Works, who seem to have a lot of experience with creating arcade-style fighting games and handling other properties like Dragon Ball and, no joke, Michael Jackson's Moonwalker, as well as the Sonic Drift games? What the hell? Well, anyway, Arc System Works are mostly better known for their other fighting series, Blaze Blue. In fact, there's even a Blaze Blue game guest starring Persona characters, alongside some from the Ruby series and Under Night in Birth, neither of which I've played or seen, by the way, but I have heard good things about Ruby. I've also never played a single Blaze Blue game in my life, so if you're hoping I'm gonna do a comparison between that and the Persona 4 Arena games, then sorry, but no. From what I can tell though, they're pretty much the same thing, just with different characters. The first Persona 4 Arena title, released in 2012 in the US and 2013 in Europe for the PlayStation 3 and, for once, the Xbox 360. And even some arcade cabinets exist somewhere along with its sequel. I'd love to get my hands on one. I'm a huge sucker for arcade cabinets, but it doesn't seem like a whole lot were made. I'm not even sure if they're still around anymore. Oh well, the PS3 and Xbox versions are no different whatsoever, and I guess you can always buy one of those USB arcade stick things if you want the full experience. I also really love it when games use HD sprites instead of 3D models, especially in fighting games. The sprites and animations are amazing in the Persona 4 Arena titles. I couldn't possibly imagine the amount of blood, sweat, and tears that went into every frame for each character, which is why it pains me to see how the story mode's cutscenes are presented. It's just the characters' portraits with some poorly photoshopped flapping mouths. I get that it's supposed to look like a visual novel, but it just comes across as very lazy for a company that's clearly capable of doing decent animations. I'm not saying that the whole story mode should be animated, and I understand that not everybody is going to have an issue with this style, but I personally think they could have made this more visually appealing. Look at what they do with the arcade mode. They have the characters' portraits at the bottom with the dialogue, and the sprites perform different actions based on what's being said. That's way better. Why wasn't the story mode presented like this? Nobody likes the visual novel style in Persona 3 Portable, but at least that had the excuse of being on the PSP where space was limited. This is a late PS3 and 360 game. The cutscenes should not look this simplistic, and most of the voice acting isn't as good either, but it's not necessarily the actors' faults. Arena came out only a year after Persona 4 Golden and 3 years after Persona 3 Portable, when the voice talent had to come back and redo their lines to fit with the female protagonist, so I imagine everyone was probably exhausted by that point. It would happen to me, it would happen to you, so I'm not going to blame the actors for their inferior deliveries. I'll give kudos to the new actress for Fuka though, she's a hell of a lot better than the original actress in my opinion, and instead of Troy Baker voicing Kanji, it's Matthew Mercer who does a spot-on impression of him, and even Kanji's shadow. I actually thought it was still Troy Baker. Interestingly as well, they've now decided to let Yu talk, and the characters now refer to him as Yu Narukami. Johnny Young Bosch does a perfectly good job with him. For someone with a very distinct voice, I think he best suits someone like Yu. He's got the charm down pretty well, but can also be stern when he needs to be. As for the actual story in the story mode, it's not great, unfortunately. Keep in mind that the arena games do take place not only after Persona 4, but also Persona 3, so if you haven't finished those games yet, then it's best to avoid doing the story mode until you've done so, but I'll do my best not to give away too much from either of them, although I am going to talk about the plot for the arena games in their entirety. I know I don't usually do that with Persona games, but you're really not missing much here. It's also worth mentioning that the story has branches from multiple people's perspectives. I'm unclear which ones are considered canon or not, but the gist of the story is all the same regardless. 2 months have passed since the events of Persona 4, and 3 years after Persona 3. The Midnight Channel is completely gone, oh yeah, no surprise, everybody wins in the end, and Yu comes back to Inaba for Golden Week to visit his friends and family again. He gathers round with Yosuke, Chie, and Yukiko for some reminiscing, but the reunion's going to be pretty short-lived. They see on TV that the Midnight Channel has returned, but this time it's putting together a fighting tournament known as the P1 Grand Prix, where the host appears to be Teddy in a war general's outfit, and his assistant happens to be Rise, going by her idol guise Rosette again. The commercial also seems to be showing each member of the investigation team as participating fighters, giving each of them a title, including those who are currently not with Yu and the others, like Kanji and Naoto. This means the investigation team is back in action, and the following day they head inside the TV to get a better look at the situation, only to find themselves separated from each other and all end up somewhere with a striking resemblance to Yasogami High, the school everybody goes to. Meanwhile, on the Persona 3 side, Aigis, a naked Akihiko, and Kirijo DeVille here have formed a little group called the Shadow Operatives, basically C's on a more global scale. Fuka makes a rare appearance as well to assist with her hacking skills, but this isn't until the end of the story, so she's pretty downplayed this time around. If you're wondering where Yukari, Junpei, and Ken are, well, they don't really explain what happened to them until Arena Ultimax, so I'll come back to this later. Anyway, the Shadow Operatives are under their own investigation, it seems, as well, when one of Mitsuru's company planes has been hijacked, apparently holding another anti-shadow weapon similar to Aigis called Labyrinth, and coincidentally, Labyrinth has been tracked to Inaba, where the Persona 4 crew are. Everybody gets themselves ready to enter the TV, followed by Naoto shortly after, who's been hired by public safety to keep tabs on the Kirijo group. Little do the Shadow Operatives know, however, that by stepping inside the TV world, they are also now part of the P1 Grand Prix. And from here on out, the story mostly plays the same tune over and over. The characters meet up with one another, and the person you're not playing as will throw harsh comments towards you based on their mental weaknesses, eventually building up enough rage to trigger a fight. You win the fight, and it's revealed that the aggressive nature from your opponent was all an illusion, and vice versa. The loser is blocked from progressing by these invisible walls, prompting your chosen character to go on without them. Your character will also accidentally bump into this random girl who's completely unaware that she's in the TV world, and claims to be the student council president of the school, even though the investigation team don't recognize her at all. Yeah, I bet you know where this is going. Everybody also at some point locates the real Teddy, who explains that he's not the one putting together the tournament, and neither is that the real Rise he's with. She and Teddy were actually kidnapped by the imposter Teddy, who calls himself General Teddy. Oh, and Elizabeth pops in from time to time as well, but she serves next to no purpose aside from testing Yu and Aigis' abilities, and helping Labyrinth reach an epiphany. Oh, whoops, did I accidentally just call the girl Labyrinth? Clumsy me. You know, it was such a well-kept secret I couldn't contain myself. Yeah, so the girl is actually an anti-shadow weapon, as told by General Teddy in the flesh, but he has a secret of his own. General Teddy is merely a disguise for Labyrinth's shadow, and the one responsible for putting together the P1 Grand Prix. This is where things get a little more interesting, however, as we dive into Labyrinth's story and discover her origins. During some testing within the Kirijo group, she was forced to fight other anti-shadow models, which didn't bother Labyrinth at first, but over time she grew a close bond with one of the other models, as well as a conscience of her own through a little device known as a plume of dusk. Labyrinth also believes that her personality comes from this girl somewhere in a hospital, thus thinking of her as Labyrinth's mother, and wanting to search for her someday. Because Labyrinth has suddenly developed sentiment, however, it pained her greatly when one test involved her having to battle and destroy her only friend, who had been reprogrammed to not have feelings or emotions. Filled with rage after winning the fight, Labyrinth broke out of the lab only to be recaptured again and sealed away. Then, once the hijacking on Mitsuru's plane occurred, Labyrinth got thrown into the TV world and brainwashed into thinking that she's human, trapping her inside this illusion of Yasogami High. The P1 Grand Prix was her shadow's way of making everyone see what Labyrinth had to go through, and after defeating her shadow in a fight, Labyrinth comes to accept accept what she's done, turning the Shadow into her very own persona, exactly how the investigation team got theirs in Persona 4. Everything should be wrapping up here, but right at the very last minute, there's yet another culprit who's revealed to be the puppet master behind everything, temporarily communicating with everyone by hacking into Labyrinth's system. His or her plan was to try and imitate the character's shadows to mentally weaken their owners, reverting their personas back to their original form. After one last fight with the possessed Labyrinth, the criminal retreats for the sequel, leaving Labyrinth back to normal. The Shadow operatives tell the investigation team to butt out of this operation as they try to find out who's responsible, but Yu discreetly tells his friends to pursue the case anyway. Labyrinth decides to help Mitsuru and the Shadow operatives since they have no intention of bringing Labyrinth back to the laboratory, and Aigus offers to help look for the girl that made Labyrinth who she is. The story ends on a cliffhanger, ready for the next game to take place. It's a good thing Arena did well enough, otherwise this ending would have seemed pretty arrogant. So there's quite a lot of plot here for a fighting game, and it gets absurdly chatty. I hope you like static imagery and tons of text with a few spelling errors, because you're not gonna believe this. Fully completing Persona 4 Arena story mode takes up to 25 hours. 25 hours of just this. And the fighting you do in between, you know, the meat and potatoes of this package, you barely do any of it. I'd say at best you're maybe doing an hour's worth of fights. The rest of it is just talking and reading. And yes, the main Persona games had a lot of talking and reading too. But aside from being more interesting to look at, the information dump at least amounted to something, such as improving your relationship with a character and giving you more benefits. There are some humorous moments, and I do like Labyrinth as a character. She's got an interesting backstory and a spunky but lovable personality. Though, is there any particular reason she has a Jersey accent?
Oh, of course. You all mixed up in this racket too, aren't you?
But aside from that, this story has hardly anything of substance, and the times you do get to fight are over before you know it. Each character's story ranges between 40 minutes to an hour, or in Aigus and Labyrinth's case, they can go on for at least an hour and a half. God damn! However, each story, except for Labyrinth and Elizabeth, all ends in a cliffhanger when Labyrinth is unveiled as a machine, meaning you'll still have to go through the second part of the story with every character. Granted, the second part doesn't take quite as long as the first part, just around 30 minutes, maybe a little longer. Again, I call back to Aigus's perspective going on for a full hour. But by the time I reach that point, I'm burned out. I get so tired of looking at these cutscenes, and before anyone tells me, I know that you don't actually have to finish all of the characters' stories to learn everything. If you're a Persona fan or a completionist though, then you're not just gonna want to do the bare minimum. You'll want to see everything, but the journey was not at all fun for me. This story has no business being 25 hours long, and it overstays its welcome incredibly fast. This is a problem when you base your story from multiple people's perspectives, because you have to keep re-establishing the rules and who everybody is. There's a total of 12 characters you have to go through before you finish Persona 4 Arena, and it wears on your brain going through the same tedious motions over and over again. If the game simply stuck with one continuous path, then it wouldn't have been quite as much of a slog, but as is, the multiple pathways are completely unnecessary, and on top of a couple paths potentially amounting to joke endings like with Kanji, Chie, and Yukiko, it feels like I just wasted my goddamn time.
And look, I understand that writing stories around fighting games is difficult, especially when you're taking characters that initially liked each other and have to find an excuse for them to duke it out. The only fighting game that immediately pops into my head in terms of having a decent story mode is Mortal Kombat 9. If you enjoyed the story mode in Persona 4 Arena, then more power to you, but for me it was just too much of a chore to go through, and I certainly won't be doing it again. However, I don't usually play fighting games for the story. All that matters to me is who I'm facing against and what combos I can use to kick their teeth in.
I think it's about time we actually start getting into the fighting part of this fighting game, don't you? On the face buttons, every character has a basic, weak, and heavy attack and 2 persona attacks, and certain combinations will let you perform a few special attacks of their own. Pressing both persona buttons will let the character throw their opponents. Pressing the heavy attack and heavy persona buttons activate furious actions to stop your opponent from being too aggressive, and pressing both the weak and heavy attack buttons will initiate an all-out attack upon contact to chip some health away. Blocking can be done by going backwards in traditional fighting game fashion, and characters can evade by pressing the weak attack and weak persona buttons. With the exception of a few character-specific moves, combos and special attacks are all executed in the same way, like the classic quarter circle attack maneuvers. Continuously tapping the weak attack button and landing hits on your opponent will automatically perform what's known as an auto combo. A short string of attacks damage your rival for a bit, and then it finishes off with one of the character's special moves. It's pretty nifty and a good way to get casual players and newbies to come to grips with the game more easily. That is if you have enough SP to pull off the the special moves in the first place. Using special moves requires that you have at least 25 SP on the meter, and your health needs to be at a certain level before your character awakens to their persona, allowing them to activate their abilities. It's very similar to something like EX attacks from Street Fighter 4. The only ones you can use without awakening to your persona are the auto combos. It's useful for making sure your rival doesn't totally obliterate you in mere seconds, but as someone who's not all that great with fighting games, I would have maybe liked to have them just a little bit earlier. However, personas can also be broken, indicated by these tarot cards below your health. When you or your rival's personas are hit, that depletes a card, and when they're all out, personas are temporarily disabled, meaning you can't do special moves or use regular persona attacks. Don't let it happen to you, because it sucks big time when you can only do so much. Alternatively, I guess you can always use a one more cancel for 50 SP to return your character to their original fighting positions and keep the flow going. The maximum amount of SP you can hold at the start of each round is 100, but awakening to your persona will increase that to 150. SP can be earned by doing pretty much anything, attacking, blocking, or getting hit, but there's also this thing here called a burst. You can only use it once before it needs to recharge, but it knocks your opponents out of harm's reach, and hitting them with it also completely fills up your SP gauge. Something to consider if you're in dire need of SP, especially if you want to pull off these instant kill attacks. Yes, instant kill attacks in a fighting game. They cost 100 SP to activate, but that's super easy to get because of the methods I just pointed out, and they're not able to be cancelled once they start. You'll simply have to try and avoid getting caught. They're really cool and crazy helpful during single player, but I would not recommend using them in multiplayer unless you're willing to lose some friends. That's about all there is to say about the actual gameplay side of things. It does take a little time to get a grasp on how everything works, but it's not as scary as it may seem. You'll pick things up naturally as you're playing, whether it's a character's combos or just figuring out the mechanics of the game. There's a tutorial mode anyway in case you desperately need the help, as well as a training mode to practice with, an arcade mode which puts you against a specific set of fighters, and there's the impossibly unfair score attack mode, where you have to beat various fighters with jacked up stats. I don't think it's possible to win in a fair fight in this mode. You basically have no choice but to be that annoying player that keeps spamming the same moves over and over. Like most fighting games, I'd also highly suggest purchasing a fighting stick to make performing combos a lot easier, even if it's something cheap but professionally made, such as the Hori mini stick. Persona 4 Arena as a game though, it's not the best in the genre, but I can still have a good time with it. My only major complaint is with the tedious as crap story mode, with my only reward for fully finishing it being Teddy as the match commentator, hippity freaking Ray. I will give it praise for the stellar anime cutscenes, well the few that are there anyway, but at least the Persona 3 casts look way better here than they ever did in their respective game. Sound mixing's another issue however. Just as well you can read the dialogue because the music is way too loud at times, and it's not at all subtle with its looping. I don't think they even tried to hide it. It really takes you out of the immersion sometimes. I'd say just ignore the story mode and stick with the other single player modes or battle your friends and family, but if you're gonna play a Persona fighting game, then you're better off playing Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, which only came out a year later. Based on the title, I don't think anyone would blame you for thinking that this is the same game, just with more stuff. But no, this is in fact a straight sequel to Persona 4 Arena. The gameplay is literally no different than the first game. It's beat for beat. Absolutely nothing has changed. The only new things added to the sequel are more stages, a continuation to the story, and more characters to choose from, including Rise, Yukari, Junpei, Ken, and Koromaru, the new characters Sho, and a few DLC characters on top of this. Marie, Margaret, and one other person that I can't show off as it's a major spoiler to Persona 4. I'm not sure I like the way Yukari's looking at me there. That would be the new shadow types added to the roster as well for most of the characters, but there are only a few differences between them and the normal characters. Movesets are altered to be more on the offensive side, though the damage you inflict is reduced. The amount of SP you also acquire in one round will carry over to the next, and instead of a burst ability, shadow types have unlimited SP for a short time. It's a bit of a high risk, high reward kind of thing. I'm not very good with the shadow types myself personally, but I can see them helping you in the long run if you know how to use them properly. Arcade mode and score attack is back if you fancy just going through a multitude of battles at once, and there's also a brand new mode called Golden Arena. Here you battle through many floors and earn experience points after winning to acquire new fighting skills, similar to the main Persona games. You don't unlock anything by playing this, so it's more of a time sink than anything. I suppose we should also see how Ultimax's story compares to its predecessor. Well, first off, while there are still multiple pathways to take, they're all connected in one coherent storyline, and there are only two different perspectives this time, one from the Persona 4 side and one from the Persona 3 side, and completing both of them takes around 16 hours. A major improvement over the first game, but don't get too excited, it's still a pretty dull story altogether. And I swear the Persona 3 side takes twice as long as the Persona 4 side, and I'm not sure why. Taking place just a day after the events of the first game, the Midnight Channel has returned again, promoting yet another fighting tournament called the P1 Climax, with Mitsuru, Aigis, Akihiko, and Fuka captured and crucified. General Teddy comes back as the host of the P1 Climax, confusing everyone for how he's still around, but he brings about this red fog all over Inaba, and emerges a tall tower that looks remarkably similar to Tartarus, clarifying that the world will end within an hour. Oh Christ, don't tell me I have to climb 264 floors again. Thankfully, that's not the case, and not only are the investigation team involved with this mess, but Yukari, Junpei, and Ken have been called in to help too. They didn't seem to be a part of the Shadow Operatives at first because they're still underage, which if that's the case, what do you call stepping into Tartarus to fight shadows? Just a nightly stroll? That's arguably more dangerous than what you're doing here. This calls back to my point in the Persona 3 review where C's act more like co-workers than friends. From what I could gather, they haven't even tried contacting each other throughout the past 3 years. They're all too busy with their jobs, not making time for anybody. That aside though, I found these parts of the story to be more interesting than what was going on with the investigation team given how much more time has passed. Before everything happened, Junpei went to coach a kid's baseball team, Ken's on the soccer team in high school and taking care of Koromaru, and Yukari gained a starring role in the show Featherman, basically this universe's equivalent to Power Rangers. As the investigation team move forward to get some answers and rescue the Shadow Operatives, they're approached by shadows of their friends or sometimes their own shadows, encouraging them to fight. Suddenly, in comes this pale-looking teenager with a scar on his face named Sho, who tells the team that he's the one behind everything. Huh, that was fast. Mystery solved. Sho doesn't seem to be a Persona user, nor is he very bright, all things considered, but he does appear to have somewhat of a split personality with his other self known as Minazuki, who's a lot more intelligent. After some time fighting everyone's shadows and entering the other Tartarus, all of the Shadow Operatives have been rescued, and Minazuki reveals his grand plan. While every one of the tournament's battles were going on, little fragments from the characters' personas and the Shadow's personas consistently chip away, and now that Minazuki has enough of them, he can summon a powerful entity to destroy the world. The reason for this? Sho claims to be the son of Akutsuki from Persona 3. Oh god, who slept with him? What drove her to do that? Was he really so irresistibly punny? Actually, it turns out Sho was merely one of the test subjects for Akutsuki to see if he could force someone to have a persona by using a plume of dusk, with Sho being considered his favorite guinea pig. As a result of those experiments, that's why Sho and Minazuki are the same person. However, Sho utterly despises Akutsuki for making him go through all that, keeping him in isolation for so long, and abandoning him afterwards, filling Sho with a lot of built-in hatred towards the world, wanting to destroy it so that he can be the only living person on Earth. Everyone proceeds to face Sho at the top of the tower, and oh hey, General Teddy's still a thing, revealing himself to be the malevolent being Ino Kakutsuchi as he possesses Sho. I'm not sure if this is the entity Minazuki summoned earlier since General Teddy was here well before then, but who cares, it's another god for the investigation team and the Shadow Operatives to defeat. On the Persona 4 side, it's Yu who decides to take him on, while on the Persona 3 side, it's Labyrinth, as the others fend off a swarm of shadows. Kakutsuchi is defeated, Sho is returned to normal, and the tower begins to collapse, with Margaret suddenly appearing and teleporting everyone into the TV world. There's then an epilogue just before the gang leaves the tower, sort of acting like an alternate ending. In a desperate attempt to make players feel pity for Sho, he proceeds to explain how upon waking up in a hospital after the experiments were done on him, a huge wad of cash was left by Akutsuki to pay for his medical expenses. Unfortunately, Sho decided to run off with the money instead and watch the entire Inaba murder case happen in Persona 4. He figured that since the investigation team were bonding by fighting together that he could be a part of that, but for some reason chose not to in the end. When the case was over, Kakutsuchi asked Sho if he wanted to destroy the world, to which he blindly agreed. Sho starts feeling lost about what to do now since he's only known how to fight, but he believes that he can use that to form bonds by having friendly bouts, starting with Yu, who agrees to do so. That's great, but can we maybe get off the collapsing tower first? Priorities? What are those? It just doesn't seem like these conflicted feelings warrant erasing all existence. His inner struggles simply feel unreal to me, and I couldn't care care less. Sho's merely a kid throwing a temper tantrum, and I don't see him any other way. That aside, everyone returns safely, Labyrinth finds the girl by visiting her grave, the investigation team and the Shadow Operative spend some time together to celebrate their victory, and they all go back to their normal lives. Ultimax's story can basically be summed up as second verse same as the first. The focus is just now on Sho instead of Labyrinth, and the tournament's now spread to the whole of Inaba. It's a little more interesting than the first game, but it's still pretty weak in terms of Persona stories. Sho is not a very compelling character to me, he's just incredibly angry all the time. He's not clever, he's not funny, and Jesus H. Christ, does he have to scream every line of his?
I already know that he was a goddamn bastard, so what? It doesn't matter. He was all that I had in the world.
Minazuki was kind of entertaining since he's more soft-spoken and his vocabulary's a lot better, but his motives in helping Sho were highly questionable. Not a fan as well of how right at the very end the game tries to make Sho seem like a misunderstood, tortured soul, despite nearly destroying the world. This is especially apparent when Labyrinth keeps attempting to befriend him, but she really shouldn't. Sympathize with him all you want, he tried to murder a shit ton of people because of daddy issues. And he's still smack-talking you for being a machine.
He's an asshole.
And why's Theodore here too? He shows up only a few times to give motivational speeches and then doesn't do anything else. He's not even a playable character, which is a crime in itself. Poor Theo, maybe the Q games will treat you better.
Spoilers, they don't.
Like with the first game, it's best to simply stick with the other modes, but when you're actually fighting, it's quite enjoyable. If you're just looking for a fighting game with plenty of characters to choose from the Persona series, you'll get it here. And you can watch your brother kick your ass with Margaret. Goddamn cheater! Look how long it takes to break her personas. Anyway, the animations are great, matches are satisfying, and it's even better when you have a buddy to play with, as is the case with many other fighting games. It's not terribly expensive either, unless you buy it digitally, and I really wouldn't recommend purchasing all of the DLC, except for the extra characters. Atlus are well known for making great games, but are terrible when it comes to DLC, charging you for every scrap of music and cosmetics that don't even mean a damn. I guess no one's perfect.
So a bit of a bumpy start to the marathon, and I certainly wasn't expecting to be talking about fighting games for so long. Next up though, the investigation team and Cease join together to battle evil in Persona Q, Shadow of the Labyrinth for the 3DS. No way in hell is this going to be a dual review between this and Persona Q2, because unlike the arena games, these two are full-blown RPGs. So yeah, gonna need some time for each of them. We're now heading into very deep waters here, folks. This is Persona Q Shadow of the Labyrinth, released in 2014 for the 3DS. Moving on to a Nintendo console this time. It makes sense as to why, but it's still strange to see. The cast of Persona 3 and 4 have banded together to fight shadows and stop whatever's threatening them and their world. But unlike the arena titles, this isn't a basic fighting game. Persona Q is a turn-based RPG with similar battle mechanics to the main Persona games, but also with a little bit of a twist.
This technically isn't the first time Cease and the investigation team joined forces, as the arena games did have them meet the year prior, but nothing was ever done to this scale before within the Persona series. Shadow of the Labyrinth is not only a crossover title between Persona 3 and 4, but also with another franchise by Atlus, Etrian Odyssey, which Persona Q borrows a few gameplay elements such as first-person dungeon crawling, a similar combat system, and drawing your own map. I'll get more into those later. I've never played any of the Etrian Odyssey games for myself, so I'm afraid I can't compare them to Persona Q. Normally, these kinds of dungeon crawlers aren't really my thing personally, but adding a Persona spin to the formula certainly caught my attention. Persona Q was also in development alongside Persona 4 Dancing All Night and Persona 5, so Atlus had a lot of work cut out for them. But how did they do with the crossover title? Well, let's talk about what you've most likely immediately noticed, the new art style. Because of the 3DS's limited capabilities, the characters were redesigned to have more of a cutesy look known as chibi or super deformed, which is where the Q part of Persona Q comes in, as it's another way of saying chibi. I'll admit I did a double take when I first saw these redesigns, but given how Persona games tend to have both a lighthearted and dark tone, I don't think the new art style is that stark in contrast. And yes, they all look really damn adorable. Even Yukari, for as much as I hate her character. My personal favorites are Aigis and Nanako, I can't get enough of them. This makes the cutscenes more visually pleasing compared to the arena games on top of this, as Persona Q uses 3D models instead of 2D portraits, allowing the use of body language accompanied by plenty of facial expressions. The story for Persona Q can be told from either the perspectives of C's or the investigation team. It's the same exact plot, you just get different cutscenes and dialogue exchanges here and there based on which group you've chosen. I'm impressed how many exclusive cutscenes there are between the two campaigns, and I also like how the leader of the opposite team can speak full sentences, but the leader you control is still silent. That was a cute touch. I decided to go with the investigation team first and only got as far as the second dungeon with C's, where the two parties finally battle shadows together. There was only so much I could take in this game, I'll explain why in a bit. If you do finish the game on both sides, however, there's an extra boss fight you can tackle with Margaret, Theo, and Elizabeth all at the same time. While I've yet to experience this fight for myself, it looks utterly terrifying seeing them do an all-out attack as they run towards you in first person. On the Persona 3 side, C's are in the middle of exploring Tartarus, but are suddenly transported inside the Velvet Room elevator, where it starts moving at an alarming rate, until it eventually stops at the Yasogami High Culture Festival. On the Persona 4 side, the gang just head straight to the festival and find themselves trapped after hearing a strange bell. The bell seems to have come from this mysterious clock tower that no one recognizes, including the investigation team who study at Yasogami High. After the clock tower bell rang, it appears that the school has been transformed into some kind of alternate version of it, and the Velvet Room's been warped too, as well as holding two locked doors leading to different time periods, one for C's and one for the investigation team. Below this alternate school also holds a labyrinth where they find two new characters named Zen and Rei, who claim to be students of the school, but have somehow lost their memories. Zen is basically like an overprotective boyfriend to Rei despite not understanding how emotions work, while Rei usually relies on Zen to back her up and gets easily scared, but she eats a lot of food and provides support abilities, so that makes up for it. There's a heavy amount of romantic tension between the two as well, even though neither of them want to make the first move. It's a cute relationship and all, but things get pretty mushy by the end of the game, to the point I have sort of a sickly feeling. I won't say what it is, but you'll know when you see it. Anyway, moving on from that, with pretty much no other solutions to getting out or discovering how everybody got into the alternate school, C's, the investigation team, and Zen and Rei all work together to trudge through the labyrinth and hopefully find some answers. This is about 80% of the story. From here onwards, there's very little actual plot in Persona Q until the final dungeon. The two doors in the Velvet Room have 4 different locks, all of which are unlocked at the end of the 4 labyrinths you have to explore that also contain a piece of Zen and Rei's memories, which Rei strangely gets more and more worried about as they're being collected. These 4 labyrinths are You in Wonderland, the Group Date Cafe, the Evil Spirit Club, and lastly the Inaba Pride exhibit. Then, once those are cleared, you have one more challenge of reaching the top of the clock tower before everyone can go home. This is all you have in terms of story for most of the game. Sure, you get some cutscenes now and again where we see the characters interact with each other, but the vast majority of them are simply played for laughs, which is not a bad thing, but I maybe would have liked to see the relationships between the two teams grow a little more. The only one I can remember where there was any sort of deep connection was where Kanji and Ken are knitting together and talking about their problems, like Kanji's appearance being deceiving or Ken losing his mom. There is, however, a really good plot twist after completing the 4 dungeons that I dare not spoil, but I didn't see it coming at all, and it made me approach the story from a new angle. It's just a pity I had to wait so long for the story to get any more interesting. Bear in mind that this happens around the 40-hour mark, so yeah, I think this could have happened a bit sooner if you ask me. The humorous conversations can only quench my thirst for so long, and even then the jokes are rather hit and miss. Characters have all been boiled down to their most basic traits in Persona Q, so that means a lot of the jokes are going to be centered around those traits. For example, there's Chie's love of meat and kung fu, so most of the jokes for her are going to be kung fu and meat based. Or there's Akihiko's obsession with training and protein, so that means the jokes for him mostly consist of putting protein powder on everything when it's not needed. These kinds of jokes only work up to a point, at least not without a little variety. If you take Rei's addiction to food as another example, this works because she consistently mixes up different gags based on food and adding new wordplay, particularly when she confuses what someone's saying for extraordinary types of food, and the actress needs to say this whole sentence really quickly and in a single breath.
Men and women herded together, gulp each other's tarts and a roast turkey a la carte?
What kind of Chianese is that?
But when you're just making meat or protein the punchline, it gets old after a while. To be fair, when the game's not relying on those types of jokes, they can be pretty funny or sometimes downright hilarious. Bizarrely, my favorite jokes in the game come from Margaret, who I normally find to be just okay, but she actually got some very good laughs out of me.
My siblings outside told me of your predicament, so I rushed to your aid. These people here who wait upon me are my servants.
We're not your servants.
It was a jest.
However, when the jokes fail, they really fail, and Persona Q loves its running gags. I couldn't tell you how many times you have to watch Teddy getting rejected by every female in the game. It's the same exact routine. Teddy says something meaningful, the girl gives a positive reaction, Teddy then thinks this is his chance to score, and the girl immediately rejects him. That's the entire joke told dozens of times. The same goes for Marie's poetry, which she keeps accidentally leaving on the floor for people to stumble across, a returning gag from Persona 4 Golden. This wasn't even that funny in Persona 4, and seriously, it's happened so often now, how does she always forget to store them away? I understand that there are like 17 different party members to choose from, so strong character development for all of them was always going to be a difficult task, but I don't think this was the best way to go around it. Half the time it's perfectly fine, but the other half is a bit cringy for Atlus's standards. I know, one's sense of humor will always be subjective. What I don't find funny may be funny to someone else. This is just how I personally felt about the comedy as a whole. Some of the jokes are just cruel too, like with Theo constantly getting picked on by Margaret, Marie, and Elizabeth. The poor dude just wants to be useful to both teams and his sisters, but he keeps getting the blame for certain problems and forced to humiliate himself. I feel so sorry for him. How he doesn't just snap is beyond me. The story in general is fairly serviceable, it does what it's supposed to. You have the Persona 3 and 4 cast teaming up, exchanging witty banter and stopping shadows, and Zen and Rei are fine enough characters. They do cop out with the ending though by having the two teams not remember everything that's happened as soon as they head home, only for them to meet up again by the arena games. That was kinda lame, and I also don't think this adventure needed to last for nearly 60 hours. That's almost as long as a main Persona game with not nearly as much story to make up for it. There's no social link system in this game either. You get the stroll option to engage yourself in optional conversations between characters, but unless it's for a side quest, they don't reward you with anything, not even extra experience points for your personas, making them harder to level up. The best alternative you have is sacrificing 2 personas to pass their XP onto the third persona, which helps, but I have to be damn sure I'm not going to use those particular personas. So because there's no social link system and you're unable to travel outside of the school, that means you're going to be doing a lot of this. And this. And occasionally this. This is all you do throughout most of the game, just tons of battling. I guess Atlus knew they put in too much story for the arena game, so now they've overcompensated and given us too much fighting. If I did have to do a crapload of battles though, I'm glad at least the battle mechanics work pretty well. Not perfectly, but for a spin-off title I'd expect a lot worse. Persona Q's battle system plays quite differently to the main games. The idea is still to abuse an enemy's weakness as often as you can, but some new features have been added to give a fresh take on the traditional Persona formula. Firstly, you can now carry up to 5 party members at a time instead of the usual 4, which is great, but given how many characters there are to choose from and how you need both leaders at level 55 to fight Margaret and get everybody's ultimate personas, I maybe would have liked to have at least one more. Not a major issue, but something that probably could have helped a little. In battles, you now have to decide what everybody's going to do before the turn starts, so you have to be clever about what the enemy could potentially do, but there's still no certain order as to who gets to perform their actions first. That all depends on the character's agility status. Moving a party member to different positions is also just as important. In the front row, the characters do normal damage but also receive more damage, and in the back row, the characters don't lose as much HP but they're not as strong as a result, unless that particular character is made to be best in the back row. Luckily, if the leader dies, then that doesn't cause an instant game over, thank Christ. So that's a large weight off your shoulders, except if you're playing on risky mode, which brings that back. When a character gains a critical hit or abuses an enemy's weakness, that doesn't give them a 1 more this time, but instead they earn what's called a boost. With a boost, that character will act first on the next turn and do slightly higher damage with their next attack that doesn't cost any HP or SP on top of that. However, if that character gets hit by the enemy during the same turn they acquire a boost, they'll lose that boost and continue to act normally. What the game doesn't tell you is that boosts also affect when you can activate all-out attacks. You see, even after hitting enemies with their weaknesses, there's only a minor chance that they'll be knocked over, and even if you somehow knock over all of the enemies, that still doesn't allow you to initiate an all-out attack. It's determined by how many characters in your party have a boost by the end of the turn. You need at least 3 characters with a boost to activate all-out attacks, but having only 3 still gives you a low chance for you to do so. If 4 characters have a boost, then there's a medium chance you can do it, but if all 5 characters are boosted, then that pretty much guarantees an all-out attack. As well as that, the leaders don't have the ability to swap between several different personas anymore, due to the nature of this world or something like that. But this does introduce the new sub-persona feature. No longer applying to just the leaders, every character can attach one extra persona to their main personas, carrying over added health, SP, and skills, which you can tell by looking at the slightly brighter colors on the bars that also refill by the next battle. Sub-personas are practically essential to getting through Persona Q, because you'll discover that using skills can be very detrimental, and while you have plenty of health, you barely have any SP to scrape by. It's best to stick with performing elemental physical attacks that consume HP, and if you happen to get a boost while doing so, use that opportunity to keep spamming magic until that boost is gone. Perhaps you could also use this opportunity to try using the new bind abilities that prevent enemies from performing certain attacks and waste their turn. They can be difficult to land, but they'll save your life if you do. Or, and I know I'm not the only person to do this, have Naoto in your party and abuse her light and darkness attacks that have a chance of instantly killing enemies. Level her up enough to give you better versions of those spells that cover multiple enemies and have higher chances of working, and attach a sub-persona with enough SP to refill after every battle so that she'll never run out. Yeah, Naoto's pretty damn broken in this game, except for the few enemies that nullify light or darkness attacks, so that's just a small inconvenience. You can always not use her, but some of these battles go on for way longer than necessary. These new rules you have to abide by can often make the fight drag on because you can't easily activate all-out attacks anymore, or the enemies will have far too much health and give you too measly an amount of experience points to be worth it. If things don't work to your favor though, you can always swap party members anytime you're not in the Labyrinth, and can even switch navigators between Rise and Fuka, who both provide exclusive abilities either during battle or while you're exploring, such as added buffs or allowing someone to act first in a turn. The battle skills require up to 5 affinity points on the right side of the top screen, which fills up every time you hit an enemy. Every character has their own skills, strengths, and weaknesses, but I don't recommend swapping too often, because backup party members do not level up alongside your active party members, which I for one do not comprehend. You have this many characters and you're telling me there's always going to be some of them that are too low level to even be remotely useful? What the hell kind of sense does that make? So experimentation is basically out of the question until they're at a reasonable enough level. The only way you can level up backup members more easily is by either completing requests from Elizabeth, or purchasing growth accessories from Theo's shop so that they get some experience without battling, but not the full amount. Quick tip, don't pay attention to the description for these accessories. It implies that these can affect both characters that are in or out of the party, so naturally I thought I'd be earning extra XP for my current party, and I spent almost the entire game with these accessories on, but no, it actually only applies to the backup members. I feel like they could have been more clear on that, especially since Persona Q can be really damn hard. The enemies do so much damage, and the tougher ones may even get to act twice before the end of the turn. What the shit? Are you just ignoring your own rules now? You can somewhat mitigate this by purchasing better gear, but that comes with its own set of problems. Money can only be earned by selling materials gathered from enemies, or from these power spots you'll find in the labyrinths that hold exclusive materials, but may have a chance of spawning a group of enemies. Certain materials allow Theo to create new stuff. However, most of the equipment you can buy is very expensive, so it's not recommended to purchase everything that's currently available. It doesn't take too long for new options to arrive in the store anyway, so it's better to just wait a little while until the numbers are a bit more significant. Although your inventory space is very limited in the first place and will fill up quite quickly late in the game, so that's another damn thing you have to keep track of. The items you absolutely need though are go-homes, as they instantly warp you out of the dungeons. If you don't have any go-homes and find yourself at the Reaper's door, then you've got no choice but to climb a lot of stairs and avoid many battles before you reach the entrance. And even so, you'll still have to pay a fee for Elizabeth to heal you. And these floors get utterly gigantic in Persona Q. Some of them can even take 3 to 4 hours to finish. To give you a visual summary, here's a map from one of the floors in You in Wonderland, and here's one of the latter floors from the Inaba Pride exhibit. Holy hell. But you know what? Aside from some of these issues I have with Persona Q, my biggest complaint would have to be the dungeons themselves. Not because exploring is done in first person and in a grid-like manner, but it's the little design quirks that really aggravate me. Enemies are no longer seen outside of battle, so encounters are completely random. Nothing uncommon for RPGs, and Persona Q does provide an indicator letting you know how close you are to engaging in battle, which I appreciate. However, there's also the matter of having to draw out out your own map on the bottom screen, harkening back to the days of gaming before the internet, where you had to create a map yourself to know where you were going. It's a nifty idea, and there are plenty of customizable options to choose from to make an elaborate map, like different colors and icons to emphasize certain areas. There's also an option to automatically draw the walls if you don't feel like doing it by hand, but the whole process of drawing your own map is kind of an unnecessary concept. It's harmless at least, and admittedly the feeling of building a complete map is pretty satisfying, and you do get rewards in the form of special chests for exploring every square inch of that floor. But you can always use play coins to open it if you don't want to do that. It's pricey, sure, but that sort of ruins the entire purpose of dungeon exploration, doesn't it? Some of the maps you can't even complete without going to the next floor and finding another flight of stairs, which is rather irritating. To be clear, I don't mind drawing my own map, and I'm sure those who grew up in the early years of gaming may feel nostalgic doing this, but I simply didn't see the reason for it. It does make tackling Elizabeth's new requests a bit easier to do if you draw a detailed enough map, but that's about it. Map drawing is the least of your problems though with these dungeons. With the exception of you in Wonderland and maybe the Group Day Cafe, each of them have their own ways of annoying you or utterly enraging you. The labyrinths have a set amount of floors to explore, with the final one holding the boss, and every floor provides their own set of challenges. These can range from different traps the game loves to throw at you, certain puzzles and obstacles you have to face, or those godforsaken FOEs. These guys take a lot of punishment and will deal a lot of punishment, so you're heavily encouraged to avoid them. It's not uncommon for them to trap you either, forcing you to leave the dungeon and try again. That gets really damn vexing. If, or most likely when, you accidentally trigger a battle with them, sometimes your party can escape the fight without a hitch, but other times they just flat out refuse to move and waste all of your efforts, as there's a high chance that'll cause you a game over. Yeah, we're once again restarting at the last save point, though to be fair, you are able to save your map data if you lose, so that helps negate the problem a little bit, but you'll still lose all of the experience points you acquired, and you'll still need to rewatch the cutscenes, solve any puzzles, and open any treasure chests again. Not all of the FOEs are a pain in the ass to avoid, but then there are cases like the Evil Spirit Club's final floor where the whole gimmick is to run away from a monstrous FOE and have to trap it between beams of light. However, this particular FOE, unlike the others, can skip through 2 squares of the map, when you can only do 1 at a time, so you have no choice but to get caught and pray that you manage to escape. If you're prepared and persistent enough, it is possible to kill it and make the rest of the floor a total breeze. It just means you can never go back and restock until you've searched everywhere. These sweaty FOEs in the Inaba Pride exhibit are also a nightmare to deal with, because their movement patterns can often be unpredictable, and my god do these guys hurt! I've had so many close calls in this place I'm fairly sure my heart stopped for a short while. The Card Soldiers and you in Wonderland are not surprisingly the easiest FOEs in the game, both in terms of avoiding them and actually fighting them. You in Wonderland in general is a basic enough dungeon and one of the better ones in Persona Q. It does its job to ease you into the game and its new mechanics, and it's not too hard to the point of breaking your 3DS in half. The Group Day Cafe was alright as well, but the size of each floor was a substantial increase, and these conveyor belts and spike traps were quite annoying to go around. Doesn't help that you need to step over them to fill the map 100%. It's worth it though to find out who your destined partner is, which actually changes based on the answers you provide to these randomized questions. The Evil Spirit Club is where the dungeons start getting really obnoxious. Not so much with the first 2 floors, those weren't that bad, but the last 2 floors in the hospital were some of the worst I played in a Persona game. I already mentioned the FOE that constantly chases you, but the puzzles were absolutely atrocious in these parts. This section where you had to guide Rei in the dark to find key cards went on for far too long, and this complicated algebra puzzle gives you next to no hints to help you solve it. I had to look this one up, I'm not a mathematician. Screw the Evil Spirit Club. The Inaba Pride exhibit wasn't much better, partly because of the aggravating FOEs, and partly because you have to carry this torch so that you can light these holy flames in order for the torch you're holding to stay lit. Your torch is needed to go through these specific doors, as well as scaring away or attracting the FOEs to your advantage, but the fire will go out after taking a certain amount of steps, so you have to really think about how to maneuver around the dungeon. A lot of people utterly despise the Inaba Pride exhibit because of these torch puzzles, but it's not the puzzles themselves that drive me up the wall, it's the random encounters that I swear drastically increases in this place. I keep trying to solve a puzzle, struggling to figure out what to do, but every time I move around to think of a solution, I'm continuously interrupted by battles, and after a while I just can't be bothered. Not to mention there are a couple of puzzles that can only be solved by manipulating the FOE's movements in very precise ways. Like you have to stand on the exact spot for them to go where you want them to go. That was just terrible. The last dungeon in the clock tower was way better than the previous two, and the first 6 floors are nice and short, though trying to avoid the Reaper FOEs could be very arduous. And I hated these rooms in the final few floors with web traps everywhere. You have to step on extremely specific web traps to move this spider FOE towards you and away from the door, but the door is usually blocked by spider webs as well, and each time you escape an FOE in battle, you're automatically placed in the last square of the map you were standing on. There's no way to know which spider webs to stand on without a shit ton of trial and error, or looking up a guide, which is what I had to do. These rooms are few, but each of them sucks so hard and ruin an otherwise perfectly okay dungeon. So basically, I enjoy the first half of the game, and I enjoy elements of the second half, but the dungeons make it hard for me to truly enjoy it. I like the new battle system, even if it's not quite as good as the main Persona games. Finally being able to kill an FOE that gave you so much crap beforehand is beyond pleasurable, and the bosses are alright but nothing amazing. I do love the priest in the group date cafe though, he's one of my favorites. That's more than I can say for the final boss at least. This was pure bullshit. The first phase was already pretty long as it was, but the second phase puts instant death counters over your party, and you have to use revival items and spells to keep you going. Just one last FU before the curtain closes. At least the music was awesome. Light the Fire Up in the Night is a great song and all, but having that as the only battle theme in the game aside from bosses does wear on you from the heavier amount of fights you engage yourself in. The HPs on the other bosses can also be a bit too high, but that can be diminished quicker by inflicting them with poison. Poison is your best friend in the Persona Q games. Keep it for as long as you can, especially the circle variations. The optional fights against Elizabeth were a little more entertaining. There's one for each dungeon as she's testing your strength thus far, and unlike Persona 3, I can actually beat her no problem. Margaret's nowhere near as difficult as before either, but having only the leaders in your party does make her more tricky than Elizabeth.
This is a very frustrating game to talk about because for every idea that works in Persona Q, there are several other ideas that don't work. It's similar to how I felt about Persona 3, but for different reasons, and just like Persona 3, I somehow can't bring myself to call this a bad game.
I don't know what it is, but something about Persona Q still draws me in. I get so angry at some of the awful design decisions, but I can't possibly hate the game for it. Persona Q tries so hard to get you to like it with its charming characters, bouncy music, and zany antics that I can't help but admire its efforts. Aside from the latter dungeons, however, its biggest downfall is the sheer repetition to the point of feeling like it never freaking ends. A lot of the game's issues would be fixed in the sequel, but if you want a ball-busting brutal RPG starring your favorite characters from Persona 3 and 4, this one's worth checking out. I will say though that this and Persona Q2 are definitely games made for Persona fans. I can't imagine how newbies to the series would feel about being thrown in with so many characters all at once. You get very brief descriptions for each of them, but that's about it. It's a pretty big ask to have played 2 very long RPGs beforehand on 2 different systems, but it's how you'll get the most enjoyment out of Persona Q.
Oh man, that was a doozy. Only a couple more Persona spin-offs to go anyway. Next up is the Dancing series. I plan on doing all 3 games in one video, so that's gonna be fun.
Wow. That was truly something else. I can't believe I held this game off for so long. I'm so ashamed of myself. I wonder if there's a Persona 6 in the works at the moment. Wait, what's this? Persona 5 Dancing Star Night? So have they taken the Persona 5 cast and made them dance? That's ridiculous. They can't possibly be doing that, right? What? What the hell is this? I had to see it to believe it, but yes, there's not 1, not 2, but 3 Persona games where your favorite characters from Persona 3, 4, and 5 are dancing. Who asked for this? No one. Absolutely no one, but we've got 3 of them. As you can tell, when I first saw that these rhythm dancing games were a thing, I didn't have the highest of hopes that they would turn out great. How does one go from having dark themes mixed with lighthearted antics to something so campy and cheesy? cheesy. Granted, Persona games always have its share of cheese on the rare occasion, but this just seemed like they were going completely overboard. During EGX 2018, however, I got a chance to try out the Persona 5 dancing game before it released, where I no longer felt quite as sour with the idea. I was starting to see the potential fun these games could have, but I was still concerned about how they were going to keep my attention for so long. I didn't purchase the Endless Night collection when it initially released, mostly because back then it was stupid expensive. Nowadays you can get the collection for around $50-60 bucks, but when it first came out, including the equally pricey DLC, you would be spending over $100 just for dancing games. Holy mother of God, and for the record, these games aren't very long at all. The story mode in Persona 4, Dancing All Night, takes only around 10-11 hours to finish, while the Persona 3 and 5 dancing games are roughly 6 to 7 hours long. For what you pay for, that's not a lot of content, and for your own sake, do not buy the games individually. You're much better off getting the Endless Night collection, as that will not only save you money compared to buying each game separately, but on top of getting Akechi's and Shinjiro's tracks for free, this bundle also has the PS4 version of Dancing All Night, which was originally a 2015 Vita exclusive. This is the only way you're able to get the PS4 port at this time. It isn't anywhere to be found on the PSN store. You can purchase the DLC for it there, but not the game itself, which is very odd. I think we'll start with that game regardless, since that one came out first, and the fact that the Persona 3 and 5 dancing games are practically the same thing. Dancing All Night started off being primarily developed by a company known as Dingo Incorporated, as they had some experience with dancing rhythm games themselves, thanks to their Hatsune Miku Project Diva series. In fact, Hatsune Miku herself makes a special guest appearance in Dancing All Night as one of the DLC tracks. I had no idea who she was before I played this game, but apparently she's this super popular virtual idol in Japan with several albums and hit songs, and even performs live in concert. People pay actual money to go see a dancing projection.
Boy, Japan does some weird stuff over there.
Anyway, that was all well and good, but Atlus wanted to make sure the quality of the game was up to snuff, so they took over main development, with Dingo being downgraded to supporting developer. As I mentioned in the Persona Q video, Dancing All Night was also made alongside that game and Persona 5. Whether that all affected the quality of each game is highly debatable, but let's once again go over the story mode first before I get any further. Like with my arena reviews, I'm spoiling this plot rotten, but also like the arena games, you're not missing much. Just a forewarning anyway. Special thanks to my brother Jude also for recording the story mode for me after all of my footage mysteriously corrupted. You've saved my butt again. I'm not sure how long it's been since the arena titles, but sometime after Persona 4 Golden, Risei's gone back to the idol industry and is supposed to sing and dance in the upcoming Love Meets Bonds festival.
And I told my agency that if I'm going to appear in it, I wanted you guys on stage with me.
Or at least I think that's Risei, because that sounds nothing like her. Yeah, it seems Laura Bailey had conflicting schedules back when this was made, so we have a new voice for Risei by the same actress who also did Rei in Persona Q. And while she was fine in that game, she doesn't make for a good Risei. I'm sure Ashley Birch is a lovely lady, but her voice was a bit too nasally for Risei. Sorry, got distracted there. Risei proceeds to ask her friends if they're willing to dance alongside her during the festival, to which everyone agrees to help. Yu and Naoto are first up to practice with Risei in the dance studio, where we're introduced to another idol named Kanami, who may seem like a totally new character, but actually she was briefly mentioned a couple of times in Persona 4 during Risei's social link. We also become acquainted with Kanami's idol group Kanami Kitchen, that's a stupid name, but they don't seem to be the sharpest tools in the shed. Not only that, but we get to meet their producer as well, Miss Ochimizu, a stuck-up bitch who's incredibly strict about her client's duties but secretly has a heart of gold. It's that plot device you've seen so many times before, and you'll be sure to remember Miss Ochimizu's name because all of the characters feel the need to mention it every single time she enters a scene.
Oh crap! It's Miss Ochimizu!
Miss Ochimizu?
Miss Ochimizu! Miss Ochimizu! Miss Ochimizu!
Miss Ochimizu?
Ochi?
Soon after, anyway, Kanami Kitchen mysteriously disappears, and in addition, there's a rumor going around involving a video of a dead idol showing up at midnight on the Love Meets Bonds website. Yu, Naoto, and Risei watch the video together and end up sucked into the Midnight Channel yet again, now transformed into the Midnight Stage. Inside the Midnight Stage, an unknown being straps ribbons around its victims to brainwash them and force bonds with it, while the shadows sing a song that paralyze our heroes. Violence is prohibited in this world as well, so no one can physically fight the shadows, but the team accidentally discovers that music throws off the shadows, so dancing is the only way to free themselves from the enemy's control. This is so much of a stretch it would make Mr. Fantastic jealous. Yu dances to Time to Make History to express his feelings in skyscraper-sized air quotes, and they manage to escape the Midnight Stage. The next day, the investigation team gather around the dance studio again, figuring out that Kanami Kitchen are most likely trapped inside the Midnight Stage, and the unknown being from before tries to drag Kanami in as well, but ends up grabbing Miss Ochimizu instead after she pushes Kanami away. The team follows suit as they all split up to search for each member of Kanami Kitchen and Miss Ochimizu. They locate everybody in due time, but they all go through the same process of having a drastically different personality to when we first met them. The unknown being then forces the girls to have a bond with her, to which she briefly succeeds as they're talking about sticking with their idol personality because that's simply what the fans want. Their emotions proceed to get all out of whack, but someone in the investigation team busts a few moves to break the spell. As each member is rescued and taken to a dressing room, which apparently is the safest place, the team finds missing pages from a diary, to which the clues seem to point to the deceased idol from earlier named Yuko Osada. The spectating shadows are also those who got dragged into the Midnight Stage after watching the video. There's another side story from here onwards where Dojima and Nanako catch one of the potential casualties of the video trying to kill Kanami and blaming her for the situation. They came because they grew concerned about you and the others, but who needs to worry about that? Let's have Nanako do a dance number and be recognized for her talent so she can dance with Kanami during the Love Meets Bonds festival. After that necessary shift in the story, Kanami starts having flashbacks as she thinks about lyrics for her upcoming song Calisthesia, which was originally Yuko's. This is where the story sporadically takes a dark turn. It's the day of the Love Meets Bonds festival, and Kanami just now realizes that the diary she's been carrying herself actually belonged to Yuko. As a matter of fact, Kanami had witnessed Yuko's death when she came to the studio for an audition and found Yuko's hung lifeless body. Nowadays, she keeps those memories repressed except for right this moment, to which the unknown being takes advantage of this and captures Kanami. Damn, why couldn't we have more of this in the game? It's the Labyrinth backstory all over again. This is the only time where it feels like something I'd expect in a Persona game. Moving on anyway, back in the Midnight Stage, Miss Ochimizu also turns out to be Yuko's former producer and blames herself for the suicide. Her emotions temporarily cause her to turn into a monster, but one more song and dance number should fix that right up. That makes Miss Ochimizu realize, however, that the song the shadows are singing is Calisthesia, but in reverse. And the being that's been manipulating everyone this whole time is actually Kanami's shadow. Can't say I'm surprised at this point, really. Her shadow has managed to pull the real Kanami into the Midnight Stage, as well as the entire festival audience. Kanami pulls herself together thanks to the investigation team, but Shadow Kanami, now revealed as the God of Desire, Mikuru Tananokami, geez what a mouthful, forces bonds with the audience to turn them into shadows. With one last effort, Rise joins with Kanami and Kanami Kitchen to power up her persona so that she can make a giant stage. Can they do that now? Was that some kind of hidden ability Igor kept secret? God damn it, now I want to see Igor get jiggy with it. Where's the DLC for that? Anyway, the evil god is defeated because our heroes express their feelings through dance. She releases the audience from their torment, everyone is returned to the real world living happily ever after, and Kanami and the investigation team end the festival with the now finished Calisthesia. This story is a complete joke. It's so ridiculous and corny and frankly rather dull, but I won't lie when I say I found most of it to be so bad that it's good. When I see the characters taking an utterly absurd plot like this so damn seriously or watching their personas perform instrumental solos, I can't help but just laugh at it. Kanami can be a little annoying at times though, she's either too energetic or too timid for my liking. The other idols aren't the deepest characters themselves, I can't even remember all of their names. Miss Ochimizu is so cookie cutter that I only remember her name because everybody else repeats it so often, and the villain was just super lame. So much fat could have been trimmed as well if some of the characters didn't have inner monologues every 2 seconds. There was absolutely no point in these existing aside from repeating what just happened or including unnecessary details, like Rise's manager giving you a cup of coffee. Narukami's choice of beverage concerns me not, thank you. This was also a problem in the arena games, which I forgot to mention in that video, but I don't get how this hasn't been improved in the slightest since those games. Then again, I'm not all that surprised this was a dumb plot. Even the best writers in the universe couldn't make a good story for a dancing game. It's a tale about a bunch of high school kids using the power of song and dance to save the world. There is no possible way you can make that cool. I'll give credit to the character portraits though, they're a lot better animated than the arena games and almost look as good as they do in Persona 5. I say almost because very frequently whenever anybody's not talking, they leave their mouths gaping wide open for some reason and it's incredibly distracting. Not to mention unpleasant to the eye sometimes. They're just standing there like, duh. It once again comes across as very lazy. Even the anime cutscenes look a bit rushed this time. And don't tell me all of this is because of the Vita's limitations. It managed to get an actual Persona title on it, so what's this game's excuse? I may have ironically enjoyed moments of the story, but that doesn't mean it was good to look at. It takes like an hour to get into your first proper song that isn't a tutorial. You're a dancing game, stop pretending you're more than what you are. The story drags on a lot, particularly with the Nanako and Dojima stuff, but I think I'd still rather take this than the arena games, and I at least did get a couple of intentional laughs here, surprisingly some of them coming from Teddy. He actually has funny things to say in this one, color me amazed.
This is a very serious situation indeed. Without Sensei to protect me, I'll be bombarded from all sides with harsh criticism.
Dude, just don't stir up any shit.
All right, that's enough.
Let's say we dive into the actual dancing part of the game now, shall we? And if you're expecting me to dance at any point in the video, then yeah, not happening.
Right, okay, if you've played any other rhythm game before, like any other rhythm game, then you should have a pretty good idea on how Dancing All Night works. Lots of notes will come flying towards different circles representing controller buttons, and it's your job to hit the correct button at the correct time when the notes touch these circles. Most of the notes will just require a basic tap of the button, sometimes you'll need to hold down the button to maintain the rhythm, and other times you might need to press 2 buttons simultaneously. Getting a great or perfect rating when you hit a note will add to your overall combo that'll earn you more points the higher it is, but missing a note or even getting a good rating will break the combo, which gets pretty confusing when you're trying to get the best possible score. Scratches are also done by timing these inner rings with the outer ring by moving one of the analog sticks or pressing a bumper button. Nothing will happen if you miss it, but it is necessary if you want to earn the best possible rank at the end of the song, King Crazy. Otherwise you'll be stuck with either a stage clear or a brilliant rank. You also have to make sure the audience, represented by these shadow icons, don't get disappointed with your performance. If you miss too many notes and the meter drops too low, you fail the song. Luckily, the scratches and the different types of notes are color-coded to let you know more easily what you need to do, so it's all down to just practice by that point. Still insanely annoying though when you do so well on a song and that one good rating you didn't even notice ruins your whole chance of getting a King Crazy. The tracks at the very least only last a few minutes each, the longest one I think being around 5, and they're all classic Persona 4 tunes, some in their original form, and some with brand new remixes. A lot of the remixes in my opinion are actually pretty damn good, and a few of them like Specialist, Pursuing My True Self, and Signs of Love I actually think are better than their original versions. At certain places in the song, if you manage to hit enough of these rainbow colored scratches, you'll enter what's known as Fever Time. During Fever Time, your score increases a little bit, combos won't break unless you flat out miss the note, the audience won't change their opinions about you if you have 2 left feet, and the main dancer to the song will be briefly joined by a partner for a little extra flair. It's not much, but it puts you in the right mood when it happens. That's really about all there is to the gameplay. A lot of the content mostly comes from the story mode, and there's the free mode you can do alongside it, where you can play any of the available songs at any time, and put the characters in different costumes and accessories to add more silliness to it. You get all of that stuff from Tanaka's shop by using money you earn from completing a song, with the higher ranks providing even more money. Permanent items can also be bought, which basically act like modifiers to the song if you want more of a challenge or let the song go a bit easier on you, such as not letting good ratings break the combo or having the notes fluctuate in speed. Again, it's not much, but something to add a bit of replayability. Well, overall, I have to say I'm pretty impressed. Atlus somehow took such a stupid idea of having Persona characters dance and still made it fun. Yeah, the story mode is crap and easily the worst thing about it, but the songs kick ass, the gameplay is a lot of fun while trying to get the best rank and score, and the choreography is great, though it's a bit hard to see while playing on a big TV and you're trying to focus on the notes. I imagine the Vita's smaller screen makes it much easier, but I'd still say get the Endless Night collection anyway just for the PS4 version of Dancing All Night. Regardless, this was a very pleasant surprise, and I'll continue dabbling into it from time to time. Which now leads us to the Persona 3 and 5 dancing games. Persona 3 Dancing in Moonlight and Persona 5 Dancing in Starlight, not sure why the name's different, were both released on the exact same day, December 4th, 2018. These games were also developed for the Vita as well as the PS4, but personally I'd much rather have these on the PS4, and get the Vita versions if they're cheap. Anyway, these two are pretty much the same as one another, just with different characters and songs based on their respective games. The gameplay hasn't changed in any way since Dancing All Night either, so it's just a matter of which game soundtracks you prefer or which lineup of characters you'd rather see dance. Honestly though, and it's sad for me to say this, I think the Persona 5 dancing game is the weakest in terms of the track list, more specifically the remixes. They're not all bad, I quite like the redone credits music with Morgana, and the Life Will Change remix the twins dance to is pretty good as well, but for me, none of the other remixes hold a candle to the original renditions. I love Dancing in Starlight's intro song, however, called Groovy. This was so damn catchy, and the visuals accompanying it were just awesome. Usually when I'm playing this game though, I always find myself sticking with the original versions of the songs, rather than the remixes. And Dancing in Starlight unfortunately has a lot of repeats. Last Surprise has 3 different versions, Rivers in the Desert has 3 including a live performance, Wake Up Get Out There has 2, Life Will Change has 2, Blooming Villain has 2, and the credits music has 2. Compared to Dancing in Moonlight, which only has a few songs repeated, I have to say I'm a little disappointed, especially when Persona 5 has such an incredible soundtrack. Hell, you can't even get the original versions of Willpower or Beneath the Mask without purchasing the DLC. You get stuck with the inferior remixes instead. I know, everyone has different tastes in music, so what I don't like, other people may like. But in my case, I guess you can't improve or change what I thought was already near perfection. Dancing in Moonlight definitely has the better variety of tracks, and like Dancing All Night, to my astonishment, I found a few of the remixes to be better than the original. This Mass Destruction one though with Ken, I don't know what this was, it was just noise. I even managed to get my first King Crazy from this game. It's pretty awesome to see the Persona 3 cast and bits of Iwa Todai in full HD as well, though that kinda makes me want a Persona 3 remake even more. And where's the female protagonist? Why doesn't she get a song? Anyway, the Persona 3 and 5 dancing games don't have much of a story per se. After Elizabeth and the twins found out about the investigation team's endeavors, they get rather jealous and want to prove that their guests can be just as good at dancing. However, one of them thinks their group will be better than the others, so they decide to make it a competition, with neither C's or the Phantom Thieves having any sort of experience with dancing. Not to worry though, because through the power of dream magic, they just need to think of the dance moves they want to do and they'll perform it on a whim. You know what, fine, at this point I'll believe anything they tell me. Although, because Elizabeth and the twins convince the two teams that this is all a dream, they'll of course have to forget everything that happens once the competition's over. They really love their memory wipes, don't they? That's basically the gist of the non-existent story. From here on out, you're just dancing to various Persona 3 and 5 tunes, and occasionally dabbling into the new social system, which I think is a much better alternative to Dancing All Night's story mode. You engage yourself in one-on-one conversations with your friends that provide some extra character, rewarding you afterwards in the form of costumes, accessories, and game modifiers. As you dive into more and more conversations with each character, you'll also get to explore their rooms replicated by the Velvet Room attendants, which is pretty neat for huge Persona fans like myself. The attendants will also leave a card hidden in the rooms that give you additional prizes when you find them, just a little something else to pass the time. Everybody has a maximum of 8 conversations to do at your leisure, but each of them need to be unlocked through certain means, such as wearing a set amount of costumes and accessories while dancing, which I did, and they look freaking ridiculous. Hey, check it out, I can make Mitsuru look like Bayonetta. The Yakuza costumes are pretty cool though, just a shame it's DLC exclusive. And I remember cross-dressing Joker being pretty popular on the internet for a while, I guess because he pulls it off surprisingly well and made everyone highly question their sexual preferences. He's that awesome. Joker even says stupid lines like this and makes it sound badass.
Witness the dance of my soul.
Seriously, he could take a Kingdom Hearts script and it'd be the most amazing performance ever.
Anyway, in order to actually advance whatever plot there is, you need to go through a fixed number of conversations, and then talk to Elizabeth and the twins to move on to the next part of the story. They also have a total of 8 conversations to do before you technically finish the game, and damn do the endings suck. On the seaside, your reward is Elizabeth deciding to dance with you, and they all want to keep dancing the night away, and the Phantom Thieves were led to believe that there'd be treasure at the end, but the twins tell them that the treasure was inside them all along. Blech. But choose to dance along with them as well. It's nice that you have a couple more tracks in each game to close it off, although one of them's just the credits so you actually have a single track, but there was kind of no purpose to doing all of this. Nobody wins the competition, it all results in a tie, so why did we even bother? The conversations with each team can still be very amusing, but as for actual story, there's none here.
I should also mention that Dancing in Moonlight and Dancing in Starlight do support PlayStation VR, which I sadly don't own myself. But my brother does, and he's kindly letting me borrow it, so let's check it out.
Yeah, don't get too excited. It's not like you're able to do your own dance moves with Seas of the Phantom Thieves. You simply get put into this VR room with the character models and make them do different poses and such. It's probably the closest way you can actually interact with your best girl or best boy. Yeah, that pretty much does it for the dancing games, and while they're certainly not perfect and a bit pricey for its own good, I still find myself coming back to these games time and time again, whether I'm playing for minutes or for hours. I make it my mission to get King Crazies in every song on the highest difficulty setting all night, and I actually managed managed to do it on all of the Persona 4 songs and most of the Persona 3 and 5 tracks. Somehow, some way, I managed to sink a total of 110 hours at this time between each game. How the hell did that happen? They're dancing games, for God's sake. Atlus have done it again in a rather unexpected way, but as for my favorite Persona dancing game, as much as I didn't like the story mode, it has to go to Dancing All Night. In my opinion, it has the best list of songs, the best remixes, and while I'm not quite as big of a fan of the investigation team as the Phantom Thieves, I still really love these characters. The dancing games are all sorts of cheese, and unless your friends and family are also Persona fans, you may get some heads turning, probably wondering why you're even playing them, but I'd still say pick these games up for some quick entertainment and to improve your reflexes and timing. Get it for cheap though, $50 at most I'd say. It isn't worth paying original retail price. I know I've spent dozens of hours on the games myself, but that was just for bragging rights, which not everybody's gonna feel the need doing.
Well, we're already at the last game in the marathon. Wrapping it up is Persona Q2, once again for the 3DS. Odd choice of system for a 2019 game, but I'll go further into that in the video. As for next time, I'm honestly not too sure what I'm going to be doing before Q2, so I'll need to have a think on that. Hope you guys have enjoyed this video anyway. You all have yourselves a good day, and take care. Screw it, let's do it. So we have another Persona title for the 3DS in 2019 when the handheld was well on its way out and the Switch was already 2 years old at that point. It was pretty confusing to say the least, and interestingly, Persona Q2 New Cinema Labyrinth is the very last game to be physically released for the 3DS. With that in mind, is it not only a solid farewell to the 3DS, but also a superior sequel to the original Persona Q? Honestly, yeah, I think it is.
I'm serious, while the changes and new additions aren't big, to me they greatly affect how the game plays and it becomes a more enriching experience. You don't have to play the first Q game to enjoy this one, especially given that the plots don't connect whatsoever. Not to say that Persona Q1 was bad by any means, I know I was pretty harsh on it in my review, but it has its merits too. And look, if you think I'm just saying all this because the Phantom Thieves are in Q2 now, then that's simply not the case. But yes, as well as the investigation team and C's teaming up, we now have the Phantom Thieves from Persona 5 joining the fight, minus Kasumi. And oh, who's that tucked away in the back there? Why, it's the female protagonist from Persona 3 Portable. My god, they actually acknowledged her existence. Once again, on the gameplay side of things, Persona Q2 takes the Entry and Odyssey formula and gives it a Persona makeover. It didn't sell as well in its opening week as the first game, but it still sold fairly decently overall, though no doubt the reason for the lower sales was because of the 3DS's lifespan coming to an end. Like with the dancing games, I didn't buy Persona Q2 day one. I hadn't finished the first game back then, I was still stuck in the Evil Spirit Club and not enjoying the latter half of that dungeon, so I left it for a while before starting over for the review. Q2 sold out pretty quickly though when it released. I guess they assumed not many people would be buying it, so by the time it was back in stock, I jumped on board before it went away again, and figured I may as well play the game I just bought, regardless of me not finishing the original.
Quick warning folks, since this is still a newish game currently, while I won't be discussing the story in great detail, I will be showing off some minor spoilers like the boss fights and the labyrinths themselves because I really feel they're worth talking about. If you don't want to see any of that just yet, then now would be a good time to switch the video off and come back to it later, but I greatly appreciate you stopping by anyway.
So in regards to the plot, unlike the first game, you only stick with one path throughout the whole adventure. You begin with the Phantom Thieves who are just about to get ready for their next voyage into Mementos. By the way, I felt so giddy hearing that remix of Last Surprise play as they step in. It got me really pumped up again. Anyway, moving on from the fanboy stuff, after the Phantom Thieves deal with their current target and continue driving around, the Mona car suddenly starts driving itself, eventually transporting them inside what appears to be a movie. Nearby them is also a gateway that leads out of the movie and into an empty theater, where we meet the curator named Nagi, and an extremely shy film enthusiast named Hikari, both who also seem to be trapped in the theater. The projectionist for the movie is an odd creature called Do, who appears to be harmless but doesn't say anything either. Everybody can go inside the movie at any time, but they'll experience real pain while fighting, not just on a mental level, but on a physical level, as shadows seem to be roaming around the movie as well, willing to kill anything that opposes them. The theater acts as a safe space of sorts, and just like the first game, there's a door in the theater with 4 locks that allows everybody to leave, but the only way to unlock each one is to change the outcome of the 4 movies that the party have to go through, giving them all happy endings. You see, unlike the original game where it didn't really continue the main plot until the 4 labyrinths were completed, the movies in the second game each have a little side story with their own bits of conflict. It's not much of an addition, but it adds slightly more life to these worlds, and finishing each movie allows Doe to use what looks like his tears to form a key for one of the locks. That's super gross. In time, the Phantom Thieves will also meet up with C's and the investigation team who've been sucked into different movies while exploring Tartarus and the TV world. C's don't come in until around halfway through the game though, so I feel sorry for all the Persona 3 fans out there. But very early on, we do at least come across the female protagonist, and can I just say real quick, I love the female protagonist in this game. She still doesn't have a canonical name for some reason, but she was so much fun to have around. Her optimistic and bubbly personality was very contagious to me. She keeps trying to look for her team, and you can tell that she gets rather lonely not having them around while everybody else has their groups, but she always keeps her chin up and carries on moving forward. That's a good attitude for her to have, though that simply made things even more tragic when she thinks she's finally found her group, only to discover that it's actually Minato's and C's have no idea who she is, now leaving her all confused and disappointed. That was just heartbreaking. I wanted to give her a big ol' hug and tell her that everything's going to be okay. I felt so sorry for the female protagonist, but she doesn't let that bring her down completely, and that's really admirable. She's one of my new favorite characters in the series, and I keep her in my party as often as I can. The other characters are once again simplified to their most basic qualities with the same running jokes that either land or don't. Right down to Marie dropping her poetry again, which is still not funny, guys. I've already gone through all of that in my review of the first game anyway, and since we also have the Phantom Thieves and the female protagonist to put in the party now, I'm not gonna complain too much about a lack of character development. If you're also wondering what happened to Zen and Rei since the first game, let's just say they won't be coming back. As for the labyrinths, this time all but the final one are based on different genres of movies. Kamoshida Man is from the superhero genre, Junesic Land is from the disaster genre, Aegis is from the sci-fi genre, and the Unnamed Dungeon is from the musical genre. There's an overlying theme with each of the labyrinth's side stories as well as the main plot about expressing your individuality and how sticking with the norm isn't always the best, with the dungeons giving their own take on it. The townspeople in Kamoshida Man go with whatever Kamoshida Man decides is justice, even if that person didn't actually commit any crimes. Junesic Land involves herbivorous dinosaurs trying to survive being hunted by carnivores, but are too afraid to fight back and always follow the majority rule for every decision they make. Aegis takes place in a world filled with robots. However, one of the robots, looking like Aegis, is different from the others by having her own style, emotions, personal likes and dislikes, and passions, but is constantly referred to as an anomaly by the Overseer, bringing mini Aegis down. And the musical dungeon is all about Hikari's past and why she has such a hard time coming out of her shell. All of these scenarios have something that I think a lot of us can really relate to when it comes to being your own person. I've been diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome since my early teens, and I'm not ashamed to admit that, but sometimes getting my voice out there has proven to be very difficult. It could be that I stumble on my words, I'm too afraid to speak up, or in most cases, I'm worried about what other people will think of me. It was especially tough when my family and I moved to England 15 plus years ago, and a lot of the kids would be ready to pick on me for being an American in a British school. To this day, I still occasionally struggle to speak my own mind, and this channel is my best way of helping that. Being on YouTube has allowed me to share my own opinions, and if someone disagrees with me and is being rude about it, then that's fine, because I don't have to speak with that person. It's all been a great practice for me, and I strongly encourage anyone who wants to start their own channel to do so, because it may boost your confidence too. It'll be a bit awkward at first, just look at some of my early videos, I think they're pretty terrible now, but that's all a part of your growth as a channel and as a person. Persona Q2's narrative is like that extra push you need to get you going, and it especially helps that the protagonists are all high schoolers, because I can imagine a lot of Persona fans are currently going through high school themselves, so now more than ever are they going to need that motivation during one of the hardest and most painful times of their lives. Q2 lets you know that it's okay to be who you are and you should be proud of who you are. It teaches you not to change yourself to be what others consider normal and not give up your hopes and dreams because someone else will disagree disagree with you or not even like you as a person. Q2 also cleverly uses the magic of movies to help bring its point across, since that's often a way of escaping reality and teaching you good morals. That you are the star of your own movie that is your life. It's a great message to have in an RPG that's not just friendship is great, though there's still plenty of that as well, and it gives the story a bit more gravitas than simply, hey, let's trap the Persona 3 and 4 cast together and have them team up to escape and not go any deeper than that until near the end. Q2 does more with its themes to make the overall experience feel more impactful. For the first few dungeons. Okay, I know I gave that whole big speech just now saying how good this message was, but Atlus also seemed to know how good it was and made sure to remind you consistently throughout the game, to the point of hammering that message into the ground. It's all fine during Kamoshida Man, Junesic Land, and Aiga, since they show you different forms of expressing individuality. By the 4th dungeon, however, the message was already made clear quite a few times, and now it somewhat feels like pandering, as you're looking back through Hikari's memories and everybody simply can't believe what they're seeing. It's like, didn't we just go through all of this? Why are you guys still shocked at this point? Hikari herself is meant to represent a typical outcast that wants to make friends but can't bring herself to do so. For about 2/3 of the game though, she can't seem to understand why the 3 teams stick their necks out for each other, and I think that's going a bit overboard for that type of character. Outcasts aren't stupid, most of them know the basic concepts of friendship and teamwork, they just rarely bring themselves to join in the conversation. Hikari's supposed to be a film buff for crying out loud, surely she's seen at least one movie where they cover all of that stuff. She does finally figure everything out during the last couple of dungeons and becomes a decent character overall as she grows, but that's a lot of the same repeated dialogue you have to go through before you get there. Without giving it away, the twist before the final Labyrinth is also nowhere near as good as it was in the first game. The dungeon itself is visually interesting and the villain's plan is actually pretty diabolical, but it still kinda goes through the motions from here onwards if you've played other Persona games. It's not a bad climax as a whole, just a little predictable. As I'm sure many of you are aware as well, Persona Q2 doesn't have any English dubbing whatsoever. The text has been localized, but the voices are all strictly Japanese, which doesn't make much sense if you ask me. I get it, it's a 2019 3DS game, the handheld's practically dead, and the Switch is the new hot thing right now, so it wouldn't have been entirely worth the effort. Counterpoint though, if you knew the 3DS was an outdated console, why did you put Q2 on the 3DS to begin with? And secondly, if you're already going through the trouble of localizing the game, then go all the way with it. Don't half-ass it because you made the weird decision to put it on an inferior console. Considering how Atlus loves to drastically update their games, I don't get why they suddenly decided not to give Persona Q2 a proper treatment in regards to the voice work. I don't have a problem with the Japanese voices and doing some reading, but I'm so used to the English voices by now that I would have at least liked to have the option, even if it was DLC. Though admittedly hearing Japanese Ann and the female protagonist say, "Let's go," is pretty cute.
Let's go! Let's go!
Right, all of that aside, the gameplay isn't greatly different from its predecessor. You're still exploring maze-like dungeons in a first-person perspective, collecting materials from shadows and power spots, the latter of which is way quicker now by choosing to be safe or risky to obtain rarer stuff. And you still need to draw out your own map to easily find the stairs to go to the next floor of the dungeon. Battles are almost about the same too. Sub-personas for each character is one of the keys to victory, support skills are always available in exchange for affinity points, now with Futaba joining the fray, and hitting enemies' weaknesses earns you a boost to reduce the cost of skills to nothing. This time, however, the fighting mechanics are more like a traditional Persona game, as well as nuclear, psychokinesis, bless and curse skills returning from Persona 5, and the physical attacks being simplified again to one category. Knocking down foes and initiating all-out attacks now work just like they do in the main Persona titles, except for one Morse. You abuse the enemy's weakness to make them fall to the floor, and when all enemies are toppled over, bam, the all-out attack is available. Much better. Joker doesn't have to be a permanent leader either. If you want you or Minato to take charge instead, then you can, your choice. Maps also have new icons drawn by Yusuke to signify the new traps for each dungeon, and there's a little shortcut menu you can use to save you having to scroll through icons you add to the map all the time. Does anyone else feel like you have to press slightly harder to actually draw the map though? I got used to it eventually, but it's quite an odd shift after going through the first game. Oh well, at the very least healing and restoring SP is no longer done by paying Elizabeth as soon as you head back to the theater. Simply stepping back is all you need to do. Sweet heavenly relief. One tiny feature I also like is that creating special personas is made more efficient by paying for the required personas all at once, rather than clearing space and buying them separately. I greatly appreciate appreciated that. Sacrificing personas is still possible as well to level up other personas since there's no social link system again, although this time it's only free to do so once for every sacrificed persona. Not a huge problem at all though, and I only used it when I desperately needed it. I'm also happy to say that the dungeons themselves are nowhere near as much of a pain in the ass as they were last time. On the extremely rare occasion I might find myself trapped in a corner by the new FOEs with no way out other than using a go-home, but the obstacles were much easier to avoid as well as most of the FOEs, and the dungeons also don't last an eternity like the later labyrinths in Q1 did. Since I'm also a pretty big film buff, I generally find the idea of traveling in movies to be very endearing. There's a wide variety of genres to pick from and a lot you can do with. Side quests from Elizabeth return once more as well, now called special screenings, offering plenty of rewards to help you in battle. However, this time you can actually head straight to where the special screening takes place by choosing it in the theater, and the game will seclude you to a specific area to save you traveling too far. I really like this change. It keeps things moving, it's perfectly suitable for handheld gameplay, and a portion of the special screenings also create bonds between a few of the characters. It doesn't always work, like how Ryuji and Kanji fight shadows together one time and suddenly they're good pals, but for the most part they do click with each other. One of my favorites of these interactions is where Junpei, Yosuke, and Ryuji all talk about how much they respect and look up to their leaders, despite the three of them not having as many qualities as Minato, Yu, and Joker. The groups then overhear this as each leader gives compliments to their best friends. It's a very nice moment and made me appreciate these guys even more, regardless of not being my personal favorites in their games. If that wasn't enough, completing these kinds of side quests will grant you access to the new unison skills. These were awesome. They act the same way as follow-up attacks in that it comes by chance after earning a boost without knocking an enemy, either because they're already toppled over or it's a boss. It was so cool seeing the three teams kick some serious ass in a flashy way, while keeping true to their characters, and being incredibly helpful by doing a ton of damage. They're very similar to the Showtime attacks in Persona 5 Royal. I really wish these appeared more often, I never get tired of watching them. Stuff like that, and even the presentation in Q2 I think is a lot better this time. Not that the first game looked terrible by any means, far from it. And while I'm not too big a fan of how the character models and animations have been reused from the original, with only the Phantom Thieves getting new ones, when comparing something as simple as menus between the two games, it's night and day. Sadly, this game isn't all perfect by any means. If I had to choose my least favorite dungeon in the game, it'd definitely be the musical Labyrinth. Not because of its cutesy aesthetics or that I hate musicals, but it brings back that gimmick from the later Q1 dungeons where you have to switch back and forth between floors, and it just becomes a nuisance after a while. The gnome FOEs were quite annoying to deal with too. If you're anywhere near their line of sight, they'll stop you dead in your tracks and charge at you. Is there any way to tell whether they're going to trigger a battle with you as well? I swear it only happens whenever it feels like it sometimes. While I'm ranting for a bit, I think they went a bit too far with the gold enemies in all of the dungeons. The trick is to find their only weakness to knock them over and instantly kill them with an all-out attack, but they heavily resist anything that isn't their weakness to like 1 hit points worth of damage. That and they can really wreck your progress in no time flat by using hard-hitting blows that also put several types of binds on your party's front row. I hated this, there was no point in doing so other than irritating me by restricting my attacks. But at least they give you more XP, money, and rare materials to sell to Theo. Not the best way to ease the pain, I know, but better than nothing. For some twisted reason though, backup party members once again don't level up along with your main party. Why is that still a thing? I could kind of excuse it in the first game since Atlus hadn't incorporated that into other Persona titles yet, but this came out 2 years after Persona 5 where the uninvolved Phantom Thieves still leveled up. There's like 28 characters to pick from in Q2, surely they could have kept everybody at roughly the same level. You can use the new growth incense to catch one character up to the current highest level, which to be fair does encourage experimentation better than Q1, but there's only a handful of these spread throughout the game. And okay, as much as I like this game, the parts I never look forward to are the boss battles. I didn't really go into great detail with Q1's bosses, and that's because they were just alright. Nothing fantastic, but nothing awful either. These ones, on the other hand, are an entirely different ballgame. Wow, did these fights suck. The difficulty spike was atrocious, they hit way too freaking hard even after grinding and equipping the best available gear, and they love to throw as many cheap curveballs as they can, while also having the battles last for like 30 to 40 minutes. These were undoubtedly the low low point of the game for me, and they really brought the whole experience down. They're unfair, they go on for far too long, grinding beforehand takes forever since you don't earn nearly as much XP as you level up, and they're just not fun to do. The only one that didn't give me any trouble was the final boss, but that was just a bit dull. It's a generic JRPG final boss that doesn't hit very hard but still has a ton of health. Not the most exciting way to close the game. Like with Q1 though, the optional Velvet Room boss battles are more interesting and exciting, now with the inclusion of Caroline and Justine to spice it up a bit. You can't access these battles without doing the side quests that test each of the leaders, but they individually give their own special rewards, like having boosts carry over to the next battle or gaining more experience by ending the battle after an all-out attack. By winning all of the Velvet Room fights, you'll acquire everybody's ultimate personas to make things a bit easier. Very useful for the endgame stuff, especially the extra boss fight after finishing all the special screenings where you have to fight every Velvet Room attendant consecutively and in a single run. Good lord. Going back to the difficulty spike, however, Q2's not quite as beginner-friendly as the original game. Story-wise, there's no relevance to each other, and there are plenty of tutorials to explain how things work, but Q2 also starts off a bit harder than its predecessor, gradually getting easier with more powerful skills and abilities. It may not give the best first impressions to newcomers. With that in mind, yeah, that is kind of a big problem. If the first or maybe even the second dungeons don't satisfy you, then it may be hard-pressed to convince you to keep going. But if you can persevere, then let me assure you that it does get better. Just stick with it.
And that's exactly what I did. It was tough at first, but I'm glad I didn't give up because I otherwise wouldn't have experienced the greater parts of the game that would have gone overlooked.
Persona Q2 improves a number of things from the original that to me makes it one of the best handheld Personas to play. Fundamentally, it is the same as the first game and it's still a bit too lengthy. I have no idea how my first playthrough lasted 71 hours, but my runtime for this review was 53 hours. I did all the side quests in both of them, so not sure what happened. Despite this being a long game though, it didn't feel as long to me as the original Persona Q. The combat is more satisfying, the interactions between the three teams for the most part is wonderful, whether they're goofing around or having a heart-to-heart moment, and yeah, it all results in a memory wipe at the end again, which has been done to death already, but this time the journey getting there was more than enough to please me. Thanks to the bonds that everybody formed through the side quests, the departure felt even more sad than the first game, and it got me close to shedding a tear. I'm sure this'll all be counteracted again if Persona Q3 is ever made, but for now it's a bittersweet ending, and as I'm watching the three teams hang out together one last time before they leave for good while that beautiful credits song plays, it really brought a smile to my face. This is a very good game. Like I said earlier though, the only major problems I have is the steep difficulty curve and specifically the boss fights. They're too frustrating to be fulfilling and could potentially alienate some Persona fans and newbies. But yeah, similar to the first game, you're only going to get the most out of Persona Q2 anyway if you play Persona 3, 4, and 5. That's now 3 extremely lengthy RPGs you'll have needed to play before heading into Q2. It's fan service, but it's enjoyable fan service. Just be ready for the challenge at the start.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I've been waiting for this. It may have only been announced last year, but damn did it feel like forever. I think this was right up there with Kingdom Hearts 3 as one of the most agonizing waits for a game I've dealt with. This also marks the first time I've bought a Persona game day one, and of course, I had to get the Fan of Thieves edition. But yeah, here we finally are, Persona 5 Royal, an expanded version of the 2017 masterpiece with brand new story content and brand new gameplay features. Not the first in the series to do so by any means. There was Persona 4 Golden, which did the same thing, and to a lesser extent Persona 3 FES did as well by slightly updating the core game, but also included The Answer, which was a 20 to 30 hour epilogue. Atlus have even added new content to their other games like Catherine with the full body remaster, so it seems they have a knack for severely updating their games, but I think Persona 5 Royal has arguably the most varied amount of content out of these games so far.
Saying that, it is a shame that vanilla Persona 5 is already outdated after 3 years. It was the game that introduced me to the Persona series after all, so I have a lot to thank for it. I love the heck out of the original Persona 5, so much so that it was my favorite game of all time. I've gone through it a total of 5 times now, and it's one of the first games I've ever gone out of my way for a Platinum trophy. I've already gotten all of Royal's trophies as well, since they were a lot easier this time. You can still get some satisfaction out of vanilla Persona 5 if you're currently looking for a cheaper version version of the game to play, but the fact that they're selling Royal at near full price again may be upsetting to some people. At least Persona 4 Golden came out on the then brand new PlayStation Vita, but to release Persona 5 Royal on the same console as the original in the span of a few years is certainly a little odd. To be fair, vanilla Persona 5 did also come out for the PlayStation 3 during its release, and from what I understand it's not too different in the PS4 version, just has minor stuff like faster load times and a higher resolution. It was accommodating for two consoles back then is my point, even though I'm sure nobody in 2017 was using their PlayStation 3s anymore. Royal, on the other hand, is PS4 exclusive, meaning it can be used to its better potential, packing more stuff to do and bumping the resolution even further now to 4K, which looks absolutely stunning. It's probably not all that noticeable if this is your first time playing Persona 5 after 3 years, and YouTube quality isn't doing it justice, but if you've gone through the original game as many times as I have, you'll see how crisp everything is, especially the character portraits having smoother details and outlines. Not to mention that the Phantom Thieves now have new portrait poses to express certain emotions, with some additional voiceovers to scenes that didn't originally have them. Anyway, back to the game's launch price. Some may see this as kind of a step back from Atlus, as when Persona 3 FES came out, consumers had two different versions of the game they could purchase, one being the full package, as you'd expect, but the other was a separate disc with the updated game, and the answer included that you could buy and play for a discounted price, as long as you had a save file in your PS2 memory card of the original Persona 3 to prove that you owned it. This was known as the Append Edition. I guess given how easy it was to transfer your friend's save files back then, Atlus decided not to do the same thing again for Persona 5 Royal. I'm sure there are those who would have really liked to have the option of an append disc for Royal if they're tight on funds, and I understand their frustration, but given how much has been added and changed to the point of making the original Persona 5 obsolete, I'm not all that bothered about paying for mostly the same game again. Is it a good business practice? Probably not. Is there enough content to justify the price? That's debatable. Would I want other companies to try it? Only if they're smart about it. And if Atlus were to do a third version of Persona 5, then yeah, I think they'd be taking the piss a little, but doing it the once is not the end of the world for me. Moving on from all that, so now that I've played and reviewed all the other Persona titles except for the original game and the Persona 2 duology, how does Persona 5 hold up compared to its predecessors? Pretty damn well, actually. I still think it has the best gameplay, dungeon design, and cast of characters to date. I have to say, I've really grown to love Haru throughout the years. She didn't do much for me in the original Persona 5, mostly because she wasn't given a whole lot of screen time after she's introduced for a particular dungeon. But now that I've fully gone through her confidant, and with Royal adding a new chapter to the game for her to get involved in, as well as having those utterly badass showtime attacks of hers, killing shadows with such grace and etiquette, she's become one of my new favorite party members. Maybe third best, tied with An. I still think Haru could have had a little more to do overall, but it's definitely better than it was last time. On the other side of the coin, Ryuji has unfortunately gotten a little worse for me over time. Remember how I said I found him to be better than Yosuke from Persona 4? Well, that was most likely me basing Ryuji near the end of the game when he redeems himself, which is still a cool moment and makes Ryuji more likable. Beforehand though, he just complains a lot with occasionally a nice bit of interaction with him. And how many times does he have to be told to be quiet about everyone's identities as Phantom Thieves? I forgot how often that happens throughout the game. I don't dislike Ryuji by any means, and that was the same with Yosuke, but while they each had moments of maturity, especially endgame, they also had their share of scenes that made me think, wow, what a douche. Morgana still hasn't gotten any better for me either. I really hate how he's allowed to mock Ryuji about not being very smart, but anytime there's a retort about being a cat, he gets all defensive. It's like, dude, don't dish out the pain if he can't receive it. I will give Morgana some credit. Royal does give him a couple of lines that did make me laugh.
I'm pretty surprised to see some normal humans running around. I didn't know people could just come here.
Well, we are pretty special. Wait, that's not important.
The soundtrack once again has some of the best tunes I've ever heard in a video game, with the new tracks being just as pleasurable to the ears. And yes, we even have a new battle theme. Last Surprise is still there, but you can only hear it by not ambushing the enemies this time. Both themes kick major ass regardless. Kinda makes me wish they didn't do the dancing game so soon though, so that we could have some of these tracks. In regards to the story, I'd now say Persona 5's is tied with Persona 4's as the best one so far. far. Both of them have some amazing moments, but they also have separate flaws. Persona 4 had slightly too much goofing around between dungeons in my opinion, despite being very entertaining scenes. But Persona 5 also has that saggy middle before the 5th dungeon that unfortunately didn't get cut in Royal. It's still completely unnecessary and the only time I would say the game feels padded out. I realize deleting that entire section or at the very least shortening it would be a waste of a ton of work, but if it makes the story flow better then I think that would have been more beneficial. Persona 5, much like Persona 4, is also not the easiest to replay, and by that I'm mainly talking about the first few hours. Both games throw a lot at you before exploring their first dungeons, and they each have their pros and cons going about it. While 5 has a bit more gameplay than 4 does, 4 eases you in a bit more than 5. Don't get me wrong, they each slowly take their time to make sure you're up to speed, but Persona 4 kinda gave you a break once in a while with the information dumps by taking time to introduce the characters you'll be engaging with for the next 70 hours. 5 on the other hand has everything go wrong all at once, which does instantly grab you, but can also potentially overload your brain by the time you start your work as the Phantom Thieves. Persona 4 takes about 3 hours to get going, while Persona 5 takes a little over 4 hours, including the new cutscenes in Royal. If you ask me, out of the 3 more modern Persona games, Persona 3 has the best way of opening itself. It gives you all the information you need within an hour, you have a basic idea of the characters' personalities, you get the battle tutorials out of the way, and then off you go. Explore Tartarus or increase some social links. That's how you do it. Thankfully, once Persona 5 Royal does get going, it is still just as incredible as it was 3 years ago. But first, I'll give a brief recap on the story. Like with my original review, I'm keeping this as spoiler-free as I can. One of the wonders of a Persona game is to experience all the twists and turns for yourself, and talking about them here would just be ruining that feeling. I'll make another extended thoughts video to give my full opinions on the new plot elements, but let's talk about how everything begins. You play as the canonically named Ren Amamiya, or Amamiya, whatever it is. I'm sticking with Amamiya because I don't want it to sound too much like Mamma Mia. Anyway, Ren is taken away by the police after robbing from a random casino, and is approached by prosecutor Sae Nijima, who's trying to figure out how and why he did it. The game then turns into one massive flashback as we're shown what happened to Ren before he got arrested. He had previously received a criminal record after intervening in an assault between a woman and a drunken man, with the man suing Ren for attacking him even though he never laid a finger on him. Expelled from his school and branded a criminal, Ren has to move away to a new town and the only school that will take him, living at LeBlanc Cafe owned by Sojiro Sakura, the man taking care of Ren for the next year. The first day of school arrives, Ren meets his new classmate, a blonde pigtail girl named An, and the vulgar-mouthed Ryuji, who ends up being the best friend of the game. An gets a ride to school with their gym teacher Kamoshida, while Ren and Ryuji walk their way there, but mysteriously come across a castle right where the school should be. The boys get taken away to a cell by the guards of the castle, loyal to King Kamoshida. Not the real Kamoshida, but rather his shadow, keeping true to series traditions. Ren awakens to his first persona, Arsene, just before he and Ryuji are executed, allowing them to escape. On the way, they meet a talking cat named Morgana, who seems to know exactly what's going on. The boys seem to have been taken to another world known as the Metaverse, where the castle is part of the real Kamoshida's distorted desires taken shape, dubbed as a palace by Morgana. Kamoshida thinks of himself as the king of the school, with the students as slaves that the real Kamoshida's been physically and emotionally abusing, and An as the princess of the castle since he's been trying to get her to have sex with him. Awakening to your persona also changes your attire based on your personality, so with Ren being unpredictable, he dons a magician's outfit and is the only one able to hold multiple personas, giving him his codename Joker. Ryuji later gets his persona, Captain Kidd, and wears pirate gear to suit his rebellious nature. Morgana already has his persona, Zoro, being a masked outlaw who defends the weak, and An gets Carmen to develop herself as a femme fatale against her enemies. Together, Ren, Ryuji, An, and Morgana trudge through the castle to steal Kamoshida's treasure, the core of his palace that'll make him confess all of his sins and have a change of heart, naming their group the Phantom Thieves of Hearts, simplified as the Phantom Thieves throughout the rest of the game. Over time, other party members join the Phantom Thieves to take down more rotten adults that are just as bad or perhaps far worse than Kamoshida, traveling in their palaces and stealing their treasures. That's as far as I can go without giving too much away. What I just described was roughly around 8 hours of the game, and the stakes only get higher as it goes. Where the original Persona 5 took me around 90 hours to finish the first time, even with lots of prior experience to that version, Royal ended up taking me 108 hours, the longest time it's ever taken me to complete a game. The first Xenoblade Chronicles kept that trophy for a few years at 92 hours, but now I'm gonna have to pass it on to Royal. The increased length can all be pointed to the new cutscene, showing the Phantom Thieves just hanging out and doing school activities, and also having a brand new semester with a brand new palace if you manage to meet meet the requirements. Some of the new cutscenes involve the new party member added to Royal named Kasumi, a first-year gymnast that gets to know Ren and Ren getting to know her. Her thief outfit appeared a bit uninspired to me at first, since the jacket and gloves are just shorter versions of Joker's, but I've grown to quite like it. Looking similar to Joker is meant to be the point anyway, possibly acting as the female protagonist of sorts for Persona 5, given how close Ren and Kasumi become as the game goes on. I don't know why she's the only one that gets a Sailor Moon-style transformation sequence, that was just weird. As a character, Kasumi is just the sweetest lady. She reminds me a lot of the Persona 3 female protagonist in Q2. Kasumi has so much going wrong with her, being met with absurd standards as a gymnast and having everyone in school see her as Little Miss Perfect, but she tries her best to keep a positive attitude, with Ren helping in any way he can. Kasumi's cheery demeanor and occasionally being a bit playful with Ren makes it absolutely impossible not to like her. Makoto will always be my #1 Persona gal, but damn was Kasumi a close second. She won me over extremely quickly, and I'm always happy to spend time with her. Kasumi's also one of the new confidants you can take part in, and yes, I'm still calling them confidants and not social links, fight me. But on top of her, Akechi has a proper confidant this time instead of it being story-based, and we also have Dr. Takuto Maruki, the school counselor who's researching cognitive science himself. Maruki's a likable enough dork, using snacks as bait to come to his counseling sessions, which sounds pretty shady now that I say it out loud, but he's also kind of a bore during his confidant. The facts he brings up to Ren about the human mind can be pretty interesting, and I do care about him finishing his research, but it's mostly all he talks about until near the end, rarely discussing anything else. Not a terrible confidant anyway, and his abilities in battle can be quite useful. Oh, and yes folks, when it comes to raising confidants, Morgana doesn't bug you to go to sleep nearly as often. It still occasionally happens, and you want to smack him every time he does so, but he's nowhere near as intrusive as he was in the original. The only issue is that you still can't actually go out at night to raise your confidants during the story segments, but rather take the time to craft infiltration tools or catch up on increasing your social stats so that you can continue speaking to confidants. When you are raising confidants though, the new phone conversations after every meet can sometimes feel like they're getting in the way, but it's mainly to act as a crutch for ensuring your rank will go up next time in case you didn't choose the right dialogue option, so at least they're useful when needed. I really regret not seeing Chihaya much sooner in the original game, because ranking her confidant high enough lets you use her fortunes to increase your bonds with other confidants by a little bit, all at a fairly small price and without wasting the day. She goes above and beyond in Royal as well by now having a fortune that lets you see which dialogue option is best to pick for increasing your bonds further. Both of these were so damn helpful, and thanks to them and the new semester, I managed to max out everybody's confidant on my first playthrough. Chihaya, I am so sorry I said you were useless in my original review. Back to the new cutscenes, I'm also very impressed with how seamlessly Atlas managed to place them in between the old cutscenes. The only exception that felt odd was during the Culture Festival when Kasumi invites Ren to hang out just as he's leaving, so he has a good time with her and is ready to go again, only to have his friends ask him out like they did in the original. It's rather weird, and I'm there thinking, look, he's probably tired, just let the poor boy leave. The overworld is basically the same as it was last time, except Joker can sprint outside of palaces now, thank Jesus. And we have a brand new location to go to, Kichijoji, a massive shopping center with tons of stuff to check out during the day or night. You can take someone out to a jazz club where the Persona 5 singer Lynn does her performances, or you can invite your friends to play some darts and billiards. You can actually play darts, which is pretty cool, and reducing all your points with your chosen partner gives you more benefits to their baton passes, but for some reason you can't manually play billiards. It's done automatically and improves a random social stat, as well as boosting your technical damage by hitting enemies inflicted with ailments, so the rewards are worth it, but I have to admit that's kinda lame that we don't get to play billiards ourselves. Why only do one minigame when there's another one waiting to be played? Oh well, minor issue anyway. And one other thing that may be useful is that hovering over each area in the overworld map will let you know what can be done there and how it could help you grow, such as improving social stats to clear those massive roadblocks during some people's confidants. Damn it, Makoto, let me love you! That's all just the story and socializing side of Royal though. The actual gameplay has also received a number of tweaks that make the original Persona 5 feel dated by comparison. To start off with what carries over from the original, evading detection is still how you're going to get by the palaces, but like last time, it's not all that stressful since getting the jump on shadows is really easy to do by simply leaping from behind or by hiding and waiting for enemies to come to you. Once more, the aim to winning battles is to figure out the enemy's weaknesses and abuse the hell out of them to knock them over. Once all enemies are toppled down and held at gunpoint, you'll then get to decide what you want to do between continuing the battle as normal, performing the stunningly flashy all-out attacks, or you can just talk to the enemies, convincing them to hand you money, items, or forming a partnership with Joker so that he's able to use that enemy as a new persona within his arsenal. Or arsenal, I should say.
Yeah, I know, I'm so funny.
That last one can only be done if you give the right answers to the enemy's questions about human life. And Royal adds a kinda sorta returning feature from Persona 1 and 2 where you can see the personalities of each enemy so that you have a better idea of what you need to say to win them over. Thankfully, it's also not as cryptic about it as Persona 1 since the navigators will also give you an idea on how you should act. Not all of the shadows will have the patience for negotiating, but fill up that compendium whenever you have the chance. One of those shadows that won't give you the time of day are the new disaster shadows. Highly aggressive beings that will leave you alone if you don't attack them, but will otherwise have no problem attacking back after every action the party takes. Thing is though, they're also literally ticking time bombs as lowering all of their health causes them to explode, damaging their allies and dropping an item. Take advantage of that if you think you can get away with it. They go down fairly easily, especially with the baton passes that are now readily available instead of having to increase each party member's confidence. Once again, after getting a critical hit or abusing an enemy's weakness, you have the option of passing your next move onto one of the other party members, powering up their attacks. You can keep this going until you've passed to everyone in the party, and now with Royal, after passing to the fourth and last person, not only will they have the hardest hitting attack, but all skills will cost absolutely nothing to use, much like the boost mechanic in the Persona Q games. This was really damn helpful on the harder difficulties. Any skills I don't have on a particular party member won't be too much of an issue either, as the accessories now have attached physical, magical, and support abilities, so I can finally give a heavy magic user like An a proper physical attack and kick more ass. That's awesome. I even managed to get more use out of the guns this time. The original had it so that you can only fire a set amount of bullets per in-game day, but even though Royal gives you a smaller clip that unleashes a single round of bullets, that clip refills between each battle. I was a bit scared of this at first, especially since the guns hurt like goddamn bulldozers in Kamoshida's castle. I thought there was going to be no point in using Persona skills because the guns cleared enemies more quickly and efficiently. I was like, oh no. But luckily those were just really weak enemies, as the next palace had enemies that were more resistant to guns. Still, a great change even if it gave me the wrong first impressions. But oh man, nothing was more spectacular to me than the new Showtime attacks. You don't get your first one until the third palace, but god were they helpful in a pinch while providing more badass imagery from each of the Phantom Thieves. Showtime attacks can be triggered in various ways, like a shadow being weakened, after a baton pass, one of the party members being critically injured or knocked over, etc. There are plenty of opportunities for Showtime attacks to be activated, and they do a crap ton of damage, even to the Reaper, making it one of the easier fights in the series. Showtime attacks aren't exactly new to Persona, as Q2 did something very similar with the unison skills, but it is the first time a main Persona title has brought this over, and I highly welcome it. My favorites are Ryuji and Makoto's, Ryuji and Yusuke's, Makoto and Haru's, and Haru and Morgana's. The Velvet Room has a few new perks too, aside from bringing back that feature from Q2 that lets you buy all required personas at once to make a special persona. Every persona, including your party members, now have what are known as traits. These are added buffs and abilities that can be transferred to the persona you're fusing, like adding power for baton passes, decreasing the amount of SP needed for certain spells, or tripling the effects of charging your attacks. This is all probably something you won't notice too much in the heat of battle, but it's useful when it's needed. I also like how in Royal you can show the twin Velvet Room attendants Caroline and Justine around various hangout spots, similar to what you did with Elizabeth and Theo in Persona 3, as well as Marie in Persona 4 Golden. You not only get a humorous cutscene in every occasion, but you're also rewarded with a few skill cards each time, some of which hold abilities that the twins ask to put on a specific persona to raise their confidant. It's basically a less tedious way to increase your bonds with the twins without having to look up fusion recipes online, when you most likely had to in Persona 3 and 4. It does waste like 12 in-game days, which pushes for time a bit if you're trying to get as much done as possible, but it's all entirely optional anyway. The twins will also randomly issue an alarm within the Velvet Room after winning a battle, in which anything you do with your personas can provide more benefits, whether it's better equipment you can turn them into, or changing a persona's skills after a fusion. It doesn't always provide the best results, but again, like with the traits, it'll prove useful when you need them. I do wish you could use the alarm more than once though whenever the opportunity arises. The fusion tools will break if you use them multiple times during an alarm, meaning you could end up with something entirely different. So every time you use the alarm, you have to scroll back through several menus, say that you don't want to leave the Velvet Room, speak to the twins, tell them to turn off the alarm, scroll through more dialogue, confirm that you wish to do so, wait until even more dialogue passes, and then it's finally turned off. That is a huge pain in the ass, and alarms happen so frequently that you're going to be doing this a lot. They're handy, but this could have been dealt with so much better in my opinion. Making up for it though are the Velvet Room's additional special battles. These are like mini tournaments that place you in a few rounds, defeating shadows, all with 3 different prizes to win by accumulating a certain amount of points. The higher the score, the better the prize. But earning such a score means abusing the multipliers, which require you to meet specific conditions for that battle. Quick tip, if there's a multiplier for attacking with a certain party member and using a particular spell, attach an accessory with that spell to the essential party member, maximizing their score, especially with baton passes. Alas, most of these battles are exclusive to a DLC pack holding different circumstances, but I'd recommend picking it up if you want a little more Persona 5 action, if not just so you can battle Yu Narukami from Persona 4 and Minato Arizato from Persona 3. Yes, I know I said his manga name was Minato Yuki in the FES review. This is simply my half-ass way of making amends so that you can all stop reminding me. But anyway, these fights were really awesome. I love it when games do callbacks like this. And seeing you and Minato battle in full HD looks absolutely amazing. As for Mementos, yeah, it's still one of the weaker parts, sadly. But Royal does make it at least a bit more interesting this time. There's different music for each layer of Mementos, so that's already a big plus for me. Same as in vanilla Persona 5, Mementos has randomly generated floors to explore, but now in Royal, on the rare occasion, the next floor you go to might change things up a bit, similar to how the dungeons in Persona 3 and 4 acted. This could include being totally dark, filled with nothing but treasure demons, or even having the Reaper chase you straight away. On top of being the palace of the general public with plenty of side quests, Mementos is also now where you can meet this strange boy called Jose, a traveler who drives all around Mementos picking these odd flowers, squeezing out its juice because he believes it'll help him get a better understanding of humans. Jose asks the Phantom Thieves to help find as many flowers as they come across, and he'll exchange a set amount of flowers for consumable items that could help you while in palaces. There isn't really any explanation as to who or what Jose is or why he's in Mementos. Everyone just kind of accepts it, and he never becomes a bigger part of the story. He gets to be a new optional boss though, which is pretty cool, but his existence is still left unanswered, and you don't even get access to that fight without collecting enough of these star-shaped stamps scattered around Mementos. You'll always find one just before going to the next floor, but some of them are also found in certain parts of random floors, even going as far as hiding behind breakable walls. Again, there's no particular reason for the stamps existing, it's just a game to Jose, but finding a number of stamps and showing them to Jose does let you increase the amount of XP, money, and items you earn while in Mementos, so it's worth grabbing them when you see them. I do wish Jose didn't appear randomly in each floor though. I sometimes find myself with a lot of flowers I want to exchange, but he just doesn't show up and I end up wasting it all, since they don't carry over between multiple visits. Overall, while I still prefer going through the palaces in this game, Mementos isn't nearly as boring as it was last time, and thanks to Ryuji's updated insta-kill confidant ability, you can finally earn rewards by running into weaker shadows, making it a faster way to level up and gather more money. But what about the main palaces? What's changed with them? Not a great deal, surprisingly. Most of them have been slightly altered and may include an extra room or two, but for the most part they're pretty much the same. Aside from near the end of the game, the only palace that didn't receive any changes was the casino dungeon. Not that I'm complaining anyway, that's one of my favorites. Oh, and remember in my original review where I was complaining about the lack of save points in the ship palace? Well, they've rectified that and put one at the start of each of the maze rooms. It's almost as if Atlas saw my video and was like, "Fine, you goddamn crybaby, here's your stinking save points." The new palace is pretty interesting and visually appealing as well. It's not the best of the bunch, and the middle part can drag a little since you have to answer questions about certain scenarios based on what the ruler thinks is right, but some of its other ideas are quite fascinating. A great inclusion as a whole. The palaces altogether may not be as replayable as something like Tartarus or the TV world, since they're not randomly generated, but I much prefer having well-constructed dungeons as opposed to a bunch of hallways with not a lot going for them. I'll leave that to Mementos. When it comes to the dungeon's alterations though, it's mostly to utilize Joker's new grappling hook to access newer areas, making it a somewhat situational tool. It is pretty handy for ambushing shadows from longer distances, though you have to rank up Kasumi's confidant to get it. But outside of battles, you'll mainly be using the grappling hook to reach the palace's new will seeds. Morgana doesn't do a very good job explaining what they're actually in the palace for, but from what I can understand, if you think of the save rooms as the weakest part of a palace ruler's desire, then the will seeds could be seen as the strongest point. Each palace has 3 will seeds to optionally find, where collecting all of them rewards you with a special accessory that gives you a buff and an attached skill, and after handing it to Jose, he'll give it an even greater perk. Boss fights have been changed a little too, though I'm struggling to decide whether they're better or worse than they were before. The original Persona 5 bosses have never been all that impressive, let's be fair, despite being some of the best in the series, but with new phases and stuff being added, they now either go on for a bit too long or feel rather scripted in places. choices. This sadly also applies to the new boss for the new palace, although it was one of the more climactic battles in the game. Regardless, all the boss fights are entertaining enough and royal, they each just have their problems. Yeah, I'm looking at you again, Space Palace. Okay, the dungeon itself has actually been improved a little by heavily condensing the opening section where you have to steal the robot chief director's ID, and by that I mean far fewer hallways and enemies to get in your way while you look for it. The vacuum puzzle's also not quite as complicated as it was last time, so the palace itself isn't the issue. It's the boss fight you do afterwards where it does everything in its power to make it as drawn out and annoying as possible. I can't show off too much, which unfortunately doesn't help my point, but god, it really is a whole lot worse than it was in the original. One of the most horrendous boss fights I've played in these games yet. Perhaps in my entire life. It's like when Ocarina of Time fans talk about how amazing that game is, but they try not to mention the water temple. That's how bad it is. It feels horrible to admit, but it's something that can't be overlooked. That boss fight and story moments beforehand, however, are the only parts of the game that I would say is truly awful, because the rest of it is just too damn good to completely ruin the experience. If there's one thing that can be said about Royal though, is that with the millions of options at your disposal for combat, without having played Persona 2 yet, this is so far the easiest Persona game I've gone through. I had to switch the difficulty to hard before even finishing the second palace. I've never had to do that in a Persona game before. I was breezing through the first palace like nobody's business, especially with the guns. And some enemies in the second palace were simply a joke on normal. It's a great way to get new players familiar with how Persona games work, but for veterans, put it on hard mode or merciless mode if you're feeling really brave. It's a lot tougher to deal with the stronger foes at the start, but the challenge does become more balanced as it goes. With options like the Showtime attacks, accessories with attached skills, blowing up disaster shadows, replenishing guns, Persona traits, and the alarm system, the Phantom Thieves are rather overpowered and could probably make the game too easy to be fun for some players. For crying out loud, Ann has a new Confidant ability that can sometimes flat out cancel an enemy's attack with her allure, and don't forget the technical attacks that do additional damage. The Phantom Thieves even get another evolution of Personas during the new semester with amazing traits and skills, exactly like in Persona 4 Golden. Here's Goemon becoming a pimp Persona, you're welcome. You can make the game even easier if you wanted to by downloading the DLC from the original Persona 5 that's now completely free. I got it for the added costumes, but good lord, don't use the extra Personas. It's great to see that they're all from past games, but they are stupidly broken. I went through some of the third palace with Izanagi and I was like, nope, this is too much. I want to have some sort of challenge. The DLC Personas also kinda screw up the recipe list since they have to be accounted for as well, even leading to Personas like Alice only having one specific recipe to make her. That was really dumb. I greatly regret picking this DLC up, especially for the extra consumables that I didn't want to use. I just wanted the costumes, damn it. And in case you still didn't get enough of Persona 5 Royal, there's the Thieves' Den you can step into. It's nothing more than a glorified gallery full of pictures, music, and cutscenes, but there's also the rewards section, which are basically extra achievements you can acquire separately from the trophies. Each reward grants you in-game currency to spend on all the little goodies I mentioned, and you can decorate the den with statues and bits of scenery based on stuff you see in the game. The Thieves' Den is just something you can do to kill some time, but it's kinda relaxing too. I like how you can control the other Phantom Thieves in this place. The small exchanges between some of the characters is pretty cool, and I get a kick out of this Typhoon card game you can play with your friends, which apparently is a real Japanese card game also known as Daifugo, or Grand Millionaire in English. It's one of the only card games in an RPG I can actually get to grips with, despite my opponents completely decimating me on the harder difficulties. Decent distraction all around anyway.
And there we have it. I've somehow managed to make this video longer than my original review, even though I didn't have to go into quite as much detail with the stuff I already covered. I guess it shows how different Royal is compared to the original Persona 5. As I said at the start of this review, whether or not you think these changes are worth buying Persona 5 again is entirely up to you. Throughout the videos I've done within this series, I've been seeing a lot of polarizing opinions and heated debates as to what's actually considered the best Persona game, especially between Persona 3 and 4. Look, whatever Persona game you think should be seen as the greatest, I honestly don't care. You are free to like whatever you want to like, as am I. Just don't be a dick about it. While Persona 3 didn't quite tickle my fancy as much as it did with a lot of other people, there were some good things about it too, and I still consider Persona 4 to not only be one of the best in the series, but also one of the best RPGs I've ever played. By the way, in case anybody asked me, yes, I did purchase the PC version of Persona 4 Golden that just came out as I was working on this video. It is really weird seeing it run so smoothly and no longer be a Vita exclusive, but why were PCs the first option for transferring it over? I don't wholly object to the idea, but when you've got consoles like the Switch that's just begging to
to have Persona 4 Golden. Surely that should have had higher priority. I dare say it won't be too long though before we see it on even more platforms. If we've got Catherine Full Body coming to the Switch, then I don't see why Persona 4 Golden can't. Still, if you happen to own a PC and haven't had the chance to play Persona 4 Golden yet, now is a great time to do so. It's an absolutely fantastic game that I hope more people will get to try out. However, for me, it doesn't get any better than Persona 5, and now with the changes Royal brings, right down to the most minor of additions, I can safely call this my favorite Persona game and my new favorite game of all time. Is it perfect? No. Does it have its problems, even major ones? Of course it does, same as any other game. But I had such a blast with the gameplay, story, and characters, and there were just too many awesome moments that greatly outweigh the bad ones.
I'm struggling to find any more words to describe how unbelievably breathtaking Persona 5 Royal is. I love this game so very much, and once those credits rolled, I wanted to stand up and applaud. The 10 out of 10s it's been receiving are more than deserved. I have heard some say the gameplay's amazing, but call the plot and characters shallow, and how Persona 5's nothing but style over substance, and while I would strongly disagree with them about that, that's their decision. The style to me is what sets it apart from other Persona titles and other RPGs, and the Phantom Thieves I believe have the strongest chemistry out of the groups I've experienced in these games, with the investigation team losing by just a smidge. The new cutscenes make their interactions even better than they already were. The additions to the gameplay, while a little broken, create quite the spectacle and can give you the extra edge on hard and merciless mode, which are the difficulties I would certainly recommend choosing. Maybe not if Royal's your first Persona game, but definitely if you want way more of a challenge. The game isn't flawless by any means, but the few major issues it does have can't possibly detract from its excellence. Whether you're playing Royal or vanilla Persona 5, you're guaranteed to have the time of your life. But Royal is definitely the more accessible option if you haven't gotten to experience Persona 5 in all of its glory yet. Hell, even if you've already played the original game, pick up Royal anyway. While the differences may not seem drastic, after playing them back to back, you'll realize how much faster and more expansive Royal is. I'm curious to see how Atlus are going to top this though whenever Persona 6 is made. I don't think there's anything that could be done to make the gameplay better. Then again, I didn't think much could be improved with the original Persona 5, and well, here we are. They're going to have quite the shoes to fill whenever that happens regardless, because much like the Palace Rulers, the Phantom Thieves, as well as Persona 5, have stolen my heart.
Royal is simply a royally delightful game, and I hope those who weren't impressed with the original Persona 5 got more of what they were looking for.
Welcome back everyone to more Persona 5 Royal with my extended thoughts on the plot. I already did one of these videos for vanilla Persona 5, but as you can tell by the length of this video, I have a lot to say about Royal's new story content, and I was never really pleased with how the first extended thoughts video came out. I went in completely unscripted, and I've always thought it came out a bit sloppy, so I've wanted to give this another go for some time. I've written a script now so I can share my thoughts more cohesively. I think this is going to be the last of the extended thoughts videos for quite some time though, because I don't see myself giving Persona 1 and 2 the same treatment. I recently completed the original Persona, well, the Sebek route anyway, and I honestly don't have a lot to say about that game's story. However, I've yet to go through the Snow Queen route at this time, and I haven't finished the Persona 2 duology yet, so who knows, I may have more to say than I figured. But I get the feeling that the next time I'll be doing an extended thoughts video after this would be whenever Persona 6 is a thing. Same as usual, this is the spoiler corner, and we're gonna talk about everything, so if you haven't finished Persona 5 Royal yet, now's the time to switch the video off. All good? Cool, let's get to it. Alright, so the first thing I want to talk about is a slight mistake I made in the original extended thoughts video. It was very late in the game where Joker gets arrested at the casino and thrown into the interrogation room. Akechi then comes in and reveals himself to be the traitor that sold Joker out and proceeds to shoot him. This later turns out to have been Sae's cognitive version of Joker that Akechi killed, and it seems that the Phantom Thieves knew Akechi would betray them, so they put together this complicated plan to convince Sae that he's the villain and should break Joker out of jail. The plan itself seems pretty solid. I can't think of any holes aside from being extremely lucky. Sae needed to hand Joker's phone over to Akechi so that Futaba can use the tracker on Akechi to activate the metaverse, where the interrogation room looks exactly the same, including where Joker was sitting. Okay, fair enough, but what I wasn't sure of in the original video was how even though Sae technically went into the metaverse, why was she still not able to understand Morgana? Well, it turns out they actually do explain that, though it goes by so quickly you probably wouldn't notice. In fact, I can't even pinpoint where in the game they tell you. It took me about 4 playthroughs to finally figure it out. Apparently, not only do you have to be in the metaverse, but you also need to have seen Morgana speak while in the metaverse so that your mind is used to hearing him talk by the time you get back to the real world. A bit of a stretch if you ask me, and a needless amount of rules, but I guess I can buy it. Not much more to say except I got it wrong, but now I understand. I also mentioned that I wasn't sure of how Haru got inside the metaverse and donned her musketeer outfit, but that's explained too. And I really don't know how I missed it. Morgana walks away sulking after fighting with a fan of thieves and attempts to clear Okumura's palace on his own, but Haru notices him walking around and decides to follow him. Since the metanav can draw people in from a close distance, that's why Haru got dragged and found Morgana, as also shown with An at the beginning of the game. It was a stupid mistake I made and I apologize for that. I think that's all I have to fix from my original extended thoughts video, so we'll move on to the new stuff Royal brings to the table. Let's start with a fascinatingly awful Okumura fight. Jesus Christ, this really was bad. Now, before I get into all that, I should mention that Royal introduces Okumura's cognitive version of Haru, which I wasn't expecting. It was asked in Vanilla Persona 5 as to whether or not she existed, but it was sort of left a mystery, one that may not have had a pretty answer. So to actually see a cognitive Haru in the flesh was a cool little surprise, but that's as much praise as I'll give to the actual fight. It's the same deal as before, a gauntlet of enemies you need to kill before you reach Okumura himself, but this time you have to make sure every enemy in the group dies within a couple of turns, otherwise they'll run away and come back with full health, forcing you to start over. Each group of robots has different weaknesses as well, so having a specific persona list and or the ability to switch party members during battle is almost a necessity. That's bad enough, but not helping is that Okumura also boosts one of the enemy's defense stat, making it harder to kill all of the enemies at once. He'll have his drones target individual party members so that they die incredibly easily, even with highly ranked confidant abilities that have them endure attacks. After dealing with all groups of enemies, you then have to take down the executive director robot like before, and then as a new addition, the cognitive Haru turns herself into a deadly robot, so you either have to take her out or guard her explosion as she self-destructs, before finally getting one last hit on Okumura. On top of all this, you have a damn time limit to worry about too. 30 minutes sounds like a lot of time, and in the original it was, but in Royal, god no. You have to make every second count. I found the best method was to knock down all but one foe separately using consumable items or natural skills, baton pass to as many party members as I could, and use multi-target skills on the last robot standing so that you have a one more to attack again with that same skill. Even after all that though, I barely managed to beat the boss with less than 3 minutes to spare, and my brother Jude, who was playing the game the same time as me, had less than 10 seconds left before finishing the fight, and that was after skipping every dialogue because heaven forbid the clock stops ticking while the cutscene plays. This was hands down one of the worst Persona bosses I've ever done, hell, one of the worst boss fights period. I'd still say a couple of the Q2 bosses just ever so slightly beat it, but holy shit, this was right up there. I'm glad I didn't cave in and switch from hard to normal during this fight, but it's a big blemish on an otherwise incredible game. You know what, the end of Shido's fight was pretty annoying too. He removes all of your party members from the battle so that it's a one-on-one duel with Joker, which unless you're prepared for, he may end up killing you a couple of times. I still got him, but that may have just been luck and making sure to vary my current Persona arsenal. I don't know what's worse though, that or having the Wakaba fight feel as if you're barely doing any of the work. The original battle wasn't that great either, definitely one of the more scripted bosses in the game, but something about Royal's version seemed even more scripted to me. A real shame. At least we do get a few of the game's coolest anime cutscenes during those moments, especially Shido's calling card. God, that's still such an amazing scene. So Shido is defeated and confesses his crimes to the public, although nobody seems to be bothered about it and not only still want him to be Prime Minister, but are forgetting about the Phantom Thieves as well. It's as if the general public has some distorted desire, to which Morgana believes that getting rid of mementos should help them come to their senses. The Phantom Thieves head down to the deepest part of mementos and meet the Holy Grail, which they can't seem to defeat because of the masses' praise. The Holy Grail has been manipulating the public's thoughts so that they don't have to think for themselves in order to be happy. As well as that, Memento seems to be fusing with the real world to expand the Holy Grail's powers. The Phantom Thieves disappear, Joker is imprisoned once more inside the Velvet Room, but the twins come to the realization that they used to be one, to which Joker helps fuse them together and become Lavenza, who actually has her own optional fight in Royal now. The Igor that's been assisting all this time in the Velvet Room is also not who he says he is, but rather the Holy Grail taken a different form, who temporarily escapes to continue merging mementos with Earth. There's some moping around with the Phantom Thieves who are found inside the Velvet Room, and you have to cheer them up one at a time, something that could have also been cut in Royal honestly, because we know they're gonna feel better anyway. The real Igor comes back, and Morgana also turns out to be a creation of him meant to help Joker. Joker. The Holy Grail had pitted two potential candidates against each other to decide the fate of the world, one being Akechi, who wished to bring chaos and destruction, reshaping the world in his own image, and Joker, who would oppose that with his power of the wild card. The Phantom Thieves make it to the Holy Grail, who eventually reveals his true form, an unruly god named Yaldabaoth. The battle, surprisingly, is the only one in the game that doesn't play any differently. It's the exact same fight as the original Persona 5. I'm not sure why that is, but anyway, after lowering all of his health, Joker summons Satanael to deliver the final blow thanks to the prayers of the masses, who are no longer brainwashed and more people are giving support to the Phantom Thieves. So, all's well that ends well. I'm sure you remember how the ending goes. Despite his efforts, Sai asks Joker to turn himself to the police to help testify against Shido. Still sucks big time, but it's pretty brave of Joker. Wait, Akechi's alive and well in Royal. Yeah, he's still meant to be killed off after the fight in Shido's palace, and he says he's willing to take the fall for Joker. Cool, I guess that means Joker doesn't need to go to jail and we can have a proper Christmas date this time with your girlfriend of choice. Oh, and we actually get to spend Christmas with your friends now. This is great. However, things also start getting pretty crazy from here. New Year's Day arrives, Joker meets up with Kasumi, and they happen to run into everyone else at the same time, but your team starts to say very strange things, like how Futaba is going to be spending time with her deceased mother, Wakaba, and how Haru has plans with her deceased father. Something also seems off when you meet Kasumi's dad and some sort of glitch occurs, but both Kasumi and Joker decide to sleep on it. Upon waking up though, Joker is disturbed by this other man who he doesn't seem to know at first. But not only is it true that Wakaba and Okumura are still alive, but the man also seems to be a humanized Morgana. Akechi then randomly appears asking Joker for a little talk, and he explains how on top of everything else we've seen, the police just let Akechi go, free of all charges, which even he admits shouldn't have happened. In the middle of this conversation, Kasumi calls Joker, telling him that a palace has appeared by a stadium being constructed in Odaiba. Because the three of them seem to be the only ones not affected by these bizarre phenomenons, they enter the palace all by themselves and discover that it belongs to none other than Dr. Maruki, the school counselor. Not even a shadow version of him, but the real deal, who has gained the power to alter reality, fulfilling his wish of granting everyone's wishes for a happier life. We then get another bombshell immediately afterwards where Kasumi isn't Kasumi at all. She's actually her sister, Sumire. Kasumi mentioned a few times beforehand that she had a sister who died in a car accident, but it's not until this point in the game that we learn the truth. That being, Kasumi was the one who died in the accident while Sumire is stuck with the guilt, since she was running away from Kasumi after feeling like she'll never live up to her sister's golden standards as a gymnast, which explains why she was pushed so hard at school. Kasumi shoved Sumire out of the way before the car made the impact, and ever since that day, after speaking with Maruki about it, he altered Sumire's reality so that she thinks she's really Kasumi, free of the shame and guilt. Back in the palace, Sumire breaks down again after coming to this realization, and Maruki uses this opportunity to take her away and try to change her back into Kasumi. It's funny, I didn't expect Maruki to be the palace's ruler, but as soon as I saw it was him, I was like, oh, dumbass, of course it'd be him. The clues were right there. Maruki as an antagonist is a rather interesting one. Not amazing per se, but certainly interesting. Yaldabaoth may no longer be the final boss of the game, but there are a lot more good things than bad things about it. On the one hand, yes, this does make Yaldabaoth seem like a much lesser villain this time around, with his replacement being just some normal dude with supernatural powers. On the other hand though, since practically every Persona game ends with some sort of god waggling their finger saying humanity sucks and trying to force a do-over in some way, the fact that the ultimate bad guy in Royal is just a normal dude with supernatural powers honestly makes it pretty refreshing. Helping that is how Maruki legitimately wants to help people, unlike in the other games where the villains want to wipe out all existence or brainwash them for all eternity. Altering reality to make people happy has a lot of pros and cons, but there's fundamentally no right or wrong answer in doing so. Maruki even says out loud to Joker and Akechi that he has no ill will towards them, and is prepared to help them with their lives as well, despite the two disagreeing with his methods. Everyone has the right to feel happy, and what Maruki's doing isn't necessarily evil. However, similar to Yaldabaoth, Maruki's reality altering is also robbing people of their free will, not allowing them to make their own mistakes and learn from them, which as a result doesn't help them grow as people. So in the end, Joker and Akechi still think they should stop Maruki. In a way, I'd consider Maruki to be a much more humble and sympathetic villain than someone like Yaldabaoth. Actually, even calling him a villain is entirely debatable, which I would much rather have than yet another god looking to destroy the world, especially since it's coming off the heels of Persona Q2 that had a less than substandard antagonist in my opinion. Maruki gives them a week to decide on his offer anyway and see how it's affected their teammates, taking Sumire with him. Joker takes this time to check on how everybody's doing in this new life, and as expected, they're all extremely happy with it, but speaking with Joker causes them to regain a memory of their time as the Phantom Thieves, which makes them question what's real or not. I don't know why it takes a whole in-game day to speak to one person, and this can get kind of tedious, but I think I'd still take this than cheering everyone up in the Velvet Room like before. Meanwhile, Joker and Akechi go to face Maruki again with the option to accept his reality or tell him to piss off, both of them resulting in pretty much how you'd expect it to. Declining the offer puts you in a battle against Sumire and her persona Cendrillon, hell-bent on staying as Kasumi, and eventually the other Phantom Thieves arrive to help after coming to their senses. That was a really awesome moment, by the way, top-notch entrance. Sumire is beaten and Maruki gives them 1 month to think over his offer once more, even though they made it pretty damn clear they're not sticking with his reality. Oh well, you get more time to raise confidants anyway, including Sumire, who's a new romance option too, although it's so late in the game now that you only get 2 dates with her in the story. I chose to do so during my second playthrough, and they were really sweet scenes. I just would have liked to have more opportunities. Sumire's not as upbeat as when she was Kasumi, but she's still pleasant to have around. The Phantom Thieves' second evolution of personas can be acquired at this time as well, which I already covered in my review. You can only get them out after maxing each of their confidants, and it's the same sort of scene every time, but the personas themselves are more than worth it. On top of this, from here onwards, we finally get to keep Sumire as a party member. Yeah, despite her being in all of the game's advertisements as this awesome new recruit, she doesn't stay in your party until the very last palace. This annoyed me so much, and it's something you can flat out miss too if you didn't meet the requirements to access this new chapter. I bonded with Kasumi, Akechi, and Maruki anyway because they were all new confidants, but if I didn't know that, I probably wouldn't have bothered too much. I feel sorry for those people who bought the expensive DLC costume pack for Sumire as well, only to find out that you can't use it until near the end of the game. What a freaking ripoff. I get it's to stay in context with the story, but maybe if Atlus didn't show Sumire off in the trailer so much, this wouldn't be a problem. Right, let's stay on track. Before you actually start all of this, Labyrinth summons the Phantom Thieves to the nurse's office in school, explaining how Maruki got his powers. He managed to awaken to his very own persona, and while Yaldabaoth was out of commission thanks to the Phantom Thieves, Maruki decided to take his place. That's it? That seems ridiculously simple for a game that likes to add more and more rules about how the metaverse works. Come to think of it, at what point did Maruki realize he had a palace? We know it was there before he awakened to his persona because we stepped in during the Okumura incident. And what happened to his shadow? Does he not have one? My only theory is that it's like Futaba's where hers became a persona. Was that the case with Maruki's too? I think we needed a couple of extra scenes to get some further clarity on this. It just seems odd to throw out all of these details they've been establishing up to now with no explanation. It's not a bigger part of the picture at the end of the day, and Maruki's a great antagonist regardless, but I would have liked at least something. If there's one thing that does make up for it though, it's Akechi during this part of the game. Now that he's confessed to the killings, he's allowed to unleash his evil demeanor, and it is glorious. His taunts and insults towards both the Phantom Thieves and the Shadows is utterly hilarious. Evil Akechi is freaking amazing. He even has a much better story arc this time. Vanilla Persona 5 had him reveal his backstory at basically the last minute just before he died, talking about how Shido manipulated him and never showed him any love, so Akechi did the dirty work to seek Shido's approval, which sucks, but dude, you still killed a lot of people. It's tough to give any sympathy points when you go and commit several murders, and it's always bothered me how quickly the Phantom Thieves do so. However, in Royal, Akechi understands that if Maruki is defeated, then he'll remain dead once reality returns to normal, leaving behind the life he could never have but not ruled under someone's thumb. He's only helping for his own sake again, but it's a little bit more relatable this time. No one likes being a puppet, and that's exactly what would happen if Maruki controlled his life. So why should Akechi have to put up with that? It's a perfectly valid reason, and while it still doesn't excuse Akechi's crimes, helping return the world to normal is certainly a step in the right path towards redemption. Bravo to Atlus overall for much improving Akechi. So at this point in the game, you just need to travel through the new final tier of mementos, and lastly Maruki's palace, finding a route to his treasure. I already explained how I felt about the palace in the review. I thought it was a nice inclusion with some clever ideas, but the middle part dragged a little, and it's kinda pointless if you do get the wrong answer because the enemies that ambush you aren't that difficult to deal with. This is also where after collecting enough stamps in mementos, you can battle Jose to allow him to vent and see if that'll help him find more answers about humans. It's not too difficult of a fight, he's probably the easiest out of the optional bosses. After beating Jose, he says that he now knows even less about humans and may never will, but that's not really a bad thing. He further explains though that his purpose for researching humans was based on a promise he made to someone, but he doesn't say who, adding even more mystery to his existence. This is the last bit of information we receive about Jose before finishing the game. I don't know if this is to tease future games and perhaps Jose may be a reoccurring character from now on, but it's definitely weird to just have things stop with his character arc. The clues are there, but nothing amounts to it. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Maybe he'll come back and scramble, I don't know, I'm just spitballing. Moving on anyway, as for the other optional bosses, aside from the Reaper, you get to battle the twins again during New Game Plus, not acting any differently than before, and Yoshitsune being an absolute godsend. I managed to beat them after a couple of tries, and what I also didn't find out until finishing the game was that New Game Plus has another new optional boss against Lavenza. This fight is without a doubt the hardest in the game. My party was at level 99 and my Persona Compendium was at 100%, but she still kicked my ass. There are 4 phases to this fight. The first one is fairly straightforward. You just need to inflict, I think, 5,000 damage in a set amount of turns before Lavenza immediately ends the battle with an all-out attack. Okay, not too much of a problem so far. During the second phase, however, you're supposed to know to inflict her with ailments and do technical damage, and again, if you fail to do either of those things, she'll win the battle by default. Then comes the third phase, my least favorite one, because you have to knock Lavenza down every single turn, and if you fail to do so even once, you guessed it, automatic game over. The reason I hate this phase so much is that since Lavenza doesn't have any weaknesses, you have to rely on landing critical hits to topple her, which all comes down to luck. I had to put Sumire in my party the entire time because she has the best chance of actually pulling it off, and can increase her allies' critical rate with her evolved persona. This phase sucked really hard. Luckily, the fourth and final phase doesn't have any specific requirements to meet. It's a normal battle from here on out, but Lavenza will still throw everything she has at you. I was on hard mode throughout the battle, so I don't know how much easier it is on the normal difficulty, but after many attempts, I finally got her. That was a very proud moment for me. My best team was Ryuji, An, and Sumire, with An having fire break so I could unleash a concentrated blazing hell on Lavenza. Alright, so with that out of the way, we now come to the final battle with Maruki after refusing his offer yet again. The new song, I Believe, starts playing as the Fan of Thieves climb a large set of stairs towards Maruki himself. A truly epic setup. Maruki waits at the very top, not allowing the Fan of Thieves to stop him, so he has no choice but to defend himself by summoning his persona Azathoth, and then he... What is with that outfit? Tight gold suit, short cape, and a taller than necessary mask? All of the ingredients for one of the goofiest looking attire in a Persona game. I think Shido still slightly beats him. You can't top silly Emperor gear followed by a beefed out politician, but Maruki's pretty close. If he wasn't such an intriguing character, I wouldn't have taken him seriously at all. Whew, okay, that aside, the final boss itself, while not an incredible fight, is a rather unique one. You're supposed to aim for Azathoth, who's protecting Maruki, but the tentacles Azathoth creates provide him extremely great defense, so you also need to get rid of as many of those as you can. The more tentacles you clear, the lower Azathoth's defense will be. I like how this battle accommodates for you being at level 99, since the game probably assumes you've been using Ryuji's insta-kill ability while traveling in Mementos, although again, I'm basing this on the hard difficulty. I could be totally wrong about normal. I also thought it was a pretty cool touch with how, depending on who you have in your party, Maruki will quickly talk to each member personally to try and come to his side, but they always decline and tell him that they'll choose their own path. This gives a little more character to not only Maruki, but the Phantom Thieves as well, seeing how far they've come. After Maruki's defeated, his treasure is revealed to be a torch that was passed on to him. You get it? You get it? Anyway, the Phantom Thieves make their way out of the palace, but Maruki's not quite through with them yet, stealing back the treasure. You beat his ass again without his persona to back him up, but Azathoth's evolution is already completed, now becoming Adam Kadmon, with Maruki allowing himself to be taken over by his own persona, combining both of their abilities together. Holy hell, this thing is ginormous. I bet I'm gonna have to use all that I've learned to take this guy down. Oh geez, I can't even make a dent on Adam Kadmon. How am I going to defeat this thing? Oh, it's an entirely scripted battle. Guard his attacks, heal, and maybe hit him a few times until Futaba figures out the head is his weakness. Okay, I'm sure we could have deduced that already, but we can at least have a proper fight now, yeah? Nope, it's all done in a cutscene. The Phantom Thieves use their powers to push Adam Kadmon away, Joker grapples onto him while he's distracted and shoots him right in the freaking face. A tremendous sight to behold, but is that really it? You built up this huge beast of a persona to face only to go down just like that? A touch anticlimactic, don't you think? Well, after that, the palace begins to crumble, but there's no exit within reach, so Morgana transforms himself into a helicopter to fly them away. How unbelievably convenient. I know Morgana says that even he didn't know he had this ability ability, but seriously, we're at the very end of the game and only now they introduce that to us? Again, it's a cool scene, but damn, that could have been useful way earlier. No matter, Maruki cuts the flight short, but Joker decides to take him on himself. They pummel each other for a little bit before Maruki accepts his death. Everyone returns to the real world with neither Maruki, Akechi, or Joker in plain view, but that means they're back in their normal reality. Joker is back in prison to provide a testimony against Shido, and the days pass before he's released. Valentine's Day dates occur, and there's the new White Day date afterwards, both being very cute scenes. But then the time finally comes for Joker to go back home. Oh boy, we're at this point now, aren't we? The ending. Royal's true ending is no longer the happy-go-lucky one we had in the original, where the Phantom Thieves remove the battery from the police car, keeping tabs on Joker, and they all ride off into the sunset before Joker returns home, hanging out one last time. What we've got instead is everyone suddenly announcing their plans for moving forward, effective immediately, which means they're all going to be separated for who knows how long. Ryuji is moving away to get his leg fixed and join another track team, An's going to model abroad, Makoto and Haru are looking for a place together after graduation, Morgana's going to stay with Joker, Futaba's starting high school in Shujin, and Yusuke and Sumire are going to stay put and continue their passions. It's a big punch in the gut that I wasn't expecting, but all that matters is what's best for them. Sometimes you have to let your best friends go. The day of Joker's departure arrives and he coincidentally meets up with everyone, same as the original, but they're now only going to see him off at the train station while they try and shake off the cops. Helping them with that is Maruki, appearing right the hell out of nowhere, still kicking and now working as a taxi driver, offering to drop Joker off in secret. Temporarily losing the police, the other Phantom Thieves keep the goodbyes short to make sure they're not followed, and then they drive away again. Joker gets ready to board the train and comes across Sumire, who gives an even quicker goodbye, like one small sentence and 2 words, that's it, what the hell. The train leaves and the post-credit scene hints that Akechi might still be alive after all, and the Phantom Thieves may not be finished with their work yet. I hear a lot of people say this is supposed to be a cliffhanger leading to Persona 5 Scramble, which takes place after Persona 5, but I believe it's meant to be after vanilla Persona 5 and not Royal. We can't say for sure yet anyway, only time will tell. Okay, so this new ending has some very split opinions between fans. Some quite like it, while others think it's terrible, and I can kinda see why for both sides. It's not nearly as heartwarming as the original ending, and I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw how Royal ended, I thought it was really hollow and a total slap in the face. But then the new credits music started playing, and it had a sad but also kind of happy feeling to it, which made me think, oh wait, maybe that was meant to be the point. While this ending may not be as cheery as vanilla Persona 5's, it could be seen as more realistic. We've all likely had to go through something similar to this. You've built a great friendship with someone or a whole group of people, but there comes a time where you have to say goodbye, and for some reason it doesn't faze you a great deal. It's a mixture of emotions that can't be pinpointed to just one, much like this ending. You don't know whether to feel happy, angry, sad, or anything else because it's a complicated situation. If the other Phantom Thieves didn't explain how they're going to be working towards their goals, then having the ending be so abrupt wouldn't have made sense. But unfortunately, hurdles like that do exist in life. You just have to deal with it, but that doesn't mean the friendships you've formed are going to fade away. This is even told during the credits song if you read the English lyrics. Many players associate it with Akechi, but I don't know, I always thought it applied to all of the Phantom Thieves, not just Akechi. So overall, yes, I do prefer the original ending, but I also like this ending for being less fantasized. It's more of a thinker and a very risky move that not everyone's going to appreciate, but I commend Atlus for going through with it anyway. The only legitimate complaint I have with the new ending is why was Sumire's farewell so freaking brief? You'd figure after all she's done for Joker and all Joker's done for Sumire that it'd be a more heartfelt goodbye, but no, just a take care and then off she goes. It's even worse if he decided to date her like I did in my second playthrough. How did they screw this up? That was the only time I knew how to feel, and that was frustrated. Okay folks, I think that's finally all I have to say about Persona 5 Royal. It has a few downs, but it has so many ups. I haven't played anything else like it, and I probably never will again. I hope you guys understand why I love this game to death if you already didn't with my review. It's got so much creativity, complexity, and most importantly, heart. Not to say previous Persona games didn't have all of those things, but I think Persona 5 Royal is where they land the most.
Alright, now we're getting into the games that I know many of you have been waiting for. Whenever anybody talks about Persona, the discussion will usually be about Persona 3, 4, or 5, but how can you blame them? Each of those games added their own unique spin to the JRPG formula. Persona 3 had Tartarus and introduced social links, as well as the battle system we now know and love, even if it is a bit rough around the edges nowadays. Persona 4 had the TV world and further improved the battle system, and Persona 5, at least in my opinion, nearly perfected it by having an even greater battle system and much much better designed dungeons.
However, did you know that before all of this, there was actually a Persona 1 and 2? I know, crazy isn't it? We're going way back into the past now, right where the series began. These are the only 2 Persona games I have left to talk about. Well, technically 3 games. Persona 2 is in reality split into 2 separate parts. More on that in a future video. Many fans will already know this, but for the uninitiated, the Persona series didn't even originally start out as its own series, but rather as spin-offs for its Papa series Shin Megami Tensei, or Megaten as fans abbreviate it to. That's why in many Persona games you see the SMT title before Personas. Both series of games were created by the mighty Atlus, and the inspiration was partly thanks to the high school setting in Shin Megami Tensei If being so well received, urging them to build a new series around that idea. Although Persona had to live under Megaten's roof from 1996 all the way to 2012 when Persona 4 Golden released, and the series was finally allowed to be its own entity. You could probably argue all day about which of the Persona games were the most influential of the bunch, but nevertheless, Persona ended up being way more popular than Shin Megami Tensei ever wished it could be. Don't get me wrong, there are plenty of Megaten fans out there, but let's put it this way. Atlus announced the 5th main entry all the way back in 2017, and only just recently in July of this year gave fans any sort of update. Meanwhile, Persona was hogging all the spotlight, and with the massive success of Persona 5 at that point, introducing many new players to the series, it's clear where Atlus's priorities lied. I've had a few of you ask me if I'm ever going to review the Shin Megami Tensei games, but the only one I've ever played for myself at this time is Digital Devil Saga 1, and that was the PS3 port, which unfortunately runs way more slowly than it's supposed to. It's not unplayable, but it does hinder the game somewhat for me. Maybe someday I will go over the SMT titles, but likely not soon.
I do feel sorry for the Megaten fans, but I hope Persona tides them over until they receive more games. We do at least know that the 5th game's going to be released in 2021, and we're getting an HD version of Shin Megami Tensei 3 alongside it, so that's something. I'll definitely give those a try when they come out. I'm also not the only one who has things to say about Persona 1 and 2, so without further ado, shall we proceed, Kamen?
Yeah, sure, but why are you wearing the Joker getup again?
What? I've worn this in my other Persona reviews, gotta stay consistent, you know?
Okay, but would referencing Persona 5 even be relevant at this point? Persona 1 and 2 are entirely different beasts compared to 3, 4, and 5. At most, you'll rarely need to call back to them in this time.
But I like wearing it.
Look, I'm gonna level with you, okay? It was cool at first, but now it's just getting sad, so please do us all a favor and just go change, will you? Now?
Alright, fine, bunch of killjoys. Back in a second.
While he is doing that, I'll take over for a little bit. Your gracious host, MangaKamen. Persona 1 was the first in the Megaten series to even be released outside of Japan back in 1996 for the PlayStation 1. Ooh. But it was under the name Revelations Persona, and to this day is one of the most laughably inaccurate ports of all of gaming. It was heavily Americanized, changing what the characters looked like, the setting they lived in, giving them English names, stuff like that, which we'll go into more later. Western audiences didn't receive the original version of Persona 1 until 2009 in North America and 2010 in Europe with the PSP remake.
Okay, I'm back. What'd I miss?
Oh, not much. I was just talking about Revelations Persona and the PSP remake.
Oh, right. Can you even call the PSP version a remake? I see it more as a revitalized port.
I mean, that's kind of what a remake is, isn't it? Anyway, the PSP version keeps everybody's appearance as they were originally. It takes place in Japan again, and the interface is more user-friendly, and the overworld map is easier to navigate instead of this ugly, confusing polygonal map that makes the PS1 version make me go sick. The remake also includes additional, cleaner CG cutscenes, and an extra, more difficult route in the story to take known as the Snow Queen Quest, which was originally cut from the PS1 port. If you have to play Persona 1 in any capacity, the PSP version is probably the best way to go.
It is cool that the characters haven't been altered like the American version, and has some added quality of life improvements, but I don't know. I think the graphics in the PSP remake are a little murky, lifeless, and blurry for my liking. Granted, I am recording off of the PlayStation TV, so the picture has been blown up significantly, and I know the darker look is meant to keep in touch with the depressing nature of the story, but a part of me sort of prefers the way the PS1 version looks. It's got a more vivid color palette, the picture is sharper, and yeah, the map is hideous and somewhat hard to make out where you're going, but I sort of find it charmingly hideous, if that makes any sense.
Nah, not really.
I know what I mean. Although I'm not crazy about having to look for crosswalks to go to another part of town. Hey, there may be demons around, but the law's the law, man. On the subject of the enemies, it is bizarre to see the original designs for some of them. Like, look here, this is supposed to be Oberon, and this is supposed to be Rongda. It's kind of fascinating. I think unlike most of the other Persona reviews on this channel, we'll cover the story for once. I've got a few things to say about it, but I'm not sure if I can without giving away anything too major. Here's the timecode in case you want to skip the synopsis anyway. And no, I won't be dedicating an extended thoughts video to the first Persona. I don't think there's enough in the plot to justify making one. Really though, I'm not sure why I'm even bothering with a spoiler warning, because even after going through both story routes, I'm still not sure I fully understand what just happened. Oh, the protagonist doesn't have a canonical name in this one, and he's not a transfer student? Oh dear, that's 2 rules you've already broken in the Persona manual. He's gotta be a mute, has a name, and always required to be a transfer student moving to a new town. Come on, get it right. Anyway, what am I gonna call this guy? The Megami Tensei wiki only names him as Boy with Earring, so let's just call him Earring and make his nickname Mute Boy.
Mute Boy and Earring? You really couldn't come up with anything better than that, huh?
Well, it's not like I have much to work with. Look at him, talk about the most generic looking Persona protagonist. I could at least tell what the later protagonist personalities are like just by a single glance, but this guy? I've got nothing, so Mute Boy it is. Moving on, in St. Hermelin High School, a group of classmates are gathered round playing a parlor game simply known as Persona. I already don't get what this game's all about. You walk around the room trying to call forth what they refer to as a persona, and then something supernatural happens?
Well, that kind of thing is what happens. A ghostly figure suddenly appears, knocking out the protagonist and a few of his classmates. This is when the protagonist is then first introduced to Philemon, who you'll eventually find out is the master of Igor, making his debut as the ruler of the Velvet Room and helping you fuse personas. Philemon gives the protagonist and his classmates the power to summon personas, warning them that they may be needed very soon. Ooh, ominous. After the 4 wake up in the nurse's office, their teacher, Miss Sayako, suggests that they go and visit their friend Maki in the hospital, suffering from an unknown illness. Maki then unexpectedly has an episode to which everyone needs to leave the room while the doctors check on her. However, the ICU Maki's being treated in mysteriously disappears, and the town of Mikage-cho is overrun by demons. Perfect timing though, because this is where we awaken to our personas to defend ourselves.
The group escape the hospital and meet with their classmate Ellie again, who tells them that Maki's mother has been injured in Mikage-cho's shrine. They make their way there and she explains that a businessman named Kandori was the one who hurt her, and is responsible for everything going on with Mikage-cho. Kandori runs an energy company branch called Sebek right in our hero's hometown, but it's really used as a disguise to hold a machine called the Deva system that splits dimensions. Everyone then heads back to the school to check if anything's changed, and they somehow come across a healthy Maki, who doesn't seem to remember that she was just in the hospital, has a persona herself, and is capable of joining your party.
The Persona Brigade is then decided to confront Sebek and Kandori, but after cornering him by the Deva system, a girl in black named Aki shows up out of nowhere, and the party are knocked out again. Upon waking up, they discover that they're actually an alternate, almost perfect version of their world, but there's dungeon crawling you need to do before reaching Kandori again. You have to stop the harem queen, who's revealed to be Maki's best friend, using her jealousy of Maki to her advantage. You have to go through the subway God knows how many times to convince one of the demons to let you pass. Then you meet another girl in white named Mai, who affects the game's ending depending on how you answer her questions before we even have another shot at beating Kandori.
After quite some time, you do square up to Kandori again, who reveals his grand plan of becoming a god to reshape the world in his own image and find meaning in life. If you've played the later Personas, then this shouldn't come as a surprise at all, but to be fair, this was the first in the series to use that plotline, and Persona 1 did come out in the mid-90s, where deeper stories weren't as prevalent in games as they are now, so I'll let it slide. Kandori escapes again, but we eventually find his secret hideout so we can finish him off for good. There's a rather easy boss fight against Kandori and his persona, but he is finally defeated. Although this is where the story gets pretty complicated, and in my case, a little hard to follow. Before Kandori dies, he tells the group that the Maki who's been accompanying them is really the quote-unquote ideal Maki, a version of herself that the real Maki yearns to be. This ideal Maki is also the one who created the new Mikage-cho when she accidentally finally linked with the Deva system about a month ago. And not only that, but Aki and Mai turn out to be different shadows of Maki based on her repressed emotions.
The ideal Maki doesn't take this news very well and runs off into the inner lost forest to hide her face, but everyone convinces her to return to her original self. The protagonist and Maki then have to make their way through the Sea of Souls, where human life begins, and there's a very strange scene involving another version of the protagonist that speaks and shows you all the choices you've made throughout the game. Kinda trippy, really. Choosing the right options grants you the ability to fuse everyone's ultimate personas, which honestly aren't that amazing skill-wise, but the stats aren't too bad. At the end of the Sea of Souls is Maki's true self, who passes down a key needed to fight Pandora, another piece of Maki that wishes to use the Deva system to destroy the world. Well, let's check that off the list as well.
After possibly one of the most irritating final dungeons I played in a Persona game, the gang make it to Pandora, who's ready to face them. What the hell am I looking at? Okay, I'll admit, I know Persona games have had a lot of crazy imagery over the years, but I was not expecting anything to this extent in its first outing. Kudos to Atlas. But god, that looks weird. Anyway, the final battle with Pandora does go on for a while, but it isn't too difficult as long as you've made plenty of preparations. Not even in her second phase when she turns into a human butterfly. Sure. With enough time, Pandora is beaten, which means all the pieces of Maki will return to her original self, and Mikage Cho will be back to normal. Philemon thanks the group for their efforts and unveils his mask, revealing himself to be just some wrinkly dude. Huh, kind of a letdown. Well, the real Maki has fully recovered regardless, everyone lives happily ever after, and you get a glimpse of their futures. It's a satisfactory ending.
The Snow Queen storyline isn't quite as in-depth. It still takes place in the real Mikage Cho, and revolves around a mask in the drama club that's been used while performing a play called The Snow Queen, real original. There's a legend going around that whomever wears the mask and plays the Snow Queen is destined to die, and nearly everyone who portrayed her has perished, except for Miss Sayako, who instead lost a good friend of hers. After walking all around the school for information, the protagonist finds the mask and shows it to Miss Sayako. She ends up putting on the mask and is immediately possessed by the evil spirit within. The spirit begins freezing the entire school as well as the whole of Mikage Cho and produces 3 towers that are guarded by those who are killed by the same mask. Fun little side note, this little cutscene was actually in the original. They left it in there for some reason.
As the protagonist and his cronies investigate the towers, the possessed Miss Sayako is slowly building her ice castle, to which Philemon intervenes again by saying she can be saved by gathering shards of the demon's mirror. The more shards you find, the better the ending. You don't get much story after that until you conquer the towers and complete the mirror. However, from that point onwards, the group present the mirror in front of the spirit, removing it from Miss Sayako, and is revealed to be her friend that disappeared, Tomomi, who wore the mask in Miss Sayako's stead, leaving half of her face disfigured and looking like Two-Face, with the spirit being her persona. Now that Tomomi's free from the mask, she can finally rest in peace, but with nowhere for her persona to go, it ends up going berserk and turning into the Night Queen Azura, whose aim is to shroud the world in darkness. There's one last dungeon inside the ice castle, and the Night Queen Azura is beaten, melting all of the ice that was cast, finally ending Persona 1.
Honestly, while the story can be very impressive and very good, it can be a bit confusing in my regard. Really, that's probably my fault right there, but I did enjoy the characters for the most part, and I did enjoy the story. It's a really good deep dive into the psychology of these characters, especially Maki, who seems to be going through a bit of an identity crisis in my opinion, but hey, what do I know? I do think that Persona 1 kinda had its own issues though, mainly due to the fact that it got off on the wrong foot in my time. I mean, you got Mark Dance's Crazy. That's gonna pretty much infect me for the rest of my life. But it's still a fun story, despite the terrible localization.
I'll definitely say this about the story, more specifically the Sebek route. For a game released in 1996, it's pretty deep compared to many other RPGs at the time, and even today it's not that bad. It can be a little too convoluted at times, but a few of the twists actually caught me by surprise, which was nice. And despite not being the best story in the Persona series, I was still left with a good feeling at the end. My major issues with the plot though, aside from Kandori being a pretty bland villain, come from how poorly paced it is, and nearly all of the characters not having enough screen time to be fully developed. Especially during late game, and depending on how often you level grind, you could be spending at least an hour or two before the plot actually progresses, and the only conversations you can have with your teammates are in rest areas like treasure rooms in the dungeons. By the way, whose bright idea was it to make some of the treasures booby traps? I want to strangle him! There's no social link system like the later games have, so this is all the character development you're gonna get, and about 85% of the time you do spend in the game is all battling. Maki's the only character that actually does have some sort of arc, since the
story mostly revolves around her, but the rest of the cast doesn't get nearly the same amount of attention. I figured Nanjo would at least get a little more development after his butler died, who also acts as kind of a father figure, but nothing really comes out of that. Aside from that, you'll only have a basic idea of the characters' personalities. Nanjo is a rich stick in the mud that learns to be more loose as the game progresses. Mark is your standard Japanese nerd. Brown is a bit of a narcissist. Ayase is your stereotypical dumb blonde. Ellie is smart and interested in myths and legends. And Reiji is a hot-blooded teen with a gross-looking six-pack.
The problem with all of that not only lies with the few interactions with your team you have, but not everyone's going to be joining your party to begin with. The first 4 members are always the same: yourself, Maki, Nanjo, and Mark. But the 5th member is up for grabs, assuming you want to take anyone else at all. However, this is really important: you're only allowed to take one other member throughout the entire game. You are unable to swap your 5th party member once you make your decision. Your first option will be Brown every single time, but if you decline his offer, you can instead have Ellie, Ayase, Reiji, although Reiji requires you jumping through some hoops to recruit him. Normally, when I first played this game, I pretty much just picked up my good old friend Brown, mainly because, well, I needed another party member and he offered. I didn't even know the first time I played this game that I could get other party members at the time, because I went into it blind, as a kid, in the 90s. Shut up. I mean, when you play a game and you get another party member, and considering the fact that I played other RPGs at the time, it's not too hard of a situation for me to understand that, hey, I need help, this guy's offering help, give me your help! And I naturally thought, like other RPGs at the time, I would get more party members and be allowed to switch them out. Not the case for this one, though!
Yeah, I ended up shooting myself in the foot early on too, because I went with Brown as well, not knowing that I'd be locked out of the other characters, and that was incredibly annoying. I really wanted Ellie to join my team because I liked her charisma. Either her or Yukino, since I thought she looked cool and treated everyone like their mother, but for some reason she's not a recruitable character in the Sebek route. She assists you for a very short time in the beginning of the game, but then just disappears after that. Yukino's a permanent member in the Snow Queen storyline along with Ayase, so what's the deal?
As with the RPG stuff, if you've been playing the later Persona entries, then you can pretty much forget everything you know about them, because Persona 1 is vastly different to its successors. Sure, the key to winning all battles is still to abuse enemy weaknesses, but that's where most of the similarities end. Battles and world exploration is all done in an isometric grid with sprites instead of 3D models, which works very well enough for its time, and hey, I do enjoy 2D artwork most of the time. As mentioned previously, you have up to 5 party members that can attack, but unlike in newer games, you have to tell everybody what actions to perform before the turn actually starts. Also, not in the newer games, is that every character is able to hold up to 3 different personas, signifying that they are all as good as each other, in contrast to Minato, Yu, and Joker being seen as special little snowflakes because they're the only ones capable of wielding multiple personas. Ooh, would you look at Mr. Popular over here?
That's cool and all, but there's a bit of a price to pay when equipping new personas. Aside from the fact that swapping personas during battle wastes a turn, any fresh personas will not have all of their skills immediately available after fusing. You can check what skills the persona has before the fusion, but you'll start out with just 1 to start with. The only way to earn the rest of them is to keep casting any of the skills you can use with that persona. Every persona also has an affinity rank that goes up to 8, with certain ranks giving you access to another skill. However, the persona needs to already have good affinity with that party member, otherwise it ain't gonna work with you, period. I never expected a Persona game where the personas can outright refuse to cooperate. That's so odd.
That's not taking into account that using persona skills costs the same amount of SP, no matter what it is. Say, if you've been casting Freya for a while, but your persona suddenly required Freydine. Freydine would be costing just as much as use Freya. It's very strange for sure. That information is just as important as choosing the right personas for the right character. Each skill has a specific attack range along the grid. If it's out of reach of the enemy, the skill can't be cast, as simple as that. That includes melee attacks, and the gun characters can also equip in case of certain enemies reflect magic.
The guns, bizarrely, are way more useful here than they are in Persona 5. They have unlimited ammo and you can use them as many times as you want. They're so useful that there's almost no point in striking with your melee weapons, unless it's someone like Mark who specializes in melee attacks. Any enemies that nullify or repel guns can be taken down perfectly fine with just magic attacks, so keep buying those
throws over the melee weapons. That, or you can just talk to the enemies if you don't want to fight at all. It's not nearly as basic as Persona 5 though, it's way more tricky to get right.
Enemies have 4 different emotions between anger, fear, happiness, and eagerness, because I guess that's all they have, the 4 dynamic emotions. You then need to choose which character says or does what to try and win the enemy over, with different actions providing different results. Some options have the enemy portray a mixture of emotions as well, which is even more results. For instance, if they're scared, they might run away from the battle. If they're happy, they'll be overjoyed that they might skip their turn. And if they're angry, their attack power will be increased and may bind the person who contacted them. What you really want to aim for is filling the enemy's eagerness meter. If your party's then average enough level to them, the enemy will offer you their spell card, which are necessary for fusing personas. These cards can also be combined with different items in your inventory to provide different effects, such as learning a new skill, increasing a stat, or changing a completely new persona. You need to collect as many spell cards as you possibly can, because without them, you're gonna have a bad time. But some enemies can be very difficult to get a read on. You try many of your available options, and sometimes it feels impossible to please them. So to save your sanity, for the love of God, use a guide. Maybe use one for the dungeons too. You might have a map system, but visibility is limited. And in order to fill up the map, you need to walk through every square inch of the dungeon. As a result, you may find yourself getting lost occasionally, since the first-person view and low-res walls can be very disorienting. And this is something I really didn't care for. This is one of those guide games. You know, the kind of games that you need either a Nintendo Power or an actual physical guide to go through, and that was something that was a bit of a pain to deal with.
Tell me about it, and not helping is the random encounters in the remake being cranked up to 11. I'm not kidding, there were many times I'd maybe take 1 or 2 steps after just finishing a battle before I'm immediately thrown into another one. You do have a run button to travel more ground, but I'd only use it if I could get away with it. I think the encounters are increased even further if you run, and you move way too freaking fast to see where you're going anyway, so it's mostly going to be run, ow, run, ow, run, ow. You're not even safe in the overworld. Random encounters happen there too. You're barely given a break in Persona 1, and it gets exhausting doing all that fighting. Before anyone tells me, yes, I know there's the Estoma skill to prevent random encounters from happening, but that only works on lower leveled enemies, so unless you've been grinding before every dungeon, it's not going to be useful. You know what the battle system reminds me of though? Persona Q. Yeah, first person dungeon crawling, moving your allies' positions. If the protagonist dies, the game doesn't end instantly. You have 5 party members that need to choose their actions before the turn starts, and can also carry multiple personas. It's almost like Persona Q Beta. The only things that were different, aside from the contact menus, were having far more SP, no boost mechanics, and after leveling up the protagonist, you can set 3 stat points to any one of your choosing. Quick tip, put it on dexterity and agility. They'll increase multiple stats at once, whereas the others will only do one at a time. This is a smaller annoyance I have with the game, but I felt that there were pros and cons to splitting the XP depending on who did the most damage. It's great that any dead characters will still get something out of it, but there's always going to be someone that needs to play catch up. And by the way, don't try running from a fight because it's a crapshoot. Although, my god, I thought the fights in Persona Q were slow. This game seriously has it beat. They're not always this way, but some battles can be severely drawn out. Whenever a character attacks, you have to watch the persona being summoned every single time, which you can skip in the PSP version, thankfully, although I didn't realize I could do it until starting the Snow Queen quest. It tells me at the beginning of the game too, I don't know how I missed it. But anyway, there are also some enemies that can perform attacks with unnecessarily lengthy animations, only to have them completely miss you, so what was the goddamn point? This is probably why the auto battle system exists. It cuts down the menu scrolling tremendously, but that's not really something to compliment on, and you'll still be talking to the enemies a hell of a lot, dragging the pace down even further. It is so freaking tedious.
Some of the dungeons themselves feel like they just exist to flat out annoy you. I already mentioned having to go through the subway multiple times, but you have to do the same thing while trying to reach the Harem Queen. Her dungeon is a gigantic maze with many floors and a lot of trapdoors, but even after going throughout this confusing mess, the Harem Queen kicks you all the way back to the entrance, so you have to trudge through the whole thing all over again before taking her down. Oh, joy! You also have to explore the inner Lost Forest twice, which during your first visit, you have to answer all the right questions for Mai if you want to see the rest of the game. The issue here, though, is that this is about 2/3 into the game and 5 to 10 hours before the actual turning point. Later Persona games would pull this kind of crap too, but at least you could save before the life-changing decision. Even if you did mess up, the bad ending wouldn't be too far behind. Not near the end of the goddamn game!
I didn't even know that was going to affect affect the ending. There was no warning whatsoever. Luckily, I just happened to get the answers right by total accident, but if I got it wrong in any way, I would have had to start the whole game again. What bullshit? Why would you do that? Persona 1's not even a greatly challenging title, it's about average, I'd say. There were some close calls here and there, especially the long-ass boss fights, but I wasn't tempted to throw my controller at my TV or snap my Vita. At least until I got to the final dungeon of Vidya World. Christ on a bike, this was awful. Never in a Persona game did I just want to shut the whole thing down and give up playing. It takes a long while to plow through, dealing with some of the strongest foes in the game, and on top of that, there's a massive stretch of road you need to traverse before reaching the final boss. Some spaces even flat out hurt you unless you have the Liftoma skill to become immune to it. For God's sake, could you give me one solitary moment to just breathe? Even when I did make it to the final boss, I wasn't at the right level to stand a chance of beating it, so I had to keep on grinding. I ain't joking, it took me at least a dozen hours to be fully prepared for this fight. At least! That's not counting all the game overs I received after less than an hour's worth of grinding and exploring. Within time though, I got everyone's levels to their mid-60s, I fused their ultimate personas and obtained all their skills, including that hieroglyphin attack or however you pronounce it. It destroys everything at ease anyway, and I finally defeated the last boss. This was so far the worst time I had in a Persona game. Just this one part ruined almost everything for me.
Hey Josh, you ready to talk about Revelations Persona?
Oh, good lord, I certainly am.
Yeah, let's not beat around the bush. Revelations Persona is not a great port. Sure, the gameplay is mostly the same, just a bit slower than usual. Load times are a little longer. Menus are more confusing to navigate, as well as the maps. There's no run button and you can skip Persona animations. What was this good again? Okay, it has a few things different about it, but it's mostly hard to shake off how distractingly poor the Americanization is. It's a shameful attempt to cater towards Western audiences by changing everyone's names and looks. The most infamous example is Mark, who despite having the same name was turned from a Japanese geek into an African-American geek. This is really alarming.
Well, at least the encounter rate's been lowered a little, and since we are in an American setting, this time I've decided to name the protagonist Murica, making him the most patriotic Persona user. I hear a lot of complaints about the music in the remake not suiting the tone of the game, and I guess that's true, but I'm so used to hearing J-pop in Persona games now I just kinda accept it. Revelations music is definitely more atmospheric than the remakes, though not too memorable in my opinion. To give credit where credit's due, I would much rather take Revelations battle theme than the alternative. Jesus, the remake's battle theme. With how frequent the random encounters are, you are going to hear the first minute or so on a constant loop. Lived in buried memory. Oh, just kill me. When I get to a boss fight, it doesn't get me pumped up, ready to truly test my skills. I'm just thinking, oh thank god, a different song. The tracks in general are pretty short in the remake. Catchy enough, I rather like School Days and the final boss theme, but it doesn't take long to loop over itself. This is Persona we're talking about. They usually have absolutely fantastic music.
Ah, come on. You should be more like Mart. Look at him. He's dancing crazy. These are his jams, boy.
Ah, yes, we truly can learn something by dancing crazy.
Not much more to say about Revelations Persona. It functions okay. It was good for the time, but nothing you'll want to go back to nowadays, especially considering that physical copies are also more expensive than the PSP version. Though you can get it much cheaper if you buy the PlayStation Classic, since it's one of the games installed.
Oh come on, hard copies can't be that expensive, right? Who's gonna pay that much? Thank you, PlayStation Classic. Your library of games is crap, but you've saved me $700. I'd have to agree with Kamen on the game as a whole, though. Revelations Persona is definitely a product of its time, and not worth playing as your first Persona game.
Now then, the Snow Queen quests, there isn't a great deal to talk about with this one either. The battle mechanics are no different from the Seabeck route, although you need to run around a lot more of the rooms in the school to even access the quests, look up where to go. You're almost likely not going to find your first time. The kicker with the Snow Queen quest is that you need to explore 3 towers in any order you choose, but they vary in difficulty.
Well, that's actually a pretty cool idea, but I don't like how you're on a time limit while investigating 2 of these towers. To be fair, you are given a lot of time to explore, and it may not sound too bad to handle, but the real major setback for me, and the sole reason why I don't like the Snow Queen quest much either, is that none of the towers have any save rooms. You are also locked in as soon as you enter the tower with no way out until you defeat the boss.
boss. Okay, that doesn't seem too difficult, right? Well, I wouldn't have so much of a problem with this if the towers didn't take 2, 3, or maybe even 4 hours to finish. Yeah, up to 4 hours of game time you could potentially lose if your party dies. Some dickhead at Atlus is laughing their asses off right now. That's not fair, that's just cruel. Now, difficulty-wise, I didn't think it was that much harder than the Sebek route, but I hated feeling constantly paranoid that I could lose all of my progress at any moment. It stressed me out, which is not what I want in a video game, especially when I got to Thanatos' tower. Holy shit, Thanatos' tower. Good God, you can't get any worse than this. It goes on for freaking ever, and if any of your party members fall in battle, they'll lose their persona, so you have to walk all the way back to this place called Tartarus, no, not that Tartarus, a different one, and pick up your persona again every single time. And the cherry on top is the few enemies that have insta-kill spells. Isn't that fantastic? Thank the Lord Thanatos himself isn't too frustrating, although his second form loves to spam insta-kill abilities too, so for heaven's sake, reserve those magical guards. The final dungeon in the Ice Castle mercifully doesn't have a time limit, and it has another save room, but this one takes a long time too, particularly this atrocity of a maze around the middle. I'm sensing a theme here. By the time I reached the final boss for this quest, I just couldn't take it anymore. So I equipped Brown with Lilim, who absorbs elemental attacks, and Ellie with another persona that nullified them, and I just gunned it down. Yeah, I know that's a cheap way of winning, and it still took like 40 minutes, but I'm sorry, I just want to finish the damn game. And it's not like the Snow Queen quest was fair with me to begin with. Overall, not an amazing time, I have to say, but at least it's about half the length of the Sebek route.
Honestly, when I got my hands on the Snow Queen quest, I actually found it to be very interesting. I mean, it was different than what I was originally expecting, and having played the original a few years back, it was actually quite refreshing. I actually stumbled upon it quite accidentally because I was one of those nerds who was bored when he was in between classes. It's like, whoa, what the hell? I do think that some of the towers can be a bit more difficult than others, and it can be a bit of a pain, especially that one tower where basically it kind of trolls you, where you have to defeat its owner as soon as possible, and if you take your time, she pretty much just kicks your ass because she's been getting stronger, and the tower says, in order to beat her, you must beat her as soon as possible. And it's like, oh, you...
So, that's Persona 1. Not an absolutely awful game, but I don't think this is a very good game either. Plenty of it hasn't aged very well, like the bombardment of random encounters, the stiff and slow battle system, the bland dungeon design, and the pacing of the story. I want to like Persona 1, but taking everything we've said into account, I just can't see myself doing so. I have played worse RPGs for sure, but this is one I'm never coming back to again, unless I suddenly start doing Let's Play videos or whatever.
I believe Persona 1 is better as a visual novel than it is a game. The story itself, like I said, is actually alright and well ahead of its time, but the gameplay surrounding it, the main component that's supposed to draw you in, when it's not frustrating, it's really boring. I don't think it hurts to try out Revelations Persona if you do want to play the original Persona in some way, especially if you want to laugh for how much of a travesty the localization is, but I would personally recommend the remake over that one for a slightly, and I mean slightly, more enjoyable experience. Digital copies are very cheap, so you wouldn't be losing much money if you don't like it, but, and I can't stress this enough, play the later games first. Persona 1 should only be played by hardcore fans, or if you really want to experience how the series started. What did you think, Kamen?
All in all, in my opinion, Persona 1 is a decent game. It at least set the groundwork for what we could expect, and has a lot of good and positive things about it. Sure, it's not the most polished RPG, but then again, it was the first, and that's something that can be never taken away from it.
Well, I'm glad you found something in it that I couldn't. Different strokes for different folks. Whew, finally, that's all done. Well, thanks for joining me today, Kamen. I appreciate it.
It's cool. Hey, you're bringing me in for Persona 2, right?
Sure, if you're up for it. Only 2 more games left before we're all finished with the Persona series for now. For these next 2 videos, we'll be covering the Persona 2 duology, so far the only mainline Persona game to actually be split into 2 parts. Yeah, we'd eventually get the answer in Persona 3 FES, but that's more of an extended epilogue with no social link system, and the Snow Queen quest in Persona 1's an entirely separate storyline. There would be far too much to discuss if we looked at both Persona 2 titles in one video, so that's why we're doing 2 of them, starting with Persona 2 Innocent Sin. So then, Kamen, you ready for round 2?
Yep, all good to go.
Excellent, so without further ado, let's get funky.
Wrong game, dude.
Ah, damn it.
Yeah, I think the more appropriate thing to say would have been, it's whoop-ass time!
Oh, you're right. God, I'm bad at this.
Yeah, don't worry about it. You'll get it next time.
You think so?
Oh, maybe.
So Persona 1 did exceptionally well in 1996 with over 200,000 copies sold and was well praised at the time, but nowadays I think it would be very hard to convince Persona newcomers to start with the original. It has some interesting things in it, like the story and being quite different to other RPGs altogether, but in my opinion what was seen as great back then isn't so great by today's standards.
I'm kinda on the opposite end of the spectrum. I can see that Persona 1 hasn't aged well in some aspects, but I won't lie when I say I have a bit of a soft spot for it. The story and characters were intriguing, and while yes, the turn-based combat isn't as fine-tuned as it once was, I see it as an interesting piece of history for the Persona series.
Oh, totally, and fast forward to 3 years later, Atlus would create the sequel for the PS1, Persona 2 Innocent Sin. The only problem is that this was a Japan exclusive. Everyone else, and by that I mean strictly the US, got Persona 2 Eternal Punishment also for the PS1 in 2000. But we would later discover that that's actually the second part of the Persona 2 story, with Innocent Sin being part 1. I have no idea why we were given part 2 first, but Innocent Sin did eventually see a worldwide release in the form of the enhanced PSP version in 2011. In case you're interested though, you can play a fan translation of the PS1 original via an emulator for a more old school feel. I've dabbled a little into it, and it's mostly the menu scrolling that's a bit different, which we'll discuss later.
Sadly, while the PS1 original sold better than Persona 1, at least in Japan, the PSP remaster didn't quite take off as much as it really should have. That's most likely due to the fact that the PSP was starting to become an outdated handheld, with the 3DS on its way on top of the PlayStation Vita and Persona 4 Golden as one of its exclusives. Still, there are actually a number of Persona fans that consider the Persona 2 duology to not only be underrated titles, but perhaps the best Persona games in the entire series.
Yeah, I have heard a lot of great things about Persona 2, although I mostly see the story being discussed rather than the actual gameplay. Let's find out why. Like with the Persona 1 video, this will be my first time playing the Persona 2 game, so I'm curious to see what the hubbub is about. Same as before, skip to this point in the video right here if you don't want spoilers. So what's going on in Persona 2's story? Jesus, I think the better question is what isn't going on. This time the protagonist is a senior student at Seven Sisters High School named Tatsuya Suo. He's seen fixing up his bike as he's told by some students that Miss Sayako from Persona 1 is looking for him. You walk all around the school for several minutes trying to find her and asking students where she is, only to circle back where you started and finally catch up to Miss Sayako. Thanks for that little time waster, guys.
Miss Sayako asks Tatsuya if he's looking to go into college after graduation, or head just straight into work, which doesn't really affect anything apart from the slightly different dialogue near the end of the game. Afterwards, though, we get to meet Lisa, who's not so subtly had a crush on Tatsuya since they were kids, hoping to marry him someday. Her and Tatsuya then get called over by another student in Kasugayama High named Ekichi, claiming that he's taken one of their classmates. A kidnapping at the beginning of the games? We're just getting straight into it, aren't we? Tatsuya and Lisa make their way over to Ekichi, discovering it was all a ruse to get Tatsuya to join his band.
Lisa and Ekichi argue for a bit where they awaken to their personas. Wait, already? And we're meeting Philemon again too? Man, things really are moving quickly. Anyway, Philemon summons the three students to warn them about rumors becoming a reality in their home of Sumeru. Then for some reason, despite being just told that rumors are coming true, they think to try out one of them where if you call your own cell phone number, that summons a person known as the Joker, who grants you a single wish. Surprise, surprise, the Joker appears and drains all participants but Lisa of their hopes and dreams that the game calls ideal energy, all done by using a crystal skull.
Crystal skulls? Oh god, not the Indiana Jones movie!
He then accuses Tatsuya, Ekichi, and Lisa of committing a sin that neither of them seem to remember, taking the Joker's fun out of killing the trio, which causes him to escape.
Curious about the Joker and his true identity, the group head back to Seven Sisters to get more information, and are suddenly met by Yukino from the first game, now working as a photojournalist as well as her new partner in crime, Maya Amano.
Ah, Maya, we meet at last.
What? What's wrong with her?
Oh, nothing, she's a great character, it's just... I'll save it for the Eternal Punishment review.
Okay! Anyway, Yukino, as we already know, is also a Persona user, but so is Maya, as they show off their abilities when the school becomes invaded by demons. As the team of 5 try to locate the Joker to stop any more rumors becoming real, they clash swords with his cult named the Masked Circle. Ooh, fancy. Where the 3 executives are each assigned a crystal skull to gather more ideal energy. These executives are Prince Taurus, a record producer that brainwashes Lisa's girl group to do his bidding, Lady Scorpio, a former Seven Sisters student who's been brainwashed herself, and King Leo, who's just a frickin' nutjob who also happens to have the same name as Tatsuya, but his surname has a D in it to make things more confusing.
As our heroes take down King Leo and Prince Taurus, they're told by another Maya Okamura, Lisa's homeroom teacher, aka Miss Ideal, informing them that they're gradually fulfilling this prophecy of sorts known as the Oracle of Maya, as written in an ancient tome called the Inlakek that was left by aliens. Wait, what?
You following this so far? Good, there's a test afterwards.
Before the meeting started though, Maya Amano comes back after mysteriously disappearing, but she seems more cold this time and her eyes have become golden. Okay, I think it's pretty damn obvious that's not the real Maya, but no one else has figured that out yet, so just play along. Anyway, Lisa's now beginning to remember the sin that Joker told them about, asking everyone to come with her to the town shrine. Once they head there, Philemon contacts the characters again to go to Mount Iwato, the caverns beneath the shrine, and this is where things get really grim. Before we get into that though, can I just quickly say how much I love the small touches they put with Shadow Maya during fights? They fully committed with the glowing eyes in her battle portraits, and if you try using her to contact with the enemies, she always flat out refuses, like hell no, I ain't doing squat. Which is kind of annoying for gameplay purposes, but that's such a charming detail I can't stay mad at it. Sorry, got sidetracked there. As you explore Mount Iwato, the characters are shown various flashbacks to 10 years ago when they were kids, where Tatsuya, Eikichi, Lisa, and another boy named Jun not only play the Persona game, like the cast in Persona 1 did, but they also created their own little group coincidentally called the Mask Circle. This was a way of escaping their troubles at home while also wearing Featherman masks at all times, never showing their true faces.
Maya happened to be part of their friendship circle as a sort of big sister to everyone, but one day she announced that her family was moving away, which caused the kid to lock Maya inside the shrine so that she didn't go anywhere. You know, as you do. Tatsuya was wholly against the idea and ended up locked in with Maya. However, when Jun, Lisa, and Eikichi came back the next day, the shrine had been burned to the ground, believing that Maya and Tatsuya were dead. Lisa had her dad call the police though, and was told that no bodies were found in the wreckage. After finding out the truth, Shadow Maya shows her true colors by attacking the group, wanting them to suffer as much as she did. But the real Maya appears at the last minute, revealing that the fake was a spy for Joker. Speak of the devil, Joker teleports himself into the scene, pissed off that his plan didn't work, and Maya figures out that he's actually their friend Jun.
Jun still believed that Maya had died in the fire and that his other friends should be punished for suppressing those memories, while also making people's wishes come true as the Joker. He escapes for the time being, and after dealing with Shadow Maya, Philemon summons everyone back again to evolve their main personas, and transports them outside of the shrine. But no time to relax, because the Mask Circle are now under attack by the rumored Last Battalion in the same place Yukino's boss is getting a scoop. She has romantic feelings for him too, so if anything happened to him, she'd be completely distraught. Oh, and the Last Battalion taking over Subaru would be bad too. Say, who exactly are they anyway?
Well, let me ask you this, Josh. Have you ever wanted to play a Persona game where you fought Nazis?
What a random question to ask. I don't know, I guess it'd be... Wait, they're not.
Oh, yes they are. The Last Battalion are basically Nazis. They've got the uniform, they speak in thick German accents, and look, they even have the Hitler salute. You know what else though? They're led by a man known as the Führer. You want to take a guess on who that is?
They didn't.
Oh yes, take a look for yourself, my friend.
If you want answers, you must defeat me. But know that this spear of destiny...
Oh my god, this is real.
I mean, what the hell am I looking at right now? It's Adolf Hitler and the Nazis in a Persona game. What were Atlas smoking to come up with this? I thought having literal penises for enemies was weird, but this is just insane.
You know, you can stop playing the naive first timer at any point, right?
Okay, good. I wasn't sure how long I could keep that up.
Yeah, even people who haven't played Persona 2 probably know about this. And what's interesting is that the original Japanese release, the Führer was actually referred to as Adolf Hitler. But for obvious reasons, had to be censored when the game was shipped overseas. Not much was really done to hide it though, they just gave Hitler some cool shades, changed his name to the Fuhrer, and call it a day.
It's Hitler and the Nazis no matter how you look at it, and did we forget to mention that he's also equipped with the spear that killed Jesus? Hey, remember when this was a story about calling your own cell number to summon the Joker? Moving on from that bit of madness, Yukino's boss unfortunately gets hit in the crossfire and passes away, leaving her a broken mess. You get to choose at this point whether or not she gets left behind, but I had her go with me. So after investigating the Caracal Temple nearby, Yukino fights her shadow self while everyone else comes across a ghost of a younger June, who shows them that it was Tatsuya who lit the shrine 10 years ago, although we already saw earlier that it was really King Leo, aka Tatsuya Sudo, and our Tatsuya uses his persona to fend him off. You starting to see why this is difficult to understand? And they proceed to meet up with the Joker, the Fuhrer, and his Order of the Holy Lance.
Alongside Joker is his mother, Queen Aquarius, as well as shadow versions of Tatsuya, Lisa, and Ekichi. The last battalion in the mass circle have been fighting over who gets control of Zabala, a UFO that's become a reality thanks to more rumors being spread. Joker activates the spaceship, which causes the Fuhrer to retaliate by trying to pierce him, but Queen Aquarius jumps in to protect him. Enraged by this, Joker hands over the remaining crystal skulls to his shadow puppets and transforms himself into Angel Joker, thanks to his persona, Nyarlathotep.
Gesundheit.
Once Joker is finally defeated, he turns back into Jun, which heavily displeases Nyarlathotep. Posing as Jun's father, he takes control of the mass circle and lifts Sumaru into the sky. Philemon calls the group back again to give them their ultimate personas, depending on how many Featherman masks you found in Mount Iwato. Yukina hands over persona abilities to Jun, saying that she'll no longer need them to be a better person.
Wait, they can do that? Just give up their powers by simply asking?
Apparently so.
Well, I'm surprised no one else thought to do that. Can you imagine if you were Ren awakened to their personas and they were like, nah, I don't want it. Game's over right there. Regardless, in order to bring Sumaru back to the ground, the party need to gather the crystal skulls by battling each of their shadow selves, who were hiding away in the 4 separate temples based on the 4 elements. Really? We're doing this thing? Persona's too good to be using this cliche. What's next? Is a future game gonna start with the protagonist sleeping?
Don't give them ideas!
Oh shit, sorry.
So, in typical series fashion, the shadow versions of each character are based on their repressed emotions, who are promptly defeated, leaving their crystal skulls unguarded. The last skull is in the heart of Zambala itself, and anything that comes into the characters' minds will become real, so they try to prevent themselves from having bad thoughts. And as you can guess, it goes swimmingly. You know, now that I realize this, it actually kikes a page out of Ghostbusters with a giant marshmallow man. After a long, grueling trudge, they reach Miss Ideal, who's been driven insane thanks to the Oracle of Maya, since she also worked with Jun's father and had strong feelings for him. She then calls forth her army of aliens to take down the party, which get promptly taken down as well. So we've had aliens, Hitler, the Nazis, Crystal Skulls, and Evil Cult. This is like the Mad Libs of Persona games. What the hell is going on?
Once you finally make it to the heart of Sabalba, the gang have a bout with the Fuhrer. And let me tell you, seeing a bunch of teenagers beat the crap out of Hitler kinda makes me think of the climax in Jojo Rabbit.
Fuck off, Hitler.
Well, after he's dead again, Nyarlathotep shows up to take them on himself in one last battle, which is a hell of a long fight that I almost lost, but just take your time and think things through, you'll eventually win. Mr. N is beaten, to which Philemon then appears out of nowhere, explaining that from what I understand, he and the Crawling Chaos himself have certain roles for driving mankind to their destiny based on their feelings. Philemon manipulates humanity through positive energy, while Nyarlathotep does it through negative energy. It was all merely an experiment to see which of the two would be more beneficial. Miss Ideal then suddenly materializes, stabbing Maya with a holy spear and unable to heal her wounds for losing too much blood. The Oracle of Maya is fulfilled and the entire world is completely destroyed, except for Sumaru. The heroes basically lose. But when Miss Ideal and Mr. N vanish, Philemon tells the party that they can reverse everything that's happened by erasing the day they all met during their childhoods, though if they remember that moment at all, then the world will remain kaput. Everyone agrees to do so, saying goodbye, but swearing to meet each other again someday. Though just before Tatsuya leaves, he can either choose to thank Philemon or punch him in the face, which is what I did. Doing that reveals Philemon to be another version of Tatsuya that as of now I have no idea why he is. Nevertheless, a new timeline is born where everything seems to be going for the better, but the friendship that was formed has been forgotten. Although there could be a chance the characters will meet again, as Tatsuya and Maya accidentally bump into each other at the train station, ready for part 2.
What the hell, man? I don't even take drugs and I feel like I've been tripping on acid. It was very hard to write this summary in a script. Innocent Sin's plot is extremely complicated and utterly bonkers to boot. I'd argue there's perhaps too many story threads going on at once. We didn't even mention half of the crazy scenarios in this game, like the burning museum where you have to rescue kids in a time limit, or this cosplayer girl that has next to no bearing on the narrative aside from one boss fight and a couple of scenes afterwards. I shouldn't forget to mention Maya's best friend Ooh La La, and yes, that's actually her name, who also seems to be a Persona user, but she never joins the party until Eternal Punishment, so I guess this was supposed to be some kind of teaser. I wish Innocent Sin just focused a bit more on one thing at a time or cut a few things out. Like maybe keep the whole Joker fiasco and mix it in with the Mount Iwito flashbacks. The flashbacks were undoubtedly the highlights of the game for me, as you watch the characters come to realize what they've done and see how they react to it. Actually, while on the subject of the characters, this is a surprisingly good cast we have here. These guys get way more screen time than the characters in Persona 1 did, and each of them are given a few moments to reflect upon themselves. I didn't think I would like Lisa at first, or Ginkgo as she's eventually nicknamed, due to her massive crush on Tatsuya that's almost at stalker levels. I thought that was all there was going to be to her and I'd get tired of it very quickly. But no, that actually doesn't happen too often. She does take time to think about herself once in a while and be a stronger person altogether. I had similar first impressions with Eikichi. He's a musician with a narcissistic attitude. I said to myself, oh god, this dude is going to be insufferable. But again, I was caught off guard. Eikichi quickly forms a sort of bromance with Tatsuya and is genuinely pretty caring, despite having childish arguments with Lisa all the time. I recall one particular moment with Eikichi that made me like him more. It's when you're in the Aquarius temple facing against his shadow and his childhood sweetheart seems to have been captured. Earlier in the game, she's a rather plump lady that gets teased a lot in school for her weight, but she put on the weight as a kid to make little Eikichi feel less self-conscious. Unfortunately, since putting on the weight made Eikichi not recognize her, she summoned the Joker so that she could make herself skinny again. But Eikichi says to her that he never cared about what she looked like and he loved her for who she was, dealing with anyone who picked on her. Now for someone who looks and acts like this, that was pretty cool. Jun wasn't too bad either, not my personal favorite in the group, especially when he gets a bit too clingy to Maya like a younger sibling, but he has his moments too. Yukino's about the same as she was in Persona 1. I enjoy her occasional sass, and I really dig her newer design. It definitely screams high school student becoming a mature young woman. Maya is also great. She's upbeat and positive pretty much all the time, which is a character trait I've grown to love in this series, as shown with Kasumi from Persona 5 Royal, and Persona Q2's interpretation of the P3P female protagonist. That and more Persona characters need to say, it's whoop-ass time. That's just fantastic.
It's whoop-ass time!
However, there were a couple of times I thought Maya was maybe a bit too upbeat and positive. I know that's gonna sound weird, but I didn't count that many times where Maya was angry, sad, or frustrated. Even the other two characters I mentioned had their moments where they looked like they just wanted to cry. The only time Maya shows any sign of weakness is when there's a huge blaze of fire in front of her, which becomes more obvious as to why later in the game, and in a rare instance she'll talk to someone about how she truly feels about a given situation. These are interesting moments, but when the characters are in dire circumstances like getting themselves stuck in a bomb shelter that's rumored to have no exit and Maya's still telling everyone to keep positive, it just makes me want to say to her, you know, Maya, it's okay to freak out even a little. Lastly, I'd like to talk about Tatsuya himself. Giving personality to a silent protagonist can be extremely difficult, but I think they've done a better job with him here than with Naoya from Persona 1. Tatsuya can not only be a bit silly when it comes to contacting demons, such as doing various impressions, but he's also the only protagonist in a mainline Persona game to have different character portraits to express himself, which not even the later games do, and I'd really like to see that return. They give me a good idea as to how Tatsuya is currently feeling without having to utter any dialogue. I question the options given to the player sometimes, like choosing to slap Maya out of a mental breakdown instead of keeping her calm, but Tatsuya is not a bad protagonist overall.
Personally, I always did find the cast of Persona 2 to be a very interesting one. Not only do we have ourselves the very first gay relationship that you could have in the Persona series with Tatsuya and Jun, but also quite a few new avenues. While Tatsuya himself isn't actually, you know, a speaking character, he does have a personality, and it's actually reflected pretty well with his fire abilities, considering that he has his own past, he has his family, and in the sequel part we do learn more about him, so that's actually pretty cool. Although my favorite character would have to be Eikichi, because I just really love his design. It's really really just out there, and yet it's so mundane at the same time. One thing I did really enjoy about this is actually all the father motifs going on. Like, if you go throughout the entire game, you'll see that every character has some issues with their father. Like with Ekichi, he has his father who wants him to take over the business. You got Lisa Silverman's father who is trying to make her into a proper Japanese woman. Jun's father, well, I think we already established what he's got going on there. And then there's also Maya's father, who is basically the light in her world. And for Tatsuya, well, he doesn't really have much of a father thing, but it's actually reflected very well if we keep going on, especially when we learn more about his brother in the next game. As someone who does like the father thing going on in these sorts of games, I found it to be very interesting when I first played it. And when I came back to this video, it was nice just to get a refresher on that.
I also like how the Persona 2 games bring back the cast of Persona 1, even a few of the minor characters. Some of the original team require a bit of exploration to find, but characters like Ellie are woven into small parts of the story, and of course we have Yukino joining the party pretty early on. Persona 2 has more voice acting than the original as well, usually just before a boss fight, and it's pretty well done, though I was distracted by Troy Baker's performance as Eikichi. The PSP version of Innocent Sin came out slightly before Persona 4 Golden, so I guess he was still stuck in his kanji phase while recording, but yeah, they sound no different to each other.
Yo guys, I hope you're ready, cause Yukino-san's on fire today!
The graphics and presentation certainly help drive the story and characters home. This looks way better than Persona 1 did. We really didn't talk about it in the previous video, but while Persona 1 looked okay for its time, it's still a bit stilted compared to these other games. Characters still have the same expressions throughout the entire game, and Persona 1 as a whole just appeared a little rough around the edges. In Persona 2 though, for starters, Tatsuya is not the only one with expressive portraits. Every main character has their own set to portray their own feelings. I do love Ekichi's portraits, they are very over the top. The game still uses 2D sprites, which are more detailed than last time, and the perspective is now in third person with a working camera. This gives players a much clearer view of their surroundings, and even the map system isn't quite limited as it was before, no longer needing to explore every square inch. We should probably talk about the actual gameplay now. It's overall similar to the first Persona, but there were some notable changes made to make the game much better and faster. First, you don't have to place party members along a grid anymore. Thank God! And the camera moves as you and the enemies act in battle. They're minor additions, but they do make the enemy encounters a lot more exciting. Unfortunately, the random encounters themselves are still as high as they were in the original Persona. Although you're free to roam around the overworld this time without enemies getting in your way, so at least there's that, but yeah, it continues to be pretty annoying. Once again, you are able to skip battle animations at the push of a button, but unlike in Persona 1, where it simply stopped the personas from being summoned, it stops all animations in Persona 2, which definitely makes the battles go much faster. But it's kind of boring to watch as a result. Kinda reminds me of Pokemon when people turn off those animations as well.
Menu scrolling is still a bit of an issue too. I kinda like how you can arrange the order for who acts first in battle, and seeing who's gonna start their turn next was incredibly helpful to me. However, I again find myself spending longer than necessary setting up everyone's moves, which causes me to keep using the auto battle system, now with no gun option, as Persona 2 has removed guns entirely, so the party needs to rely on melee attacks and spells. Like in the last game, Personas had different affinity with certain party members, and earning that Persona skills require you to keep using whatever you currently have over and over again to increase their affinity rank. Not a fan of how the multi-target spells now only affect one group of enemies, except for a select few. I don't know why that was changed when it was fine in the original, though maybe that was done to put more emphasis on the fusion spell system, and goddamn, I love Persona 2's fusion spell system. By equipping specific spells and using them in a specific order, you can perform different super spells to deal more damage, some only focusing on one target, while others target all enemies, not just a single group. The catch is that the spell doesn't activate until it's the last person's turn, so say you want to cast a fusion spell needing 3 characters, the first 2 will spend their turn getting ready, while the third person unleashes the spell. It's a high-risk, high-reward tactic, as the enemy could inflict a status ailment onto one of the necessary party members, or straight out kill them, canceling the fusion spell. It's your choice in the end. Do you want to ensure that each party member will get a chance to attack, or do you want to wait a little longer and potentially hurt the enemy even more? This is probably the closest you'll get to having all-out attacks in a much older Persona game, and there's a crap load to try out. The only problem with fusion spells is that unless they're cast by accident, you're not going to know what spells are needed in order to pull them off, so you're going to have to look them up online if you want to expand your repertoire. Luckily, after casting them for the first time, they'll be in the menus for greater ease, but there's no way you're going to know all of them when when you first play the game.
Because fusion spells require multiple characters to activate, this is a great way to rank up their personas more quickly. And if you end the battle with a fusion spell, there's a chance that the persona will enter a mutation stage, affecting them in multiple ways, including gaining a couple of ranks, increasing their stats, learning a hidden skill, or changing to a completely new persona via the Velvet Room. Fusing personas in the Velvet Room is also done somewhat differently. The contract system is back, and it works pretty much how it did in Persona 1. Enemies have 4 emotions, and you need to make sure that they're on your side, but instead of earning spell cards by making them eager, they now give you multiple tarot cards, where by gathering enough, you can have eager fuse a persona of that particular arcana. Making the enemies happy has also changed so that you can form contracts with them, as long as you're at the appropriate level. By doing this and making them happy again, you can ask them to give you money, items, or any information about other enemies. Though that last one only works so rarely, it's almost pointless. All it is that certain personas will have a skill no other persona has, but you don't need any to finish the game, and most of the time the enemies will have no information for you whatsoever. Not helping is the fact that the characters can now carry only one persona at a time, which means more menu scrolling in every instance, you need to heal after a battle, and then switch back to the persona you were using.
Contacting enemies is sadly still pretty monotonous, even with the new animations to make it more interesting, and the ability to have multiple characters talk to the demon for a better chance of pleasing them. You can lower the tedium a bit by forming contracts with demons, and then making them eager afterwards to earn free tarot cards, which can be converted to any arcana you want thanks to this painter in the Velvet Room. However, like Kamen said, you have to be at the right level for them to make you an offer in the first place, which either means grinding, or just waiting until you meet an enemy of the arcana you're looking for, not forgetting that you may only hold up to 3 contracts at a time. I overall have mixed feelings about this newer fusion system. It's easier than having to constantly be at the same level as the enemies like in Persona 1, but the amount of tarot cards you need to create a single persona can often be too high. To add salt to the wound, enemies don't give many tarot cards at the start of the game, only gradually acquiring more as you speak with tougher foes, so that would be a lot of card grinding early on if you want to switch personas. I welcome the changes, but the process of having to talk to the same demon over and over again to accumulate enough tarot cards for just one persona is a massive time waster. Honestly though, the difficulty is pretty easy at the start of the game, so even having stronger personas wouldn't make a huge difference. It ramps up during the second half of the game, but I still ended up not dying at all. I came close on a few occasions, like with the final boss, but I'd say this is one of the easier games in the series. Most enemies and bosses in the first half do such pitiful damage that it makes you wonder why they even try. Battles in the original Japanese PS1 version are about the same as the PSP remaster. The menu scrolling just takes a little time to get used to, and there's no auto battle option to be found, nor can you see who's going to act next. You have to go to strategy, pick a character, and then choose what you want them to do while also arranging the order if you need to. Once you're done, hit the battle option and then watch everything play out. This gets a bit dull after a while, and it isn't nearly as streamlined as it would be nowadays. I'll probably be repeating this when we get to Eternal Punishment, as the battle menus are exactly like this.
Unfortunately, unlike a lot of other people, I wasn't able to play the first version of the Persona 2 duology when it first came out on PS1, mainly due to the fact that it didn't exist in my time period, at least not where I lived. No, I actually got to play the other half of the duology, and I gotta say that actually was quite confusing considering the story was based on the first game. Not to mention that one was pretty hard as balls, so... Dungeons in Persona 2 can be kind of hit or miss. Some of them aren't so bad, but the second half of the game loves to put you in dead ends. It has a strange fetish for trap doors. Seriously, they're plastered everywhere, and you can't see them until it's too late! It's a good thing you can save anywhere this time, because that'll save a lot of backtracking. The main issue with the dungeons, though, is again due to the random encounters being so high. This might be because you use Estoma to reduce the encounters. You'll see that most of the dungeons are actually kind of small and won't take long to complete.
I did that for the 4 temples near the end of the game since the enemies were all the same levels. I had to go through the first one as normal, but the other 3 were a total breeze because of the Estoma skill. I mean, I'm not complaining, it was just kind of a weird feeling. At least I could hear the tourist temple music without interruptions. I have no idea why, but I really like this piece. It's atmospheric in the right ways, and I'm glad I didn't choose this temple first. The music in general took a while to sink in for me, but I do like a few songs in the game. The battle theme's pretty catchy, as is the boss theme, and I wasn't expecting to hear a choir in Knights of the Holy Spear. More Persona music needs this.
Honestly, when it came to the music of Persona 2, it was rather hit or miss with me. Like, say what you will about the first game and its remake with the battle system music, I really cannot recall most of the music in Persona 2. I know it's pretty shallow of me to say, but it just wasn't really all that memorable to me. Maybe Persona 5 ruined me with its tunes. Who knows? I mean, I'm not saying that the music's bad, it just didn't register with me. But the overlying theme of Persona 2 is the rumors, and that's integrated into the game by talking to NPCs throughout Sumeru, and then paying a small fee to the detective agency so they can spread the rumor around to make it come true. These are essentially where you get side quests like hunting down a specific enemy, but finding rumors can be extremely difficult to do so without talking to every NPC imaginable. This is where we'd consider bringing up a guide if you feel like taking them on, but they're not necessary to complete Innocent Sin. The easiest rumors are the ones that involve various shops selling equipment, which you're going to need as soon as possible, especially as the difficulty gets more intense. And in all honesty, I do love how the system actually incorporates into the game's story, since that's basically what's happening throughout the storyline. It's pretty nice to see the game mechanics actually be going into the game's story.
I personally find the rumor system to be rather shallow. It's a good idea on paper, but I don't think it was quite used to its fullest potential here. To me, it's too much of a pain in the ass talking to every NPC and hope they might have a rumor. So I usually just stick to unlocking more equipment in the shops. I'll maybe do a few more in another playthrough, but not right now. What I was a little more interested in was the Climax Theater, which sorta reminds me of the special screenings in Persona Q2. Right down to the look of the theater and your guide wearing the same clothes as Elizabeth, or I guess it should be the other way around. Anyway, this is only in the PSP version of Innocent Sin, and it's basically a place for smaller side stories. Like Nameless, the Velvet Room pianist asking you to confront an intellectual student willing to destroy the school simply to get a love test working. There's also a teacher with perfect students, but something's obviously going on because, I mean, just look at them. These are cute additions and all, but again, like with the rumor system, the idea is there, but it isn't really taken advantage of. There's only 3 stories in the entire theater, 2 of them being part of a duology, so the execution's overall not quite as good as it should be.
Part of why the Climax Theater feels so empty would be because of the Japanese version. Players could create and share their homemade quests with other people to try out, but for some reason that feature got cut in all the non-Japanese releases. I don't know why they didn't do that for the American version. Seems kinda like a waste if you ask me.
I like that the last one, though, ends with the characters thanking you for playing Innocent Sin, poking fun at how niche of a game it is, as if Atlus knew hardly anybody would be playing it. It's nice that they have a good sense of humor.
Well, hot damn, I'm surprised. This is actually a decent game. I mean, I still wouldn't say it's great, and it's far from my favorite in the series, but compared to Persona 1, Innocent Sin is a tremendous improvement, especially given the low bar I set for it. And you know what? I can see myself replaying this game someday. Maybe not right away, but certainly in the future.
Innocent Sin ain't a masterpiece by any means, and I wouldn't say play this as your first Persona, but I would at least recommend giving it a look if you're already a fan of the series. I'm kinda glad I played the original Persona first, because I wouldn't have appreciated Innocent Sin as much as I do. I think the turn-based combat is a lot better, the characters are interesting and likable, and yes, the story is complicated and batshit crazy, but I'll certainly say it sticks out from the other games. There are still some problems, no doubt about that. In fact, even a number of Persona 2 fans aren't that big on the gameplay, so it's a tough one to get to grips with. You're going to need some patience if you want to get through Innocent Sin. Not as much as the first game, but it will be necessary. Which is why I think alongside Persona 3, Innocent Sin desperately needs a remake to make the experience even greater. It wholeheartedly deserves one. If you think you've got the patience though, then by all means give it a shot. There's bound to be something you'll enjoy in it. To reference Innocent Sin itself, spread the love around, and each person that plays it will make Nameless a happier man.
When it came to Innocent Sin, my only experience would be with the PSP remake for it. And unfortunately, like I said before, I never got a chance to play the original PS1 version. Don't get me wrong, I do love Innocent Sin. It is actually a really good solid Persona game, and I would actually consider it better, especially if we're just comparing the PSP remake. I do think it has a lot more polish, and I do think it does a lot more with its story than what people give credit for. And hey, I can even admit that some people do say that it is actually a really good game, and I can agree with that. I do like the imagery going on here, and all although we didn't bring up too much of it, I do love how there's actually the symbolism with fathers, the symbolism with the astral signs, and there's a lot more to it as well. And I do wish that this game did come out and I got a chance to play it before I got to play the Eternal Punishment, so it'll make that game's story a lot more sensible.
Nicely done. Well, thanks a lot for coming back, Kamen, and I guess I'll see you for the Eternal Punishment video. So last time we took a look at the first of this two-part story, Innocent Sin, which was definitely not one of my favorites in the series, as it was rather flawed, but an interesting game nonetheless. Now we're going to be continuing the Persona 2 duology with the second part released in 2000 for the PlayStation 1, known as Persona 2 Eternal Punishment. Come on, Kamen, let's wrap this up.
Fine, just no more half-hour videos, alright?
I can't make any promises.
As a quick reminder, Innocent Sin started off as a Japanese-only title back in 1999, with everyone else not seeing it until the PSP remaster in 2011, acting as part 1 of a duology. However, for whatever reason, Eternal Punishment was okay to come out in the US when they never received Innocent Sin. Europeans basically got screwed over by not having either of the Persona 2 games. Again, at least not until Innocent Sin's remaster. Even with the PS3 port for Eternal Punishment though, only Japan and the US are able to buy and download it. They did this with Revelations Persona 2 until the PlayStation Classic was made, and with the PS2 version of Persona 4, but Europeans can still get Persona 3 FES, so what the hell, Atlas? I'm only harping on about this because, well, despite my American accent, I've been living in the UK for 15 plus years. This made recording Eternal Punishment a bit of a pain for me because in order to get the most authentic experience I could, I had to hack into my PlayStation Classic and emulate the game, which ran fine, but sometimes it would crash and boot me back to the game selection screen. I know that emulation's not perfect, and this hack will no doubt help in the future, but it was annoying when that happened, especially after spending a long time on a boss fight. Anyhow, so apparently because Innocent Sin didn't sell as well as Atlas hoped for in 1999, the writer for Persona 1 and 2, Tadashi Satomi, was asked to create a story for a sequel in order to regain sales, and, you know, maybe release it somewhere outside of Japan, just a thought.
Well, Atlas certainly didn't seem to learn their lesson by 2013 when they remade Eternal Punishment for the PSP in the same style as Innocent Sin. It pretty much has all the added bells and whistles from that version to make the gameplay more streamlined and a bit nicer to look at, on top of adding a new story campaign for Tatsuya. To this day, though, for some reason the PSP remaster of Eternal Punishment is still a Japanese-only release. Yeah, at this point the PSP was basically dead, but why give Western audiences the remade Innocent Sin and not Eternal Punishment? It's funny how during the PS1 days we were given 2-part story with no part 1, and the PSP version gives you part 1 without part 2. There has been a fan translation of the PSP Eternal Punishment in the works for years, but as of right now, it's still not done. So it's hard to tell when we'll actually get to see an English release, if at all.
It's a really big shame too, because in the hour I played of this version, I found it to be more enjoyable than the PS1 original. It's faster, it's cleaner, it's prettier, it just feels better overall. In the unlikely event that Atlas re-releases this for Western audiences, or the fan translation gets completed, I'll give Eternal Punishment another look and perhaps do another video about it, but for now, unless you're fluent in Japanese, we're not going to be playing it anytime soon. Once more, before we go deeper into Eternal Punishment's gameplay, we'll talk about the plot to see how this epic journey concludes. And by the way, we will be spoiling things from Innocent Sin as well, so keep that in mind. Time code's here, you know what to do, let's get to it.
The story now takes place in another reality to Innocent Sin, after the cast of that game wiped out their memory of the first meeting as children in order to return their world to normal. However, if their memories come back to them, then Earth will continue ceasing to exist. The protagonist this time is Maya Amano, one of the main characters from Innocent Sin, who's now been given the silent treatment, while the returning Tatsuya actually gets to speak. The game begins with Maya at her job, still working as a photojournalist for the Coolest magazine. Yeah, that's its name, where she's sent by her boss to investigate rumors about the Joker's curse. It's similar to the last game. You call your own cell number to summon the Joker, only instead of granting wishes, he'll now kill upon request. You're essentially summoning a hitman now. Maya then meets up with her best friend Ulala, who we briefly saw in Innocent Sin, as she decides to help her finish the article faster so they can go partying.
Maya and Ulala make their way to Seven Sisters to try and get some info, coming across Tatsuya's older brother, Katsuya, a detective who's also asking around about the Joker rumors. Katsuya actually does make an occasional brief appearance in Innocent Sin, but he never played into the story all that much. He was just kinda there, same as Ulala. After a little exploring around the school, the three of them stumble upon the murdered body of the Seven sister's principal, which seems to be the work of the Joker himself, looking a bit different this time around. He attacks the group, which forces them to call forth their personas. Again, a lot sooner than I expected, and Philemon introduces himself once more to warn the characters of potential dangers.
They follow the Joker to the school's clock tower as she tries to force Anna, the student who would eventually become Lady Scorpio, to recall the events of Innocent Sin. After thwarting his demons, the Joker attacks. But Tatsuya saves Maya and the others at the last minute, and he seems to remember everything that happened in the previous game, though he doesn't want Maya to figure anything out, so he leaves in a flash. Katsuya is then removed from the Joker case for reasons unknown, but he's determined to arrest the Joker himself, joining Maya and Ulala in their search. The party begins their investigation by meeting with Bao Fu, the owner of a webpage that collects all the city's rumors, as well as an extortionist and a professional blackmailer, on top of having his own persona. This guy sure gets around, and I think he was also mentioned in the last game as well.
Bao Fu has managed to acquire some information about Tatsuya Sudo, aka King Leo from Innocent Sin, and his father Tatsuzo. Okay, can we please have a character that doesn't start with Tats? This is difficult to summarize as it is. Anyway, they seem to have affiliated with the Joker, so our team head over to the mental institution that King Leo's being held in. Once they enter, they discover bodies of what appear to be the Taiwanese mafia sent in by Tatsuzo to kill King Leo. After wandering around for a bit, we see that King Leo was broken out of his cell, killing more people along the way, and admitting to not only being the Joker, but also attempting to restore the original timeline from Innocent Sin. Wow, that was fast.
King Leo escapes to the Sky Museum from the last game, and as the group enter, they coincidentally come across Jun, as the museum gets set ablaze like before. Deja vu, huh? After going through literally the same dungeon and rescuing the kids again, everyone makes it to the rooftop to battle King Leo again, with Jun being held captive, and Tatsuya making another appearance. There's a boss fight against him you have to do, and as the building continues to crumble, Jun pushes King Leo into a nearby hole. The team gets off the burning museum by flying a blimp again, with Tatsuya not tagging along again once everyone jumps off, and Jun is left to carry on with his life.
The party then split up to find out what Tatsuzo's going to do next, and Maya stumbles upon reports of people turning into new Jokers, thanks to this negative energy called Kagure, consisting of pessimistic feelings such as jealousy and hatred. It's actually kinda creepy seeing the new Jokers in person, almost like when the Joker from Batman 89 turned those people into laughing lunatics. It's especially disturbing when one of those new Jokers is Ulala, who used the curse on Maya when she was drunk, and is filled with self-loathing. I rather like the idea of how anybody could turn into a Joker. It's an interesting way of seeing who's twisted enough to put a hit on someone and pay the consequences for it. But this whole plot thread gets dropped during the second half of the game before it could be developed further, and that's disappointing to me. Well, after defeating Ulala in another boss battle, she gets treated in the Velvet Room and returns to normal. The next new Joker is Anna's sister, who gets dealt with fairly quickly, but then the group receive a tip from an outsider informing them that Tatsuzo's organization, the New World Order, are controlling the police, giant corporations, and the media for their own gain. As well as this, there are two other people currently scrutinizing this phenomenon, and they turn out to be Ellie and Nanjo from Persona 1.
Ellie and Nanjo are involved because they believe that Kandori, the main antagonist of the original Persona, may have returned and is in cahoots with Tatsuzo. Additionally, they think this massive fortune-telling craze going on in Sumaru might also be used to the New World Order's advantage by gaining information and spreading more rumors. This is the point where Ellie and Nanjo are able to join your party, and the story branches into two paths. If you choose Ellie, you explore the TV station and stop the person behind the fortune-telling, Chizuru Ishigami, which also coincidentally seems to be where Lisa and her girl group are, as well as Jun's mother, so they all need to be rescued too. Choosing Nanjo has you trudge through the sewers with some further assistance from Maki and Reishi, and then to a secret laboratory holding kidnapped Jokers.
I want to quickly say how much I like the changes made between Maki and Ellie. Maki's a lot more cheery than she was in the first Persona, often joking around and not taking things too seriously, which I think is a great way of showing how much she's grown as a person. Ellie's roughly similar, but in her case it's almost like she wants there to be danger, just for the thrill of it all. Like when you get to the TV station and they find themselves trapped in some other world behind a mirror, and Ellie actually seems excited about it. God, I love her. If you pick Nanjo's route though, you'll accidentally bump into Eikichi, who's looking for his captured friend and will temporarily accompany you. Once you make it to the end of the lab, you'll see that Kandori really is still alive, but Tatsuya again comes in the nick of time to battle him while everyone else evades Kandori's army, and you then deal with Eikichi's friend, who's been turned into a freakish monster. As for Ellie's route, out, Chizuru transforms Jun's mother into a Joker, so while Tatsuya again has to save the day by fighting her, the party will need to take down Chizuru in yet another boss fight.
Both Kandori and Chizuru get away along with Tatsuya, and a lot of stuff kinda just happens until the last third of the game. You have to stop Genji Sasaki, aka Prince Taurus, from holding a seminar with a machine controlling Kagare, but breaking it turns him into a Joker, so he needs to be defeated as well. You then discover that the captain of Sumaru Police Department is a mole for Tatsuzo, which of course means that he has to die! Although beforehand, the chief sneakily informs Katsuya that the New World Order plan is once again raise Sumaru off the ground via another rumored spaceship come to life, this time called the Torafune, and concentrate all matters of Kagare into Sumaru, so that rumored dragons can be drawn into and destroy the city. You know, we had the Nazis and aliens and God knows what else in the last game, so having dragons show up all of a sudden doesn't seem all that far-fetched now anymore. Kinda sounds like a bog standard RPG plot if you ask me.
Afterwards, Baofu deals with the head of the Taiwanese mafia for killing his partner, and then the party locate Kandori and Chizuru again in the undersea ruins, who were both beaten at long last, staying behind as everything crumbles around them. Tatsuya comes back once more to help out during that fight, and at this point the group and probably the player want Tatsuya to give them some answers. This is where the plot finally gets going again, as Tatsuya explains through the flashbacks in Mount Iwato what happened at the end of Innocent Sin, while also showing events after the original Persona via Nanjo's and Ellie's memories, with character portraits that somehow look better here than they did in the PSP remaster for Persona 1. And it's sorta weird how the original cast have their Japanese designs now, but still have their English names from Revelations. I suppose that was to save confusion at the time and try to make the best of both worlds, but seeing how everyone else gets to use their Japanese names, it's quite strange. Tatsuya tells them about the alternate timeline and how Maya was supposed to be dead, and it seems that she now remembers everything, which was actually kinda heartbreaking seeing Maya so upset like this.
Depending on who you had in your party, Ellie or Nanjo decide to part ways from here onwards and help more people in need around Sumaru, with Tatsuya acting as a replacement. The next step is to catch Tatsuzo and the New World Order in Torefume, but unfortunately they make it to the top just a little too late as Sumaru is lifted into the sky again and Tatsuzo escapes to Sumaru Castle. After exploring all around the castle, the party finally take on Tatsuzo, along with the New World Order's mummy god, Gozen, who honestly we feel is a pretty pointless inclusion given that the boss fight is the only time we actually get to see him. I mean, don't get me wrong, I actually do kind of like the fight, but it's kind of a letdown, but hey, that's just me.
However, upon his defeat, Sumaru returns to the ground and the gang are then transported to the land of the collective unconscious, hosted by the returning Nyarlathotep, now taking the form of Tatsuya, and once again acting as the new main antagonist next to another antagonist that got more screen time. Nyarlathotep has captured Akechi, Lisa, and June to try and make them remember the original timeline so that Earth will remain destroyed, each of them guarded by shadow versions of the newer team, who as expected are defeated after their respective boss encounters. After an Innocent Sin crew member is saved, they're moved out of the collective unconscious by Philemon in his golden butterfly appearance, which I'm only now realizing we failed to mention in the last couple of videos, and any velvet butterflies you see after Persona 2 is actually Philemon, except for Persona 5.
At the end of the collective unconsciousness is Nyarlathotep again, waiting for the final battle. This fight's definitely a bit harder than the first one in Innocent Sin, it's just as long to boot as well. Luckily you're able to leave the dungeon at any time, so take that opportunity to buy as many revival items as you can. Trust me, you're gonna need every single one. Nyarlathotep is defeated for good nonetheless, but now Tatsuya has to fulfill his end of the bargain by going back to the original timeline and forgetting the day he met Akechi, Lisa, Jun, and Maya. That is after he steals a kiss from Maya first if you choose the right dialogue option.
Cue the sitcom audience reaction. Kinda funny that the older Persona game actually shows the kiss on screen and yet the later entries fade to black before anything happens, freaking teases. Anyway, Tatsuya punches Maya to stop her from coming along, a bit unnecessary if you ask me, and separates himself from the Tatsuya of this world. Sumaru is back to its normal self, the two Suo brothers learn to get along better, Baofu and Ulala are now running a search agency for missing people, and Maya continues to work for Coolest magazine. However, once she steps outside, she thinks she spots Tatsuya again, but decides to leave things how they currently are, possibly hoping that they might get a chance to speak to each other again someday. Boy howdy, I gotta tell you folks, this story was not as interesting to me as it was in Innocent Sin. Eternal Punishment has the same problem that its predecessor had, where there's simply too much going on. Except here, I think it's even worse. For as crazy as Innocent Sin got, and I mean really crazy, at least all of that imagery was mostly set to the side and you dealt with it as you went through the game. The problem with Eternal Punishment is that we now also have to include moles in the police force, multiple jokers, old foes returning and being thrown away just as easily, negative feelings literally bottled up, and most importantly, going through a lot of the same places we've already seen in Innocent Sin. I suppose the sense of deja vu is meant to be the point of Eternal Punishment given the context of the story, but I think they went a little overboard with it because it often feels like I'm just playing Innocent Sin again with a slightly different plot. Now saying that, where most Persona games focus on the main characters being teenagers who are discovering their true selves and exploring the human psyche, Eternal Punishment's cast is so far the only time in the series that consists of adults going through the same internal issues, and that by itself is intriguing. I hoped that if I was basically going through Innocent Sin again, that the cast of Eternal Punishment would be just as engaging, but I'm sorry, I did not gravitate towards these guys. They have next to no chemistry in my opinion. The characters act more like co-workers similar to what I thought of C's in Persona 3, but that's mixed in with the constant bickering the investigation team had in Persona 4, though at least in that game there were no hard feelings towards each other. Eternal Punishment on the other hand, for starters, Maya doesn't speak anymore, so unless you already played Innocent Sin, playing her off as an upbeat positive person is something you're just gonna have to take the game's word on, although granted, I did enjoy the few moments where she got a little emotional. Then there's Katsuya and Baofu who don't trust each other throughout a majority of the game. Baofu in general to me is such an unlikable jackass who thinks he's better than everyone, insulting the other party members frequently and barely changing his personality by endgame. His dead partner gets mentioned like 2 or 3 times in the whole game, and we learn about his previous job way too damn late, which doesn't even come back to the story much, and then that's it. That's all the development we get out of Baofu, and yes, I know that part of his character is how much of a mystery he is, but that doesn't necessarily make him compelling, especially when he's so cold to everyone around him. Katsuya's a little better at this, I find. Despite being a rather stiff person and not knowing much about his backstory, we do see him keep getting screwed over by the police department he works for, wondering whether or not justice is truly on his side, and he does clearly care a great deal for his younger brother, which is more than I can say for Baofu. Ulala is probably one of the other better party members. She's just doing all she can to help out Maya, even if she does get a bit jealous of her sometimes. I overall thought the friendship between Ulala and Maya was one of the more well done aspects of the story and characters. Ellie and Nanjo are about the same as they were in Persona 1, except Nanjo's not quite as pompous as he was before. As for Tatsuya, sadly I don't think he's as good of a character in Eternal Punishment as he was in Innocent Sin. You can tell in the previous game that Tatsuya wasn't the most serious of people, particularly with some of the dialogue options and goofy animations while contacting enemies, but he wasn't exactly oblivious to what's going on around him either. The most I got out of Eternal Punishment's Tatsuya is that he's so freaking gloomy all the time, and I understand why he acts this way. He's having to stay away from his friends because of what happened at the end of Innocent Sin, but I wish he could have at least tried to be a little more friendly with everyone instead of continuously brushing them off like flies. It makes Tatsuya seem like a jerk at first, when I know he's not because I played Innocent Sin beforehand. I realize I keep comparing Eternal Punishment's cast to Innocent Sin's, but the characters in that game were just so good that it's all the more disappointing to see Eternal Punishment's not be nearly as well rounded.
Honestly, for Josh, I do have to say that I do agree with a lot he says. The one thing I will say is that I do actually appreciate that we have a much older cast this time. There's one thing about Persona that I've seen online is that people have been wanting to see a much more older cast, as well as having more female leads, and this kind of scratches the itch for both of those. Don't get me wrong, there are some things that are, kind of head-scratching here and there, but those are minor nitpicks that I don't feel like need to be brought up here. But I do feel like having this kind of cast is actually pretty interesting, and can show that still having a more adult cast can work, and not be limited to a high school situation with the characters. It's fun, and actually has a bit more application to the real world. However, just like in Innocent Sin, Eternal Punishment is a good-looking PS1 game, especially for its time. It's a lot more detailed than Revelation's Persona, although the frame rate can sometimes be a bit choppy and has some incredibly slow-moving cracks. And it's pretty hilarious to see the early days of censorship when the game bleeps all the F-bombs.
You pathetic weasel, I'm gonna kick your... Come on!
Being a PS1 game as well, the voice acting is not going to be winning any awards either. Some of it can be passable, but a big chunk of the acting as well... This is PS1 video game voice acting. What were you expecting? At the very least, it's on par with Resident Evil.
Oh my word, special mentions to Tatsuya and Nanjo sounding like they just went with the first take.
Guys, don't go. Don't leave me alone.
Your act makes me sick. I do not want to see you lower yourself.
Well, whatever you think of the characters and their acting, it's cool that this is also the first game in the series with star female protagonist, that being Maya. Hey, didn't you get some flack in one of your videos, Josh, for forgetting about Maya?
I was just getting to that. Okay, so back in my Persona 3 review, while talking about the portable version, I was wondering why the female protagonist was the only one Atlus had ever done, as it was a pretty cool idea. She had exclusive social links, brand new cutscenes, different music, and you could date a few of your best boys if you wanted to. But as soon as I asked that, so many of you were quick to point out that Maya is actually the first female protagonist and not the P3P one. In my defense though, while it is true I didn't know about Maya back then, and I did phrase it somewhat poorly, I was mainly talking about the female protagonists that are supposed to be a representation of yourself, the player. Maya already had a pre-established character in Innocent Sin. She was cheery, optimistic, and laughs at the face of danger, whereas the FemC in Persona 3 Portable did not have a pre-established character. Oh sure, she definitely has a personality, which could be seen through dialogue options, but it's ultimately up to the player as to how you want to shape her character. Maya in Eternal Punishment kind of has something similar, though there are so few opportunities to choose what she says, and there isn't a great difference between the choices that it's not really worth mentioning. I know that Western audiences couldn't play Innocent Sin on the PS1, so that probably makes this whole point moot, but to me, that doesn't matter. Japan still had access to Innocent Sin first, and thus Maya had her character set out for her. Nevertheless, I still got it wrong. Maya is the true original female protagonist within the Persona series, and I'm very sorry for getting that incorrect in the Persona 3 video. I didn't forget about Maya, I just didn't know about her, so we cool? Can you all now stop reminding me about Maya the Messiah?
Almost. There's actually one more thing we didn't mention about the FemMC's name being Kotone Shiomi in the Persona 3 play.
Okay, moving on. You may have noticed us using the word again a lot during the plot summary, and that's the perfect way to describe Eternal Punishment. It's too much of the same thing, though that's mostly with the gameplay. There isn't much to talk about that we didn't already cover in the Innocent Sin video. Persona switching can still be pretty tedious, particularly when you're healing after a battle. All of the fusion spells are back and have the same pros and cons as before, and the battle system isn't all that different. We briefly went through it in the previous video, but we'll give a quick recap. Choosing actions for party members require you to press the strategy option, pick a character, and then tell them what you want them to do. You do this for every single member, arrange the order for who gets to act first if necessary, press the battle option, and see how everything goes. Unfortunately, like with the PS1 version of Innocent Sin, this gets very dull after a while. Although something we forgot to mention last time is that you can cancel everyone's turn at any time in the battle, in case if things aren't working out to your favor. Just be sure that the characters have decent agility if they're acting in battle first.
The contact system is once again another viable option for dealing with enemies, and this may possibly be the best iteration of it in the old school Persona games. Instead of having multiple choices per character, everyone now has a singular trait to use to their advantage. So for example, there's Maya's journalistic abilities, Baofu's blackmailing, Ulala's fortune telling, or Ali's fashion modeling. Just like before, should you wish to do so, you can also send out a mixture of characters for even more results. Depending on which ones you choose in which order, this is much more simple than how the previous two games handle it. Though contacting enemies is again just plain uninteresting, and the whole tarot card procedure for creating personas still takes a bunch of unnecessary time, and hey, I'm just glad that they kind of evolved the system in some regard.
I definitely agree, though sometimes contacting enemies did get me out of a jam if I was facing against a really tough foe. Like these tall Jesus ones that take 1,000,000 hits to kill but will have no problem taking you down in only a few strikes. Quick tip, always use Katsuya. That'll make him eager, thus giving you a bunch of his tarot cards and immediately end the battle. I personally try not to worry too much about tarot cards and spend plenty of time leveling up my party. I would absolutely not recommend Eternal Punishment as your first entry in the series or playing it before Innocent Sin. This game isn't very beginner friendly, not just because of the story, but the gameplay's a lot harder too. Perhaps the most difficult game in the series. Persona 3, I am so sorry, I thought you were going to be the most challenging title, but this one just slightly beats it. You may be able to save anywhere you want again, but Eternal Punishment can be just as punishing, if not more so than the answer section of Persona 3. The name fits, I guess. And you can't even leave the dungeon to restock on supplies. You have to be damn sure you're prepared for what's up ahead, especially when it comes to the bosses. I did not enjoy these at all. They themselves aren't too much trouble, but I swear to God, for like 2/3 of the game, they always have a few henchmen with them that are nearly as powerful, and those attacks build up, wiping out your party very swiftly. The boss fight against Kandori, that's all I'll say.
Oh, but nothing compares to the old maid move that half of the bosses absolutely love to spam. You try attacking after they unleash this, and all that damage you do will go straight to your teammates, sometimes killing them instantly. This particularly is the case if you have Tatsuya in your party who's a way higher level than anyone else, completely ruining your chance to share any more experience points with the rest of the group.
Seriously, screw that move. You know, at least in Persona 3, I didn't need to think too much about what personas and skills might be needed, but here, it's as if they were intentionally designed for a specific fusion spell that covers all enemies, which means fusing personas with the necessary skills, which means a ton of grinding if you aren't properly equipped. The fight at the end of Torafune is a perfect example for this. According to a walkthrough I looked up online, he's weak to fire, but every time he hits you, he'll gain 700 HP back. That means even with his weakness, there's only so much you can hurt him before you run out of SP or die. I fought this guy for like an hour and ended up shit out of luck, wasting all of that time. This is where the guide suggested that I use a skill called Makakaja, which increases your spell power. Suddenly, I was doing at least twice the amount of damage, and I won a lot more easily. It's that level of crap you have to deal with that really irks me, and I don't see it as good design. The last thing I'll add is, for the love of God, get Meteorama as early as you can.
There are a few things I do want to say about the difficulty. Like, I didn't bring this up before, but in the last game that we talked about, it was a little bit too easy, especially when you consider that the remake made things way more easier than it should have been. Like, there was also that whole dispense spamming thing that also made it a bit of an issue for people to actually, find challenge in the game. But for this one, it's like they turned the difficulty up to 10. Like, I remember dying to those golden versions of the original group quite a few times, because holy hell, those things are tough to beat. Hot damn!
You know what my biggest problem with Eternal Punishment is, though, aside from the repeated areas? It's too damn long. My overall time was 40 hours compared to Innocent Sin's 30 hours, and Jesus, did this one feel way longer than it really needed to be. If you took out all of the recycled dungeons and just stuck with the new ones, it'd be a 20-hour game at most. As soon as I reached Torafune, Eternal Punishment's equivalent to Zabalba from the previous title, I was thinking this would be the last section of the game since it was Innocent Sin's final dungeon, but I was shocked to find that there was still more going on, to which I was seriously starting to wonder when Eternal Punishment was going to end. To be honest, I think this game drags a fair bit, and that's mostly thanks to repeating stuff I already did in Innocent Sin, which I realize is an unfair critique given that Eternal Punishment released in the West first, but that wasn't the case in Japan. They had access to both parts of the story at the time, so Japanese players had to deal with playing through the same dungeons back to back, and now that everyone else has access to Innocent Sin, there's no reason to play Eternal Punishment first, which is something I cannot help. Why would I play part 2 of a story before playing part 1? I had to put my Kane and Rince podcast on to prevent my mind from wandering off, and that could be because I've been playing 3 of these types of Persona games in a short amount of time, but the repetition was nevertheless wearing me out.
That's not all, though. If you beat the game with both Nanjo and Ellie's routes completed, you'll have access to an extra dungeon. For those who skipped out on the story synopsis, there's a point in the game where you have to choose either Nanjo or Ellie to join your team, both of whom come with different dungeons and scenarios. But you can't do both at the same time, so that means in order to access the dungeon, you have to play through the game twice in a row. The extra dungeon is basically a one giant test from Philemon where you travel through the redesigned dungeons from the main game, and the goal is to find a teleport in each one that warps you back to school, acting as a central hub. The twist with these dungeons, though, is that they put you in different circumstances, such as clearing an area within a time limit, reaching the end of the stage where a mile never stops from running, or finding tools that belong to King Leo so he can restore his lost memory of who he is. Wait, why would he want to do that again?
For the most part, clearing the extra dungeon wasn't too much of a pain to do. I mean, some parts were more annoying than others, but I still managed to get through them okay, even with the higher leveled enemies in my way. However, my least favorite sections were undoubtedly near the end. I'm really glad I was using a guide for this bit, because I would have been wandering forever trying to figure this out. It's when you're exploring the second to last area, just after answering these questions, that you need a photographic memory of the game to get right, but at least there are hints scattered around to give you an idea. No, the segment I'm talking about is immediately afterwards, where you need to pass through a fire to access the next room, and you're supposed to check this specific door multiple times before you're told to speak with the demon Jack-o'-lantern, or Pyro Jack as we'll know him in future games. So you need to go back to the area you just traveled in and keep randomly encountering enemies until you finally see a Pyro Jack, form a contract with him, and then randomly encounter another Pyro Jack to get information from him, telling you to meet with his friend Jack Frost. For the record, I encountered way more Jack Frost at this point that I did Pyro Jack, so why couldn't I have just asked him in the first
first place? Well, anyway, after forming a contract with a Jack Frost and finding another one, making him happy again gives you a brand new option of putting out the fire. Alright, cool. However, upon going back to the school, he says he needs more of his friends to assist him. Turns out you need to hire 4 Jack Frosts to douse the flames, each of them with different requirements to meet before they agree to help. The second one isn't too bad, he just asks you simple questions and you need to get all of the answers right. The third one's obnoxious though, you need to dispose of any male party members and only have females, meaning encountering regular enemies just got a whole lot harder, all because this Jack Frost is a player. The fourth one luckily just asks you questions again, albeit much trickier since you're supposed to act as if you're lazy like him, but afterwards you go back to the locked door from earlier where the fifth and final Jack Frost meets with his buddies. You then hear screams in the distance, and as you investigate the fire, oh my god, we committed frosticide! Well, now I feel awful. That leaves us with the last portion of the extra dungeon though. You're in the past where you meet with Maya Okamura, who needs funds to take down this giant metal plate. So if you agree to help her out, she'll then snag all of your money without warning. Good thing I saw this in the guide beforehand and bought as many items as I could, but that's still a dick move. Even then, that's still not enough money for her, as she now requires 5 million yen to remove the plate. This is where you stumble upon the final area that holds 5 fancy coins in 5 separate treasure chests that sell for 1 million yen each by the healing fairy Trish, who's helped you out throughout the past few games, though I didn't really use her much personally. The catch with this area, however, is that there will be times where one by one you have to remove a party member until Maya's the last person standing. My patience had worn incredibly thin by this point in the game, and after dealing with everything it's put me through, only to then ask me to fight really strong enemies with fewer party members, and being forced to battle a new one at the very end with just Maya, all without saving, I caved in and started using save states. Yeah, I cheated, what are you gonna do about it? Depending on how you play your cards, the extra dungeon could last between 5 to 8 hours, but at the very end is the true final boss of the game, Philemon himself. Without question, the hardest fight in the entire game. Well, at least the ones that don't have henchmen. Truthfully though, it's actually not as ball-bustingly difficult as I thought it would be. Don't get me wrong, Philemon will completely destroy you if you're too careless, and I had to purchase plenty of revival items, but as long as you keep using Makakaja on your party members to beef up their spells, and consistently cast Makarakarn on them to reflect some of Philemon's magic attacks, it's definitely not impossible to beat him, compared to someone like Elizabeth from Persona 3 where there were a lot of prerequisites. I didn't even have to grind it all, my party was mostly in their mid to late 60s with Tatsuya being at level 71, and I managed to win the fight on my very first attempt. That's never happened to me with a Persona Super Boss before, but I surprisingly kinda enjoyed this battle. And I also like how Philemon constantly praises you to not only make you feel less stressed, but give him a little more character as well.
You're doing well.
Even if you try to leave the fight, he'll encourage you to keep trying.
Believe in yourselves.
Why is this guy not a reoccurring super boss? If you manage to defeat Philemon anyway, you're given a rank based on how well you cleared the dungeon. It's all based on how fast you did it, the best being less than 8 hours, and how many of the 3 hidden butterflies you found in certain areas. You can retry as many times as you want with everything carried over, and you unlock 2 new features in the Velvet Room. They're nothing too special though, Nameless will just allow you to replay some of the game's cutscenes, and Igor lets you use the Velvet Room telephone to listen to the characters' answering machines.
Let's speak positively. Your messages should be optimistic.
Okay, that's a thing. They're amusing, I'll give it that, but why?
It's artless, man. Don't question it.
Then I won't. I was originally not going to bother with this dungeon because after my first playthrough of Eternal Punishment, I just had enough. I didn't want to go through the game again for one extra dungeon, but of course, being the Persona fan that I am, wanting to do as much as possible, I sucked it up and finished the game twice with both Ellie's and Nanjo's routes done. Was it worth it? Not really, no. Well, maybe except for the Philemon fight. That was pretty cool to see. Shame that this is the last time we truly see him in the series, though. Gotta say, folks, I wasn't wholly impressed with this game. Nearly everything about Eternal Punishment to me feels lesser compared to Innocent Sin. It's not a bad game by any means, and I still think it's better than Persona 1, but I can't say I had the best time with it either. I don't know, dude, this one just doesn't do it for me. I found the story weaker, the characters weaker, and even the gameplay weaker. And that's not just because I played the PSP remaster of Innocent Sin, which came out way after Eternal Punishment. I had my share of problems with that game too, but its cast and bizarre imagery was what kept me intrigued. That and Eternal Punishment, in my opinion, takes itself a bit too seriously. I like that the party mostly consists of full-grown adults, which is something the next main Persona game should really consider consider doing, but I believe they need to click far better than these guys and gals do, and not be void of fun either. The graphics, as we mentioned earlier, are rather nice, but I sadly can't say the same for the music. They didn't stick with me personally, with the exception of the boss theme. That one's actually alright. I'm very sorry to anybody that absolutely loves Eternal Punishment, and like I said at the start of this video, I'm more than willing to give it another shot if the PSP remaster gets localized, because I really want to appreciate the game more than I currently do, but as of right now, not a fan. I just wanted Eternal Punishment to end after a while, and this is something I won't be playing again for a very long time. Although, I will say this, it has made me appreciate Persona 3 a bit more.
Eternal Punishment is a fun game, and while I do have memories of dealing with it and being like throwing my controller against the wall due to how tough it was still a fun experience, and one that actually was nice to go back to. Bit of a shame that we never got that remake over here in America, especially considering the fact that nowadays the best way to get this game is through emulation, unless you want to shell out hundreds of dollars for it. Like, Still, if you can, emulate the game, play it, and hey, give your own thoughts on it.
Once more, thanks very much, Kamen, for sharing your thoughts on the game, and hope to see you again in future videos.
Literally 2 weeks after I did the Eternal Punishment review, we got an announcement trailer for the Western release of Persona 5 Strikers, which Japan has had since February 2020, under the name Persona 5 Scramble: The Phantom Strikers. Categorizing this game is pretty tricky to do, because Strikers acts as both a spin-off and a sequel to Persona 5. It's not clear whether it's based on OG Persona 5 or Royal, but they've written around it so that either of them could fit in, so I guess that's fine. Anyway, sure, we've had the Arena games and Persona 4 Dancing All Night, which were also spin-off/sequels, but neither matched the quality and attention to detail that Persona 5 Strikers does. This genuinely feels like a proper sequel, albeit with a far different gameplay style. Yep, instead of the traditional turn-based combat Persona is very well known for, Strikers is an action hack-and-slasher reminiscent to the Dynasty Warriors series. In fact, it's even got the same people behind Dynasty Warriors, Koei Tecmo, marking this the 4th crossover title they've done up to this point. In 2014, they did Hyrule Warriors, which was Dynasty Warriors mixed with Zelda. 2017 had Fire Emblem Warriors that did the same thing with the world of Fire Emblem, and I'll also be covering later in my current marathon based on Fire Emblem. Then just a few months ago in November 2020, we got another Hyrule Warriors game, only now set in the Breath of the Wild universe. I talked about that game not too long ago as well. If you maybe want to take a look at it, I'll just leave this here. You've really got to respect the balls on Koei Tecmo lately. They've not only made a prequel game to one of the most well-received Zelda games in a long time, but also a sequel to one of the greatest JRPGs in recent years.
Normally, I'm not like super excited about a new Warriors game coming out, but Strikers was the sole exception. You guys already know how much I love Persona 5, in case it wasn't obvious already, so to have a follow-up of any kind to my favorite game of all time, even if it was a Warriors game, no doubt got me interested.
You know what was ridiculous though? Part of the reason it took so long for Strikers to come to the West was because Atlus wasn't sure if people really wanted it. After the Japanese release, they even sent out a survey asking if we would like for it to come overseas. Gee, do we want a continuation to one of the most lauded Persona games, hell, arguably one of the most lauded games ever? Well, gosh, I guess I don't know. That's a tough question. Of course we would! That's like if Square Enix asked Final Fantasy X fans if they wanted a Final Fantasy X too. It kinda goes without saying that they'd want it. Guys, you know I love you, but I just don't get you sometimes. Well, no matter. We have it now, better late than never, so what do you say we get the show on the road? I'll be using the PS4 version for this video, but you can also get it on the Switch or PC if that's your preference. The edging in the PS4 version is a little jagged, which I'm not sure if the PC version fixes if you have good enough specs, but it makes up for it by running at a buttery smooth 60 frames per second, and it's really weird to see after playing Persona 5 and Royal for so long. The Switch version runs pretty okay from what I've seen. The frame rates just halve to 30 per second to keep with limitations, but I'm glad I stuck with the PS4 version, not just for the added trophy support to keep me playing, but also because I think that 60 frames works best for a fast-paced action game like this. I enjoy myself a good hack and slasher, and I believe that having a smooth frame rate is really important for your reflexes. Take a look at games like DMC Definitive Edition, then compare it to the original and you'll see what I mean.
As per usual, I'll save the spoilers for the upcoming extended thoughts video, but I'll still show off some minor stuff like a few of the bosses and dungeons, while also briefly mentioning some plot details you come across. No major twists or turns. Additionally, even though Strikers doesn't give away anything from Persona 5 or Royal, it does at least expect you to know what happens during the ending, and I will be too, so just keep all of that in mind, and let's quickly go over the story premise for Strikers.
Alright, so at the end of Persona 5/Royal, the protagonist, aka Ren Amamiya, or Akira Kuruzu if you're a manga nut, went back home to his family after he and the Phantom Thieves disposed of the metaverse and lost their powers. It's a tearful goodbye for everyone, but cut to 4 months later, Ren has returned to Tokyo for summer vacation and reunites with his friends after they throw him a welcome back party. Once they've done some catching up, their first order of business for spending the vacation together is to sort out a camping trip. To make preparations, Futaba uses a new app installed on her phone called Emma, this universe's equivalent to Siri. And fun fact, they got the actual female Siri voice Susan Bennett to record lines for this game. That's pretty cool.
Again, I am Emma, your helpful virtual assistant.
Don't know why these guys are so surprised with how Emma works when the real world has had this for so many years now. Well, then again, this does take place in the year 20, so maybe they've got one of those older iPhone models that just got Siri installed? I'm getting off track. Later that night, while Ren's trying to sleep, he's summoned to the Velvet Room once again, where the assistant, Lavenza, warns him of the upcoming danger he and his friends are soon to meet with. And Igor doesn't seem to want to get himself involved for some reason. The next day, Ren, Morgana, and Ryuji are out looking for camping supplies, but coincidentally encounter Alice Hiragi, a popular idol that everyone seems to be head over heels for. Alice is handing out cards to a select number of people that contains a keyword allowing them to be friends with her on Emma, while also acting as an invite to a special event she's holding. By sheer luck, Ren receives one of these cards, but upon entering the keyword, he, Morgana, and Ryuji are transported to what seems to be the metaverse again. Only now there seems to be an alternate Tokyo as opposed to a single palace. Shadow Alice reveals her face almost immediately after, and she plans to steal her fans' desires, which have physical forms in this world, kinda like the hearts in Kingdom Hearts games. Now, I'm really confused about this part. I get the idea of having your desires stolen from Alice makes you eat, breathe, and sleep anything related to her, with some people even going into debt from buying all sorts of Alice merch. Getting slightly ahead of myself, what I don't get is the thieves first thinking that the fans in the metaverse are real people when Ren, Ryuji, and Morgana escape and tell them what happened, but later they figure out that they're only shadows, explaining why they were never declared missing in the real world. But then how does all of this work exactly? We established in Persona 5 that the shadows only come from the palace ruler's altered cognition, so how does stealing desires from these shadows that are presumably made up from the ruler's mind affect the people in the real world? Is it to do with the keyword they were given? Does typing it into Emma somehow transfer your shadow and everything with it to the metaverse? Well, it can't be, because none of the Phantom Thieves have shadows in this world when they enter, and they can still wander around as normal humans. As far as I can remember, this was never explained properly, and if it was, then I don't think the game does a very good job with it, especially when the first hour and a half or so already fills you with tons of info. We should probably move on anyway before I think about it too much and the world building starts making less sense. Our three thieves get themselves captured by Shadow Alice's lackeys, who proceed to throw them into a dumpster. As they make their escape, they run into an AI girl named Sophia, humanity's companion. And get this, I mean, you're not gonna believe it, this hasn't been done with a Persona character before. It's such a unique trait to Sophia, you can't even guess what about her is different. It would take you years to figure it out.
She's lost her memories!
I'm serious, they're doing the amnesia thing again, for an AI no less. When I first saw this, I thought they were going to reuse the exact same arc they did for Aigis in Persona 3 with no real differences. Sophia wasn't going to understand humans, act all robotic until near the end of the game, and by then we'll learn that out of all of us, she was the most human. But that's not entirely what they do here. Sophia doesn't always understand human emotions, but she herself seems to have numerous feelings, despite not knowing what they all mean, and is capable of stuff like devising strategies, thinking for herself, and even cracking a joke here and there. Sophia has a definite personality to her, unlike Aigis. At least not until Persona 3's late game. She's eager, she's willing to learn, she gets excited, confused, melancholy, a lot of things that humans go through. Has it all been done before? Sure, but I think there's enough of a fresh spin put into it that it doesn't doesn't bother me that much. Which, if you disagree, then I can kind of understand that too. It's easy to see this as a recycled plot element from not just other Persona games, but other RPGs in general. But I believe that portraying Sophia with this almost childlike innocence makes her stick out enough to be interesting and certainly likable. I can never be mean to Sophia whether I have the option to do so or not. I've used this description a few times in my Persona videos, but there's no other way to describe Sophia other than just adorable. Right, anyway, with the help of Sophia and her added combat abilities, thanks to her, I guess, AI persona, she, alongside the others, make it out of the dumpster and also find an exit out of the metaverse. They immediately report to everyone else about what they saw, with Sophia living inside Ren's phone so she can still communicate in the real world. Good lord, bathroom trips must be awkward. They figure out that these new palaces aren't really palaces at all, but rather known as jails, with the rulers referred to as monarchs. They also learn that Emma can be used to travel in and out of the jails by inputting a keyword similar to how the metanav let them go to palaces. Alice in the real world doesn't seem to be any better than her shadow either, as she seemed to be quite the selfish tool willing to manipulate others to suit her every need. She's not the only one with the jail though, as the thieves are later approached by a police officer named Zenkichi Hasegawa, who's investigating the sudden change in behavior that's happening all over Japan, with the Phantom Thieves being the prime suspect. This leads to Zenkichi offering the thieves a deal. They help him with his investigation, and he ensures that their names are cleared, but little do they know that the chief of police has ordered Zenkichi to bring them in anyway once the job is done. This doesn't bother Zenkichi since he believes he won't get attached to our heroes, though given how the trailers show him off as a playable character, I think it's a safe bet to assume he'll warm up to them to some degree. Thanks for that, Atlas. So the Phantom Thieves are back in action, with assistance from their new RV, courtesy of Sojiro pulling some strings. The gang ride all across Japan and tackle any jails they find, while beating the monarchs and retrieving everyone's stolen desires, with Zenkichi helping gather info on the side. It won't be easy, however, because the game assures us that jails are far different from palaces. They're what happens when a person's desires become too distorted and the party have to search all throughout the metaverse to see how deep the rabbit hole goes, literally in Alice's case. Perhaps we'll find some treasure that relates to their desires, learn more about the monarchs, maybe even influence them by sending a calling card, and their defeat will cause the monarchs to disappear, providing a change of heart to their real-world counterparts. Hang on, these aren't different at all. Yeah, this game desperately tries to convince you that palaces and jails aren't the same, but when you break it down, they really are. The Phantom Thieves are still diving into distorted desires, only now it's the size of a city, which even then you could probably argue Persona 5 did something similar with Mementos, and you also got to see a warp Shibuya just before stepping into the third palace. In the end, you're still trying to change the hearts of the wicked and save any victims fallen under them. And actually, let's talk about the villains real quick. None of these guys come close to being as devious as any of the palace rulers in Persona 5 and Royal, nor do things get nearly as dark. Alice is a pretty good example for this as Striker's first major baddie. She's a self-centered, attention-hungry brat who manipulates her fans and threatens her managers, but as far as we know, she doesn't physically or sexually abuse people. Well, okay, maybe physically if you're basing it on the manager, but she doesn't go as far as potentially raping anybody like Kamoshida did. Natsume, the next monarch you face in Sendai, is using Emma to have people read his book and utterly adore him, but his work turns out to be plagiarized just like with Madarame. Then you find out that the fans have bought several copies of the book when they don't need to, running their money dry, similar to what happened with Alice's followers, which is pretty terrible, but is that really top priority for the Phantom Thieves to deal with? The following monarch is then Hyodo, who's running for mayor of Sapporo, and she's having Emma steal the desires of her voters to ensure that she wins. Now that's a bit more devilish, but Hyodo doesn't seem to have any shady connections like Shido did, nor is she willing to commit numerous crimes to get ahead. You see what I'm getting at? I mean, the villains in Persona 5 may be a tad cartoonish, but they were still doing some very nasty things by abusing their power. Murder, blackmail, forced marriage, bending the truth, physical, emotional, and sexual abuse. All things that happen in Persona 5 and Royal, but Striker's villains are just kinda dicks, with maybe the exception of the last couple you face. You know those minor characters in Mementos that only existed as meager requests? The people that have distorted desires but not distorted enough to warrant a palace of their own? That's pretty much how these guys feel to me. The threat level isn't quite as high and don't seem like these big obstacles for the Phantom Thieves to conquer. The jails, exactly like the palaces, are also once again themed on the 7 deadly sins to suit the ruler's natures, but it feels somewhat forced this time around, as if they had to make this one giant callback to Persona 5. It's especially apparent with how many of the monarchs don't get quite enough screen time and how quickly the game transitions from one jail to the next, particularly moving from Natsume to Hyodo. If you're looking at Strikers strictly as a Warriors game, then this may not be that big of an issue. In fact, it might still be a little too slow going for you. But when looking at this as a Persona game, there's a noticeable lack of depth compared to its predecessor. They do somewhat fix this by introducing what's known as bird cages, doors that hide something from the monarch's past that they don't want anyone to see, usually a tragic incident that shapes them into the person that they are today. All of them guarded by a monstrous warden you have to face. These memories do a decent job at painting the monarchs in a different light. Not perfectly, but most of them are fairly believable. Again though, I point to Alice as an example of her motive coming off as slightly contrived. You find out in her birdcage that she was bullied a lot in school, and that's apparently all you need to feel sympathetic towards her. I'm sorry, but no, I need more than that. The female Phantom Thieves have gone through way worse times than just being bullied that instantly made me feel bad for them. Having An then act as the voice of reason makes sense since she's both a model and has been bullied herself because of her gorgeous looks, but these moments with Alice being emotionally torn apart had a hint of phoniness to it all. Striker's writing is still good as a whole, and I'm not saying that Persona 5s and Royals were perfect, because it wasn't, but it's a little more clumsy in Strikers than it was before. And is it me, or are the Phantom Thieves less perceptive and cautious this time around? I counted a few times where they were rather careless about concealing their alter egos, and oh look, they got themselves found out. It's a good thing that this lady named Ichinose is going to help the Phantom Thieves, otherwise that would have been a really stupid mistake. Then there's this part where the thieves attend a seminar for more info about Medice, the company who developed Emma. Okay, sounds fine and dandy, but they also think it's a good idea to discuss their next strategy in the middle of the lecture, and right next to groups of strangers. Futaba, you are literally within earshot of someone. Maybe you should all pay attention to the seminar first, and then talk about your plan of action afterwards when everybody's gone. How did you people get this far? Oh, and as for them not being as observant, take this for instance in the Kyoto jail where you have to light up the eyes on 2 fox statues in order to proceed. Sounds simple enough based on that description, right? Well, it takes the thieves a good few minutes to figure that out, which probably doesn't seem that bad, but trust me, it is painful. See for yourself.
Hang on. Doesn't that fox statue remind you of anything?
It does appear similar to the pair that currently blocks our route. Shining fox eyes?
They do look like they're shining. I wonder why.
If something affected this statue, then maybe the other one that looks like it was affected too.
Hey! Something did happen to the statue!
Its eyes are shining too, but it looks like the other one wasn't affected.
Looks like we're hunting for the other fox statue now.
So you think we'll be able to use the path if we light up both statues' eyes?
Oh, good God, yes, just go! Christ!
Weirdly, the best parts of the story to me is when the focus isn't on jails and monarchs. I have a lot of fun just seeing the Phantom Thieves enjoy their vacation by eating food together, going to the beach, seeing the sights with some of your friends, all while exchanging banner. It's also very interesting when they're dealing with more serious and personal issues, like trying to restore a connection between Zenkichi and his daughter, because her mother was killed and she's disappointed that her dad hasn't caught the culprit yet, believing that he's simply given up on the chase. Hey, where have I heard that before? Bringing up conversations like this and putting each member of the Phantom Thieves in the spotlight while having their bonds grow even further as a team is where I think Striker's story, well, really strikes. Once again, helping that is the voice acting being as excellent as usual. I can't believe how the actors have still got it even after 4 years worth of Persona 5 games. There was OG Persona 5, then there was Dancing in Starlight, then Royal. They also provided the English dubs for the anime, so that basically meant starting everything over again. And now they've done Strikers, still giving their best performances. And let's not forget the Japanese actors doing Q2 on top of all that. These guys must be so sick of voicing the Phantom Thieves by now. Even the cast of C's and the investigation team sounded exhausted by Persona 4 Arena, but everyone in Strikers seems just as invested here as they always have been, and that's pretty amazing. You've really gotta admire their dedication, and thank God they're finally giving Haru more to do this time. It took a few games, but we're finally there, and she's got some funny lines here and there too.
Enjoy.
Sorry about that. We just despised the police is all.
You know what else? Morgana wasn't that bad this time either. I guess thanks to having a whole game of him being a jackass, he was able to spend this game redeeming himself, and it worked. There's very little arguing between him and the other thieves. He also has some funny lines, and he doesn't act too much like a big shot anymore. Well done, Atlus and Koei Tecmo. Oh, let's talk about Sophia and Zenkichi too. Sophia's actress doesn't have a great deal of experience compared to others, and Zenkichi's actor has even less experience, but damn it, they both do their jobs really well. Their voices are very much suited to their characters, and if you told me that they were part of the Phantom Thieves, I would definitely believe it. They truly sell their parts, though minor nitpick, I think Zenkichi's actor maybe says his lines just a little too fast sometimes. Otherwise, great stuff. I only wish I could hear all of the lines from everybody. It doesn't happen often, but sometimes you can barely hear what the characters are saying because they're speaking so softly or the music's so loud. The fights against the wardens and bosses are probably the worst cases for this when they and the Phantom Thieves are talking about their problems while the battles are going on. Can we maybe save this until the fight's over, fellas? I'm not going to be paying attention to the subtitles when I'm trying to survive. Strikers may not require you to have played Persona 5 or Royal prior to it, but good god, play either of them anyway. 1, because they're fantastic games regardless, and 2, because there are so many callbacks and references to Persona 5 that you're likely going to be left stumped if you haven't. And you also miss out on seeing the Phantom Thieves grow as a team as well as individuals. It doesn't really matter that much at the end of the day, but it's something that I thought was worth mentioning. Whew, man, I've been talking about the plot and characters for a long while now, haven't I? Well, let's move the discussion over to the biggest change Strikers brings to the table, the new gameplay style. This is not at all the tried and true turn-based RPG kerfuffle you would come to expect by now. Every action you perform is now done instantly. No waiting for party members or enemies to attack. You can strike whenever you want, wherever you want, but the shadows will do the same to you. And it's all about building those reflexes, dodging at the appropriate times, and frustrate yourself when you get knocked over, because I swear turning the analog stick to get back up does nothing. Koei Tecmo have dealt with hack and slashers for a long time now thanks to Dynasty Warriors and previous crossover titles, so if you happen to like any of those games, then chances are you'll enjoy Strikers as well, though I'm sure Persona fans have already picked this up whether it's in the Warrior style or not. Even so, Koei Tecmo did a fantastic job with making Age of Calamity feel like it belongs in the Breath of the Wild universe, and now they've done it again with Strikers by making it feel like a true sequel to Persona 5. Everything from how the conversations are portrayed to the flashy style that Persona 5 is famous for all make a graceful return. Though I do have another nitpick with the menus in this game. Persona 5 and Royal were really good at making the animations in its menus quick and visually impressive, while also being practical to use. Nothing was interrupted, thus making navigating the menus smooth and easy. Strikers tries to do the same thing, but now the animations feel a tad too long, so anytime you need to swap equipment between characters, change the active party members or whatever, you need to wait for the animation to finish before you can carry on. It's not so bad at the start, but the time it takes does build up, which only gets a tiny bit annoying. The combat itself, as anticipated by Koei Tecmo, is fine-tuned and quite fun. Everyone has a basic melee attack they can use to inflict combos onto shadows, but they can also mix it with their personas who perform heavy attacks. Like in other Warriors games, the heavy attack is different depending on how many times you press the light attack button, but if you need to be more drastic, then holding the right bumper button brings up a list of persona skills to use on the shadows. These again come in both physical and magical variety, all suited to that character, except for Joker, who once more wields many different personas. That's another thing to mention. For the first time in the series, you can now fully control your party members, each with their own set of moves and fighting styles that can be improved further by killing enough shadows and raising their master arts. Okay, you technically could control everybody through their actions in the mainline Persona games, for the most part, but I'm talking about moving around, jumping across platforms, because yeah, there's a jump button in minute platforming now, which is super surreal, as well as ambushing shadows like in Persona 5. Stealth is once again a big factor to Strikers, and you're probably thinking, oh god, with a heavily combat-focused game, how are they gonna pull that off? Not too badly, actually. Unlike other Warriors games where the enemies would approach you as one giant horde, battles begin once you and the enemy cross swords where a wave or two of them are ready to fight. Once the battle's over, you earn experience points, money, dropped items, and then you keep moving until you reach the next one. There may not be as many spots to duck behind find cover and get the jump on shadows, but you do have other means of sneaking by, like using the new Phantom Rush ability to leap onto objects, which you can even take advantage of during combat, some of them also having elemental or explosive properties. It kinda reminds me of the flow motion mechanic from Kingdom Hearts, only not as loose. Boy, that's twice now I've brought up Kingdom Hearts in this video. Ever wanted to see the Phantom Thieves run over shadows with a skateboard? Well, your weird fantasy has come true. My absolute favorite way of sneaking though would be in the 4th and 6th jails, where you wait behind glass to ambush the enemy, and then when the time is right, boom, you smash your way in and take it on. That is tremendously satisfying. But it's not like you have to be completely stealthy, because simply hitting the shadows before they discover you with their limited vision is good enough. Get caught too many times, however, and you're immediately taken out of the jail, just like in Persona 5. But strangely, there's no passage of time upon leaving dungeons like the last 3 major Persona games have had. The jails have checkpoints scattered around to warp to other activated checkpoints, and exiting the jails automatically refills your HP and SP with no consequences. The Phantom Thieves barely even rest. It's like they take a 5-minute coffee break every so often, and then they're like, alright, that's enough now, let's get back to it, I've got so much paperwork that needs doing. It's really strange to say the least. Just as well that you don't waste time going back, because SP is rather limited in this game. Not Persona Q limited, but you can't exactly spam magic willy-nilly either. I never cast ailments because of it, but I get the feeling they wouldn't be that reliable anyway. Making constant trips between the real world and the jails are vital to clearing this game, as shadows once again have weaknesses you may want to exploit. Melee attacks will do the job just fine, but when facing against shadows that resist melee attacks like slimes, you're probably better off using magic instead. If anything, just to topple them over and have a chance to initiate one mores, where a fellow Phantom Thief can follow up with another attack and you regain control of them. The guns are back if you need them as well, and they play by royal rules in that the ammo replenishes between every battle, and they're great for lowering health more easily on tougher shadows and bosses, on top of breaking their weakness gauges with a critical shot, the weakness gauges being the shield icons you see below their health, called down gauges. When they're all broken by casting spells or landing critical blows, you can activate all-out attacks, which work the same way as they've always done, and a string of them can be pulled off if multiple enemies are knocked over. If you do it to stronger shadows, the ones with their health displayed on the top of the screen, you can perform a sort of super all-out attack and do a great deal of damage. The down gauges are a bit difficult to see on regular enemies amidst all the action and particle effects, but again, it's not that big of a deal anyway. Panther's machine gun is what you want to use the most, however. It can chew through way much more health than the other thieves' guns, and there are plenty of bullets to spare. So if you're ever having a tough time with a certain section, whip out Panther and fire away. She'll get you results. Guns are a pretty good way of filling up the thieves' showtime meters too, where activating them administers a special attack for major pain, similar to Persona 5 Royal. Well, it doesn't look like a lot of damage, but believe me, it is. The stronger shadows and bosses often just have a crap ton of health. Strikers is a surprisingly challenging game. Enemies can beat you up good in no time flat, but most of the time I'd say it's a tough but fair kind of challenge. Except for the analog stick wiggling I mentioned earlier, that's unreliable as hell. But I suppose you can always buy more upgrades for the Phantom Thieves via the bond system to compensate for it. This is basically the replacement for the confidant system. All social interactions you see between the Phantom Thieves is done during the story, with very, and I mean very few moments to hang out with anybody during your free time, and nobody else to talk to besides the Phantom Thieves. That alone may instantly turn you off of playing Strikers if you're a die-hard mainline Persona fan, but I think if they were going to exclude it, I'd rather have something like this than nothing at all. Bond experience can be acquired through certain means, like progressing enough in the story, fulfilling requests that reward you with bond experience, or cooking a new meal for the first time and sharing them with your friends, the latter two of which we'll talk about in a bit. When the XP bar is full, you'll earn a set amount of points to spend for upgrading your abilities, like an increase in power for your attacks, more money, more bullets for your guns, more bond experience given to you, health recovery while ambushing enemies. There's a lot to choose from, and the upgrades each have several layers to them, so you'll want to earn as much bond experience as you can, most of it coming from various requests added over time, where you revisit already cleared jails and complete different tasks. It's pretty basic stuff though, just kill a number of these enemies, fight this boss again, wonder what Persona's fascination is with scary bunnies lately, and gather these materials types of side quests. Nothing harmful, but nothing that interesting either. Though who was the asshole that created these ones where you have to get to a specific destination without alerting shadows? They're not that difficult, but man are they tedious. And it's so annoying when you get close to the end only to get caught by a spotlight that just switched on and you weren't quick enough to react. Or something like Alice's jail where you have to make a long trip back to the checkpoint from the dumpster area once the request is all done. What happened to go homes, guys? I could really use them. Although I think the worst requests have to be the ones that ask you to search for an item in an extremely precise spot from each jail, only giving you the vaguest of hints for where you need to search. Oh, I need to look for an area with windows in the Sendai jail, huh? Yeah, thanks. That really narrows it down. There are windows everywhere. I like the ones where you fight special shadows, though. They're hard as balls, but you get to summon them as a stronger persona if you win. Be sure to cook as much as you can for some consumable HP and SP items. I don't think I've ever had to use them so readily in a Persona game like I have in this one, but they save your life big time. Each dish requires specific ingredients which either need to be located and bought in town by interacting with a number of stores, a couple of them also containing a new recipe for Ren to try out, or you can always buy some but not all ingredients through Sophia's online shop. Yet Takemi from the Tokyo Clinic and Hawaii from the Airsoft shop both seem to have closed due to plot convenience, which means we're stuck buying things from Sophia, but it works fine, so who cares. Speaking of the locations you visit all across Japan, none of them are as vast or wide as Tokyo was in Persona 5. They're each fairly small, only carrying up to 2 areas, and that includes Tokyo. All you get to explore there is Shibuya and Yongan-jaya. Kind of a bummer to be honest, as I think it could have led to more socialing conversations, but I suppose seeing how there's like 6 Japanese locations you go to, it somewhat balances out. I already miss Ren's sprint ability from Royal, however. Jeez, I forgot how slow he feels without it. Good thing I can still do it while inside the jails. The dungeons themselves are okay. I'm not expecting anything too in-depth since Strikers is a Warriors game first and foremost, but I'm glad they didn't just do a bunch of empty hallways like in Persona 3 and 4, or do something similar to previous crossover Warriors titles by simply placing a load of keeps and gates everywhere. There's a lot more structure to these dungeons than I had anticipated, which again does a good job at making Strikers feel like a legit sequel. That said, they can get a smidge repetitive, since the goals in each one are essentially the same. You locate 3 cores, defend Oracle for a bit while she's hacking into a terminal, listen to her puns that are hit and miss.
This is our chance. Wanna give him a last surprise?
You then storm the Monarch's castle, send the calling card, and do the boss fight afterwards. They're fun, but they do sort of wear on you after a while. However, despite that, the combat never really gets boring, and Strikers isn't as lengthy as Persona 5, especially Royal. Without doing post-game stuff, but with all current requests done, my time came to 43 hours, and with post-game stuff done, it came to 47 hours. But I think that's a perfect amount. If it went on for 80 to 90 hours, or hell, 100 plus hours in Royal's case, that likely would have been way too much for a game like this, so I'm glad they decided to keep it shorter and sweeter. There's still a fair bit to do here though, regardless of the change in gameplay. There are the requests I mentioned before, even if they are rather mundane. You can tackle the new dire shadows, which there's one of in each jail, and they'll absolutely wreck you if you go in unprepared and are too low a level, but you can access them at any point in the game if you want the challenge.
Yours.
They're worth doing because you get a butt ton of experience and cash for it, outside of the treasure demons that you can also hunt down if you come across one. There are the post-game requests to do, most of them being yet another rematch with all of the bosses, only more difficult, leading to a new encounter with the Reaper, who's tough, but not quite as much as he usually is. And then there's Merciless Mode. Oh my god, Merciless Mode. The enemies do not let up here and will kill you very quickly. It also showers you with all sorts of incense to permanently increase your stats by a little bit, which I wasn't expecting to see return from Persona 1 and 2, but goddamn is this mode still brutal. It isn't impossible by any means, but you've really gotta learn the art of dodging, and return to the real world frequently because you can't restart the battle if you die in this mode, only at the start of an infiltration or from the title screen. Good thing I've maintained my habit of saving constantly from my adventures into Tartarus. All this just to fully max out my bond upgrades and unlock Lucifer as a persona. To my surprise, there isn't even a new game Game Plus exclusive boss. The Reaper is the only one that comes close. And be careful about defeating him too, because he heads straight into merciless mode after doing so, unable to return to that save you just spent hours upon hours working on. I suppose I haven't really talked about the Velvet Room for this game yet, have I? It functions pretty much how it has done previously. You merge multiple personas together to make a newer, more powerful one, but unexpectedly, the Persona Compendium is significantly smaller than in the other games, keeping mostly the popular ones, almost like a Velvet Room greatest hits. Something I do really love about this Velvet Room, however, and I can't believe Royal didn't include this, but normally in a Persona game, you won't have an idea on what personas make what without already having the right personas you need in your arsenal, or by looking it up on the internet. Here though, not only do you get to see which personas you haven't fused yet without the essential personas already equipped, but when you click on that persona, it shows you the necessary personas needed to fuse it in the first place. Granted, they may be in a silhouette, but because I've played all of the other Persona games, I know who they are anyway, and even if you don't know who they are, then the shapes of their bodies should be a decent clue. Thank you, thank you. It's just a shame there's unfortunately a downside to this, because a lot of the stronger, higher level personas can only be fused with weaker personas that have a higher level themselves. Like, you're seriously expecting me to have a level 40 Jack-o'-lantern and a level 40 Jack Frost to fuse King Frost, even though they're two early game personas? This can be done more easily if your persona stock is currently full, and you obtain more of these Joker masks that randomly drop from enemies, which then get converted to persona points, or PP for short. Oh come on, there has to be a better abbreviation for that. Afterwards, that PP can be exchanged to Lavenza to instantly level up a persona if you have enough, but the amount you need increases further and further with each level they're raised to, so that means buying a persona from the compendium and deleting them for more PP. I found that Kukulane gave me the most PP, but I don't know who actually does. Either way, this is a really annoying and unnecessary change. I shouldn't be restricted from using these awesome new personas just because my PP is too short. Oh god, I ran into that one.
There we have it, that's Persona 5 Strikers. In my opinion, this is probably the best spin-off the series has gotten so far, right above Q2. Koei Tecmo have treated this and Persona 5 with a lot of respect. Although the gameplay style is vastly different, the quality is so good that it can still be seen as an outstanding follow-up. Now, is it as amazing as Persona 5 or Royal? No, it's got a few hiccups here and there, but a lot of the issues I do have with the game are mostly minor, and as a sequel to one of the most popular JRPGs lately, Strikers is pretty damn good.
Like I said though, you've probably already got this if you are a Persona fan, especially Persona 5, so of course you know this, but then why would you be watching this video? If you're still on the fence about Strikers, then all I can say at this point is just wait for it to go on sale, but I think you really should take a look at it someday, even if you're only a fan of hack and slashers and not Persona. It's quite the unusual Warriors game as well compared to other crossover titles we've seen at this time, due to its much heavier focus on story and proper dungeon layouts. Still, this is no doubt one of the best Warriors titles I've currently played. I'd maybe tie this with Fire Emblem Warriors since they're enjoyable for different reasons. The action's a lot of crazy fun. The story, while certainly not perfect, is entertaining enough for a Persona game. The idea alone of the Phantom Thieves reuniting was a good selling point for me. And oh my goodness, this soundtrack. It's not quite as grand as Persona 5's or Royals, but damn, there's some awesome stuff here. There are a number of remixes of older tunes with that Warriors guitar style, but the newer stuff is just as fantastic. The battle themes get you nice and pumped up for each fight. Daredevil's very fitting for when you're breaking into the Monarch's castle. Counter-Strike is excellent for when things get intense late in the game. And sweet unholy mother of Sataniel, I love this game's remix of Blooming Villain. Why did they release Dancing in Starlight so soon? I always have this weird relationship with new songs by Persona 5 singer Lin Inaizumi though. It usually takes some time for me to really get into them. This is how it mostly happens.
Well, this new Lin song sounds good, but I don't know if I'll remember it at all.
I'll never forget to show my true colors. I'll never forget to question destiny. But now, I think it's finally time to put the Phantom Thieves and Persona 5 to bed. They've had a great run, and there's been tons of laughs and wonderful times together, but unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. I believe the Persona 5 name has now officially run its course, and we should put our attention on the next major Persona entry. I'll always be up for anything Persona 5 related, but I also don't want it to be milked too much. It's okay to do it a little, but I think having a dancing game, a crossover title, a re-release with new additions, editions, a spin-off/sequel, an anime, and cameos in other games are enough exposure for the Phantom Thieves to get away with. I don't work for Atlus, they're free to do whatever they want, but that's just my opinion. For now, farewell Phantom Thieves, it's been one heck of a ride, but it's something I'll never forget. Alright, back again. It's been a while since I've done one of these. I ended up skipping doing an extended thoughts video for Persona 1 and 2 because all of my thoughts on their stories are pretty much there in the reviews. I didn't have anything else to add, and I didn't think I would have as much to say about Persona 5 Strikers as I did with Royal, but there are some things I do want to mention, I just couldn't put them in the review because of spoilers. That's what this is for, and if you've seen my other Persona videos, you should know what to expect by now, so let's not waste any more time and get straight into it. The first thing I want to talk about is actually a slight mistake I made in the review that several of you have pointed out, where I mentioned the Phantom Thieves not having shadows in the jails. I don't know how I forgot about this with how many times I've played Persona 5, but during your first trip to Mementos, Morgana does explain that the Phantom Thieves meeting their shadows would be impossible since they're already in control of their shadows, aka their personas, exactly like what happens in Persona 4. The dialogue's apparently in one of the rest areas in Mementos, but I unfortunately can't seem to find the footage for it without having to play the game again myself, but I do seem to recall that being the case. So okay, that was my bad and I'm sorry for getting that wrong, but then does that mean the Phantom Thieves' bodies act as some sort of substitute while inputting the keyword into Emma? I'm still not entirely sure how this technology works. Speaking of that, some of you did also say that the keywords do transfer someone's shadows to the jails, but I haven't found any conversations explaining that while scrolling through my footage, so I can't say if that's entirely true or not. This only makes things more confusing when Zenkichi is able to step inside the jails before his shadow turns into a persona. If any of the characters have pointed out how this transfer system works, then please point it out to me, as I don't want to start doubting the world building in this game. I appreciate you guys telling me the differences between jails and palaces as well, but A, I already brought up a lot of them in the review, and B, I'm honestly still not convinced that they are different. From a level design perspective, they are a little bit, and the goals are slightly different in that you search for 3 cores and investigate the bird cages, but from a plot perspective, I personally still think they're the same. You're trudging through physical interpretations of various Japanese locations, and you're still changing people's hearts. The method may be somewhat dissimilar, but the concept isn't. And clearing jails leads to the same results as it would in palaces. I'm not dismissing anybody who thinks otherwise, that's just my opinion. Though I'm sure some people are gonna tell me I'm wrong no matter what I say. I'm hoping we can at least agree that gathering info on the monarchs prior to the jails was somewhat half-baked. I was terrified when I first saw this was a thing. I thought it was gonna be just like investigating the TV victims in Persona 4. Those moments where you had to spend days searching for clues about that particular person so that Teddy or Rise could pinpoint their locations in the TV world. Thankfully, that's not what they do here. Investigating the monarchs only takes a few minutes if you know where to search, which should be pretty easy since the towns are so small. No days pass while doing so, and you only need to snoop around for Alice, Natsume, and Hyodo. For some reason, it just disappears from the 4th jail onwards, which I can understand for the lab and Akane's jail since the lab ruler's dead in the real world and Akane doesn't really do anything outside of the jail, but I figured we'd at least be digging some dirt on Konoe as well. It sorta makes me wonder why this investigation system was created in the first place if it was going to be scrapped after the first 3 dungeons. Minor complaint regardless, it's nothing that ruins the game whatsoever. Before we actually discuss the monarchs in full detail, I just want to get a few smaller things out of the way first. Very specific things that I thought was worth addressing. First of all, almost every party member is available to you right from the get-go, with only Zenkichi added later on, and you don't get any more members after that. Sadly, as of now, this also includes Akechi or Kasumi. Maybe they'll become DLC in the future, but nothing's been said as of this date. I can understand why Akechi wouldn't be playable given his fate in Persona 5 and Royal, but I sure would have liked to have played as Kasumi. I don't know if I'm going crazy for this either, but does anyone else think that Futaba's character changed maybe a little too much this time around? I mean, I know some time has passed and she's gotten more confident around the Phantom Thieves and strangers, but she almost seems like a completely different person now. The idea of traveling across Japan doesn't bother her at all when she's lived in Tokyo for so long. As someone with autism, I would have been a nervous wreck about that alone. And she's totally okay being naked around other girls as opposed to just a bikini like in Persona 5. You're telling me a long time shut-in got this much confidence in a year? What the hell am I doing wrong then? then. The nerdy quips come out in full swing during gameplay too, though I guess not quite as much as Q2. And side note, I eventually did get rather tired of the same repeated quotes during late game, but that's not the character's fault per se. I don't know who decided this in the end, but I also counted a few moments where the game went the cheap route when it came to potentially awesome spectacles. One of them was in Konoe's jail, where the thieves had to get on board an airship and ride it to another point in the jail, but the game fades out and back in again once you do so, skipping the entire journey, though the characters still describe how glamorous the view was, and it's like, well, great, that would have been nice to see, thank you. The other one was the joke involving Haru driving like a maniac, which, to be fair, the game does provide a quick little animation of the RV bouncing up and down and speeding, but I think it also would have been funny to see the Phantom Thieves' reactions. Sadly, that's all left to the aftermath, ending up not being as good of a payoff as it could have been. It's still at least kind of funny with just the initial idea and playing it all in your head, but I think they could have gone a step further with that joke to really bring it on home. The final time was in Akane's jail, and you fight her cognitive versions of the Phantom Thieves, the Photon Thieves if you will. You'd figure this would be some epic battle where everyone would fight their fake counterparts, and that is what happens, but the only one you actually get to see is Joker versus Joker. The fights with the other counterfeits are all done off screen, with the Phantom Thieves providing commentary during the battle. That is so freaking lame. This could have been such an amazing moment to witness, seeing the thieves challenge their most dangerous foes, themselves, but nah, that would have been too interesting. Let's just have your comrades awkwardly disappear from the arena and simply have Joker take himself on, which, by the way, Jesus Christ, who cranked up the difficulty for this part? Akane's Joker is ridiculously powerful. It makes sense as to why. He's copying most of Joker's moves after all, but goddamn, he seriously kicks your ass. I'd say he's one of the hardest bosses in the game, and this isn't even near the end of the adventure. It took a few tries for me to take him down, and by then, good god, my hands were sweating. The last of the smaller moments I want to talk about is the bathhouse scene in Kyoto, which is the only part of the story that I really didn't like. Ren, Ryuji, Yusuke, and Morgana are relaxing in the bath, but the girls come in with towels wrapped around them just as the time switch. Now, instead of simply explaining that it was still the boys' turn, they think to sneak their way out of the room, which of course they fail to do when the girls assume they were peeping, thus getting themselves pummeled. If this sounds familiar at all, it should, because this is pretty much beat for beat the exact same setup as the bathhouse scene in Persona 3, right down to the location. Persona 4 had a similar scene to this as well, with the same payoff, twice if you count the extra one in Golden, but they each played out slightly differently. Everyone stripping down to the bare essentials is not the issue I have with Striker's bathhouse scene. Honestly, I couldn't care less about that. Feel free to do whatever you want as long as nobody gets hurt. My problem with it, aside from being a half-ass reference to Persona 3, how the girls are once again in the wrong, and this is the third goddamn time Persona games have done this bit, is that there's no reason for the ladies to suspect that the guys would be peeping. At least in Persona 3, C's weren't the closest of friends just yet, and Ryoji started coming to Gekko-kan, already hitting on the girls, so some suspicion was likely warranted there. Similarly, Persona 4 had Yosuke, who put Chie and Yukiko in swimsuits and entered all of the girls in a beauty pageant against their will, as well as Teddy, who frequently puts the moves on them at any given notice. As for the Persona 5 cast, Ryuji is the only one who could come close to meeting this criteria, but even he's shown that he can be respectful to a lady's privacy, like in Striker's earlier bathhouse scene. I just don't believe this scene was thought out properly. The female Phantom Thieves act completely out of character during this moment and weren't really painted in a good light. It wasn't funny, it wasn't a clever callback, the gag is so tired at this point, hell I didn't think it was that funny in Persona 3 and 4 to begin with, and it all came across as too mean-spirited. Also, Makoto, I love you, but don't ask the guys to explain themselves and then proceed with no excuses. Why don't we just go through the monarchs one by one now? I've already discussed my feelings on Alice in the review, but in short, I don't think she's necessarily a bad first villain at all, but she didn't quite make the same impact as Kamoshida did. I didn't buy the game's attempt to make me feel sorry for Alice because she got bullied a lot. Each of the Phantom Thieves have gone through way worse situations than that, but still didn't succumb to any distorted desires. Bullying is a terrible thing to happen, as a subject to that myself when moving from America to England, but I don't think that should justify Alice's actions in the slightest. And luckily, Ann tells her that and agrees to be her friend in the real world, which we sadly don't get to see happen. Would have been nice to have Alice help Ann in some way or give her a pep talk if she's feeling down, like a sort of role reversal, but oh well. The way they also did Alice's calling card to additionally announce the Phantom Thief's return was far too soon in my opinion. The scene itself is cool and all, and Xander Mobus uttering even a syllable is always gonna be gold, but it's so obviously trying to capture the same feeling as Shido's calling card in Persona 5. I think Atlus knew that was the best scene in the game, but the main reason Shido's calling card worked so well was because it was the penultimate point of Persona 5, and Joker was about to face the man who put him in prison and ruined his life. Not to mention, it was also the same person who was running for Prime Minister and killed Wakaba Ishiki. There were a lot of personal stakes involved that made Shido's calling card so satisfying. Alice doesn't really do anything that earns a calling card at such a grand scale, and this causes the preceding calling cards for later monarchs to be pretty underwhelming. Konoe's calling card's the only one that comes close to matching it, but we'll get to that later. The next monarch is Natsume, who I thought was way better handled than Alice was. His arc's all about how his grandfather wrote a best-selling novel in the past, and he's trying to follow in his footsteps, but the only thing the editors cared about is posting his name everywhere rather than his work, which also turns out to be plagiarized. An had the spotlight when it came to calming Alice down, but now it's Yusuke's turn to scold Natsume, as someone in the creative arts himself. The moral here, as you'd probably expect, is that no matter what, you should try your hardest to make your own work instead of relying on someone else's name. Some may disagree on certain aspects and or attempt to take advantage of you, especially if you're already famous to some degree, but if you're truly passionate about a project and it ends up not going well, then all you need to do is just start over, think about where you went wrong, and climb your way up from there. It's a little predictable, but it's an excellent message nonetheless, and as someone in the creative industry myself, this hits so close to home for me. It can be rather heartbreaking when certain people don't appreciate your work, sometimes even making you depressed and aimless, wondering why you even bother. I've definitely felt that way on multiple occasions in the 10 plus years I've maintained this channel, especially when it comes to something I deeply care about like the Persona series, but I'm still proud of my videos at the end of the day because I put all of that work in and made it my own. The scenes with Yusuke confronting Natsume, as well as greatly developing Yusuke's character even further, also encapsulates the message perfectly. And Natsume's not really a bad person, he just wants his work to be recognized, same as any normal human. His shaky voice can be a bit distracting, particularly when he confesses to the public, and I want to know where the hell security is when Yusuke storms right in front of Natsume during the conference, but those are my only gripes. This is hands down one of the best parts of the story for me, and one of the best moments in the Persona 5 universe. The following monarch you face is then Hyodo, and again, the game does a better job making me feel sympathetic towards her than with Alice, but it falls just slightly short of hitting the same notes as Natsume. The birdcage in this one explains that Hyodo was threatened to be framed for an accident regarding an ice sculpture in the middle of Sapporo that tragically crushed a little girl to death. Now this is more of the darker vibe I was hoping to see in Strikers, even if we don't see the incident actually happen. This time the center of attention goes to Haru, who apparently knew Hyodo when she was very young, and it's her job to remind Hyodo of the kind and gentle person she used to be, as opposed to the cold, heartless boss she is now. I like how there are clearly some hints of decency left in Hyodo when Haru calls her out, and it suddenly makes more sense once you find out her secret, as if she knows what she's doing is wrong, and being so harsh to everybody is the result of her being stressed out from trying to hide the truth behind the accident. The conversation between Hyodo and the girl's mother after finishing the jail is also well done. Hyodo had already told the public she was going to step down as mayor, but the mother bluntly tells her to woman the hell up and stop it from happening again by getting herself elected and changing Sapporo for the better. It's kind of a quick turnaround after the confession, and like I said, I don't think this revelation is quite as powerful as Natsume's, but it's a fairly decent story arc overall. Not amazing, but still fairly good. During this time, the Phantom Thieves also become acquaintances with Kuan Ichinose, who found out their identities because she has good hearing, and maybe something to do with the Phantom Thieves talking about their ideas in the middle of the Medice seminar when they're supposed to be paying attention. Ichinose luckily decides to keep this all a secret though, and by the mother of all coincidences, she also turns out to be the original creator for Emma, but sold it off to Medice. She's surprisingly chill about this whole thing, learning about the Phantom Thieves, jails, monarchs, and how Emma's being used for evil, perhaps a little too chill, and her upbeat personality sending off some weird vibes too. I wonder if she'll be a villain later. Just before the thieves head over to the 4th jail in Okinawa, there's a short detour to Kyoto where we dive a bit more into Zenkichi's personal life. Much like the relationship between Nanako and Dojima in Persona 4, Zenkichi's wife died from a hit-and-run incident, and he's been trying to arrest the killer ever since. But his daughter Akane believes that he's given up on the pursuit, ashamed of her father and wanting nothing to do with him. Akane's resentment towards Zenkichi is probably the only difference between them and the Dojima family, and the thieves come in to explain how Zenkichi really is a hard worker, truly caring about his family. Everyone then comes around to the Hasegawa residence for some dinner, and Akane shows them her room, where you find out she's a huge fan of the Phantom Thieves, complete with her own streaming show that's all about the Phantom Thieves with 50,000 subscribers. Damn her, where can I get that many? After that, it's Makoto's time to shine as she talks to Akane about her feelings towards her dad. This is another one of my favorite scenes in the game, where Makoto brings her deceased father, who also used to be a policeman, and she had the same feelings as Akane when she was younger. This led to some regrets when he eventually passed away, but she's learned to accept it and move on. Akane still gets pretty angry about Zenkichi's work life overshadowing his personal life, but Makoto lightly snaps at her, saying she should be grateful he's doing all he can right now. Akane then starts crying her eyes out, knowing that Makoto's right, and eventually calms down. This is what I was talking about in the review when I said how the scenes not involving jails or monarchs tended to be the most interesting to me, discovering more about the characters we hadn't learned before and letting the Phantom Thieves just breathe for a minute. There's a reasonable amount of these kinds of scenes sprinkled throughout Strikers, but I wish we just had a little more of them. The next day, the group leave Kyoto and head over to Okinawa for a quick beach trip, but later that night, they see that the local residents have started hunting for them, and they think it could be due to the restricted laboratory nearby. Turns out that there is a jail there, but with no monarch, because it's revealed through audio recordings that Medesa's head researcher, Shuzo Ubukata, lost his mind when someone told him to hand over his desires, thus plunging himself off a cliff, dying instantly. Sophia keeps hearing voices in this jail as well, and at the end it keeps telling her how useless she is for not having a clear goal in mind. Persona fans then rejoice as Ryuji finally lets out an F-bomb, even Morgana gives up being classy for a second to back up Ryuji, and the voice then transforms into a warden. I'm not really sure what the point of this jail is, to be honest, and it's a pretty short one compared to the other three. We haven't learned a whole lot more than we already know, and Sophia doubting herself got resolved fairly quickly after Ryuji chimed in. At the very least, when they return to the real world, a body has been discovered! And it turns out to be Ubukata's, which means the lab can be investigated for evidence. It's revealed that Akira Konoe, the current CEO of Medise we saw earlier, is in cahoots with former lackey of Shido, Jun Owada. He and Konoe think to use the found body as a means of framing the Phantom Thieves for murder. And if you think that's gonna work again after they were framed for Okumura's death, it unfortunately does. You know, if these sheeple are gonna be swayed so easily, why are we even bothering saving them? Owada is probably the most pointless character in the entire game. He's barely given any screen time and really doesn't contribute much to the plot aside from offering the chief of police a promotion if she catches the Phantom Thieves. He's also revealed to be the one who ran over Zenkichi's wife and killed her, which you'd think would allow Owada to be more involved in the story, but shockingly it doesn't. Konoe's the one doing most of the dirty work, but we'll get to him in a minute. This then leads to armed forces surrounding the Kyoto bathhouse we talked about earlier, and Zenkichi yelling to the Phantom Thieves that they need to run away. He gets arrested for interfering with the police. We get another potentially cool scene of the thieves' escape totally squandered because of the dreaded fade to black, and Konoe uses Emma to turn Akane into a monarch because now she has no one to help her and is unsure if the Phantom Thieves are the heroes she believes them to be. Konoe thinks to use this as a way of turning the tables and changing the hearts of the Phantom Thieves, or just kill them off entirely. The thieves accidentally enter Akane's jail and get themselves trapped, with Futaba being the only one that doesn't get captured due to her tripping and lack of stamina. Sae was luckily called in by Makoto beforehand and uses her skills to bust Zenkichi out of interrogation in an honestly pretty badass comeback, and he makes it to Futaba, who tells him everything that happened. With Oracle's hacking abilities at Zenkichi's disposal, he sneaks his way through the jail and makes it to the detained Phantom Thieves. I thought it was very cool how the music in this place is a mixture of Life Will Change and Wake Up Get Up Get Out There, but in sort of a Kodo style. It suits the look and atmosphere of the jail extremely well in my opinion. This stealth section with Zenkichi is pretty jarring to say the least, but it doesn't last long at all, so there's not really much to talk about. Shadow Akane does eventually corner them, however, and expresses her feelings towards her dad about dealing with his wife's murder, but Zenkichi tells her that he was given a death threat on Akane's life if he did any more snooping, and that he's known who it was for a long while, needing to find the right evidence to put Owada away. Akane refuses to listen though and wants to carry out her plan of changing the Phantom Thief's hearts as well as her mother's killer. This is now where Zenkichi awakens to his persona, Valjean, straight out of Les Miserables, helping free the Phantom Thieves and join them to stop Akane, Konoe, Owada, and finally shut down Emma. Akane's jail is also surprisingly short given how big of a bombshell it is in terms of the story. I think Atlus and Koei Tecmo expected you to get lost a bunch of times with all of the warp points scattered around, but I actually didn't have that much of an issue with them, so I managed to clear it in pretty good time. It's an interesting dungeon regardless. I thought it was better than the laboratory, which had rather dull aesthetics and not very elaborate level design to me. At the end, you defeat the fake Joker in one of the most difficult fights in the game. Zenkichi tells Shadow Akane how much she means to him and that he's going to keep trying to put her mother's killer behind bars, and then the real Akane returns to normal in the real world. The Phantom Thieves next head to Osaka to take on Konoe, and Ichinose gets contacted again for his keyword that she finds in a business card. Konoe's jail is obviously heavily inspired by the widespread of technology, and this is where things go back to normal in terms of level design, probably being one of the longest dungeons in the game. There's a bit of confusion from the Phantom Thieves when they discover that Konoe also has a birdcage, since he presumably knows how Emma should work. It turns out he lived in a very abusive household as his dad constantly beats him and even killed Konoe's mother for money. The father then threatens to end Konoe's life as well, but when Konoe notices the show Zephyr Man playing on TV, he realizes that no heroes would come to save him and so takes this chance to kill his own father before he could do the same to him, believing that he'll be a hero in the process. Where the hell did this darker tone come from? The previous monarchs have had their crappy past, but nothing this messed up. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad it's here. It's the closest we've gotten to matching the more grim elements of Persona 5, but Jesus Christ. At least with Hyodo's past, we didn't actually see the girl get crushed by the ice sculpture. Here you see the abuse play out, okay, sort of, but still it's painful to fully imagine. You can probably see at this point what they're trying to do with Konoe as a character. It's the royal thing again, where the antagonist really does have good intentions and wants to use his abilities to save people like any hero would do. In this case, releasing Emma to a wide audience. Konoe's basically Japanese Tony Stark, and I'm sure everybody's already made that joke online, but it's true. He even kinda looks like Tony Stark. And he also intends to change Owada's heart after defeating the Phantom Thieves. His cooperation was just an act. Right beside Natsume, I feel sorry for Konoe the most out of all of the monarchs because of what he's been through and that he actually does want to make the world a better place, but I don't think this idea works quite as well as it did in Royal. In my opinion, we haven't heard or seen enough of what Emma does to make things easier for the public, except for Konoe himself. And without giving anything away from Royal, we only get a serviceable amount of screen time dedicated to him, and when we do see him, he's mostly shifty and clearly a bad guy. If we had maybe a couple of scenes where Konoe had a smidge of regret or was unsure if what he was doing was right, that might have worked a bit better. What we've got isn't bad at all. Like I said, Konoe's one of the most interesting monarchs in the game for me, but I feel like there could have been slightly more to him to make him an outstanding villain. When the thieves find an infiltration route to Konoe, it's then time to send the calling card in a flashier style. They decide to hijack a blimp and speak into the microphone, announcing that they're gonna change Konoe's heart, while dropping a whole load of printed calling cards that they somehow managed to get onto that blimp in the first place. Now this could have been a great rival to Shido's calling card and maybe improved on Alice's calling card somewhat, but I personally feel that it was botched quite a bit by having Zenkichi and Ryuji stammer and mess up their lines while Futaba tells them off for it. What was supposed to be yet another amazing scene from the Phantom Thieves has now been turned into a big joke. What the hell? Keep the badass moments in the badass moments and the funny moments in the funny moments. Don't do it both ways, it just doesn't work. The Phantom Thieves go back inside the jail afterwards and confront Shadow Konoe as they continue discussing his ideologies, before the big fight against his giant mech that's supposed to replicate Zephyr Man. This initiates a two-phase battle that I actually found to be easier than most of the other monarchs in the game. The first one is against the Zephyr Man mech, and the other is against Konoe on foot with a big-ass sword. And not gonna lie, that suit is pretty friggin' awesome. I want this shot to be made into a poster. The second phase is also where you hear the song Counter-Strike for the first time, which fits the fast-paced nature of the battle so flawlessly. Konoe is eventually beaten and he confesses everything he's been doing, including framing the Phantom Thieves and killing his father 20 years ago. Then the Phantom Thieves make their way back home for one big celebration, but decide to make a quick stop at Yokohama, Tokyo for a fireworks festival as everyone enjoys their time together. Suddenly, Sophia starts sensing another jail underneath Tokyo itself, and they believe the source is at Tokyo Tower, where Emma's central server is. is. Things are getting pretty confusing at this point. If Medice doesn't control Emma, who does? On top of that, the people standing by Tokyo are in some sort of trance waiting to be told the key to happiness and salvation. Emma welcomes everyone to what she refers to as the Promised Land, which she automatically transports the Phantom Thieves to. This is the Jail of the Abyss, which looks awfully familiar if you play Persona 5, and as the thieves reach the center, they locate Emma, who's now taken the form of a god known as the Ark of the Covenant. It's an interesting take on the usual formula that Persona games have of fighting an almighty god at the end, but Emma's motives are practically no different. The world's in shit because humanity can't think for themselves, here let me guide the way. We've seen it so many times now, which doesn't make Emma one of the more intriguing gods in the series to me, though it's still more imaginative than Q2's ultimate villain. That one I thought was the pure definition of generic JRPG final boss. Striker's overall message is as obvious as you can imagine. Don't rely on technology so much and make your own path. Don't let some other being control you, you're your own person, yada yada yada. It's the same message as Persona 5, and while it bothers me a little that the citizens of Japan didn't learn their lesson after that game, with how easy it is to get sucked into technology and with more devices and inspirations being constructed frequently in the world, I can kinda forgive that. Anyway, the Ark of the Covenant disappears shortly after meeting the Phantom Thieves, and in her wake is none other than Ichinose, who, gasp, is the one behind everything. Maybe it's because I've played all of the other Persona games that I've come to expect a traitor by now, but this really didn't surprise me that much. In a very long explanation, Ichinose reveals that she created Emma to monitor humanity and try to understand their desires and emotions, since later on she elaborates on this by being unable to feel any herself, or at least chooses not to express any, and got picked on a lot during her younger years for it, with her current personality possibly being put on. Ichinose then sold Emma to Medice so that they could spread it across the country, making the research easier. With the public considering Emma as a grantor of wishes similar to what happened in Persona 5, that counted as one of their true desires and Emma became an entity of her own. Ichinose then proceeds to tell the Phantom Thieves that Sophia is a failed prototype of Emma and is able to control her easily, demonstrating this by having her attack the party. There's a quick boss fight against the brainwashed Sophia before she starts to snap out of it after seeing Joker bleed, causing her to plummet herself into a deep pit. Afterwards, Ichinose summons a diamond to knock the rest of the Phantom Thieves over, and they have to make their way back in another short dungeon area. Once they return to Ichinose, she summons more shadows to buy her time while the diamond recharges, which unfortunately proves successful, but Sophia returns in the nick of time to block the attack. She demands that Ichinose returns her to her original state, but gets told in return about how she's nothing but a worthless doll. Ichinose proceeds to talk about her past we covered just a moment ago, and that she also threw Sophia away after she asked a question about humanity that made Ichinose angry, coming back to when Ren, Ryuji, and Morgana found Sophia in the Shibuya jail's dumpster, since Shibuya was where Ichinose grew up. Sophia explains how her experiences with the Phantom Thieves have taught her what the human heart actually is, and that she isn't some doll made to take orders, awakening to her brand new persona, evolving from Pythos to Pandora. After a last-ditch effort from Ichinose by summoning more shadows, she begs for her death, but Sophia says she should break out of that heartless personality of hers and find a different way to understand human emotions. Ichinose agrees and returns to assisting the Phantom Thieves, while more people flock towards Tokyo Tower looking for answers, and the metaverse is once again being merged with the real world, now called the Tree of Knowledge. Ichinose, in my opinion, for the time we got to see her as an antagonist, was just kind of okay. I like the idea of her being this emotionless doll that wants to learn about the human heart through Sophia and Emma, but it's so late in the game now that this doesn't get expanded any further once she joins forces with the Phantom Thieves. It feels like there's some missed potential here that just needed a little more time to be properly developed. Regardless, there's yet another short final dungeon in the Tree of Knowledge, which by now I'm starting to question why half of the jails in this game are over before you know it, while the other half are about as lengthy as you'd expect. And by the end, Emma refuses to engage in combat, kicking the Phantom Thieves into a hallway of infinite fog that they quickly escape from. Since Emma knows how calling cards work, that's not going to prove useful this time, so the thieves then decide to try it out on the public by hacking into their devices. In my opinion, this is one of the better calling cards in the game, even though the Phantom Thieves are just sitting around a computer like they're watching a YouTube video together.
together. Ooh, I hope it's one of mine. Emma, now referred to as the false god Demiurge, readies herself to take the Phantom Thieves head-on in a final battle that, again, to the game's credit, does do something slightly differently to the other final bosses by having you target the Demiurge during the first phase, then have the team split up to destroy her orbs and stop her from regenerating. You can choose which party members go where, as well as who helps Joker take on the Demiurge herself at the very end. I accidentally left Joker on his own because I thought breaking the orbs would be more difficult, but I just about managed to beat the final boss on my first try. With one last all-out attack and Joker somehow pushing more force into his mid-air stab, the Demiurge is defeated, the world returns to normal, and Zenkichi says farewell to the Phantom Thieves as he goes to arrest Owada. Everyone heads back home, but sadly Ren has to leave again tomorrow before their vacation really started. But just as he's about to go, Ichinose requests that the thieves meet with her in Shibuya. While they wait for her, they notice on the news that Owada's finally been arrested thanks to Konoe's testimony, and Ichinose finally arrives explaining that the police simply let her go because they didn't believe her story. How lucky. She says that she wants to do a self-reflecting journey anyway, and suddenly Sophia speaks up to say that she wishes to tag along, hoping to take what she's learned to not only help Ichinose, but other people along the way. Sophia and the rest of the Phantom Thieves say goodbye, promising to reunite again someday, and just as she and Ichinose leave, Ren gets sent an email from Sophia containing a picture of everyone labeled treasure. Well, ain't that sweet. The credits roll as you're shown everything that happened again, and I also like how you get some exclusive shots based on the requests you completed throughout the story. That was a really nice touch. Once that's all done, the Phantom Thieves have to go their separate ways yet again, but they know for sure this time that they'll meet up again sooner than they think. I think Striker's ending is fine as it is, but it also didn't quite leave the same emotional impact to me as it did in Persona 5 or Royal. Part of that may be because at the end of those games we didn't know if the Phantom Thieves were gonna get together again. It was all left to interpretation, but now that we have a sequel that does bring them back, we know for sure this time that this isn't goodbye forever. Well, with Royal in mind, it's a little trickier to say, but again, I won't give away anything. I feel like most of the emotion in this ending came from Sophia's departure, and I think that's what Atlus and Koei Tecmo wanted to put more focus on, which is why the Phantom Thieves leaving in different directions seemed a bit more hollow. It's a bittersweet moment nevertheless, but I kinda wish that all of the main characters got as much attention as Sophia when they bid each other adieu, like in the original Persona 5 ending, where they went on one last trip together as they rode off into the sunset. I wouldn't want something exactly like that to the point of just copying and pasting, but something along those lines would have been nice. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is all of my thoughts on Persona 5 Strikers. It's overall a splendid follow-up to Persona 5 and Royal, and while it may not be as fantastic as those games with its own share of problems, seeing the Phantom Thieves reunite and go on another adventure no doubt struck a chord with my inner fanboy. It is a complicated game to recommend if you've neither played Persona or a Warriors game of any kind, but if you're ever in the mood for a hack and slasher that throws in a few ideas regarding philosophy and technological advancements, then this is definitely worth checking out. It's not a perfect game by any means, but then again, neither was Persona 5 or Royal, despite being my favorite game of all time. However, the stuff that's good is really, really good, and the bad stuff for the most part can be ignored and not looked at too deeply. Many thanks for watching if you stuck to the end of both videos. One of these days I'll make another one that's under half an hour long, and hope to see you again for future Persona content and any other videos you're interested in seeing. Have yourselves a good day, and take care. Hello again, fellow Phantom Freaks, and congratulations if you made it through 7 whole hours of me talking about one series of games. The Persona franchise means a lot to me, and if you enjoyed what you saw, please do me a favor and like this video and subscribe to my channel. Do it for the St. Hermelin crew, the Seven Sisters gang, C's, the Investigation Team, Phantom Thieves, whoever you support, and I'll catch you next time.